cities tend to have a lot more of that class struggle because people are in such close settings. I think the piece
okay, look, this has been an episode of Green Bill Fact. In the campaign of that candidate, Congressman John Kitover, this is your good friend Jaya. Take care.
I think that's an astute observation of governments that don't exactly know what they want to do. I don't know that I would call it French Revolutionary. The way it comes across in my head is extreme upheaval of the status quo. Right, like the Republicans, for example, want to get rid of mass bureaucracy. That's been something that's a 100-year-old belief in the Republican Party. Bipartisan, right? But it would, bipartisan. Anyway, it would upend the system and the way it currently functions, right? So in that sense, yes, it could be revolutionary because it's completely trying to upend the established order and remake it. Now, I think the question, and this depends upon the person and their knowledge of history, and thus the examples they can think of. I don't know if that is always bad. It can be when the worst angels of our nature are emphasized over the best, then we end up having a problem. I'll give an example in my head. The president.
Marshall, I apologize. I think you might be a little bit in the matrix. I know sometimes you go in and out. So I apologize for asking a more, I guess, complex question. And maybe it's something we can revisit at another time.
Can you hear me anymore?
Corey and Finley, speak. You're on the stage. You're just shitting on me and Victoria. Chat, go ahead and talk.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the delusions that you were spewing or what?
Hey, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's not happening in Steve's room. Like I said in the chat, like I said in the chat, you're not behaving. It's not that difficult. Don't attack the ladies. Talk about their points. Don't say they're fascist. Just listen. Don't say they're fascist. Don't attribute motives to them that don't have. I don't disagree with Victoria all the time. But she does not deserve to get crapped on from you, and neither does Jane. And you know what you're doing is inflammatory when you do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't say the things you're saying. You need to manage it in a much more persuasive and respectful manner. But it's like, Daddy's the tender and tone of Uncle Steve's room. We do not get into the gutter.
We literally had somebody say that somebody didn't have the right to speak somewhere. When you start to do that, that's a ideology.
The proper response to that accusation is that in a public venue, you have the right to speak. Thank you, whoever lives in. I appreciate that. That was me. Yeah, we're just not having that conversation on the stage.
Thank you. Yes, really appreciate that. Also, the whole idea of like, where do you have the right to speak, etc. Obviously, like in work settings, it's different than the public square, and in the public square, it can still affect your work setting. So just be careful, everyone.
Hey James, I think you wanted to say something and we got tired of that morass. What were you going to say?
Actually, nothing. I was just responding to the... Oh, okay. Go ahead, Dara.
Jane, why did you say thank you to Marshall?
Because he showed a modicum of pleasantness to me, and I appreciate it.
The modicum of niceness was what?
Telling that guy...
We're talking about the subject, not about the moderators. If you'd like to get about the subject, I'm happy to have you.
I do want to
probably my white woman.
No.
Yeah,
It was just like...
I felt appreciative that one Republican would say one pleasant thing that was moral.
But would he say when you're not here?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he would. I think he would. And Marshall.
Yes, of course I would.
Marshall
They're a
is
friend of mine.
Marshall's a very pleasant person, and there are a lot of
Would you
very
say it
nice.
for us? Would you say it for us, Dismal, when we're not around?
Yes.
Yes, I defend her when she's not around. We're getting off track. Yeah, we're getting off track. This is not.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
just.
And I think the whole other conversation is for another room.
But I haven't been able to finish my thought here.
Because your thought's about me, and we're not
Oh,
talking
she's
about.
asking me something. I appreciate that.
It was gonna be a longer conversation, but everyone feels like they're hit as soon as we start having a conversation. As you've noticed, a lot of your stages don't have a lot of people that from diverse backgrounds. I wonder why that is. I wonder why you're not able to be in spaces where people from other communities are having conversations about this, where they're talking about what the issues are around this.
What point do you not get we're not talking about me? I don't understand why this has to be a referendum on me instead of being.
Why are you feeling
You're not actually.
Why are you
Because we were talking about me.
I feel like this is a diversion though from the topic of the space and it was this is literally meant to be about.
Is the topic not about the critical thinking after party? I thought we were talking about Uncle Steve's space.
I think we were talking about
a conversation
Oh.
about subjects relating from the death penalty to health insurance
And
to whether or not
those
people
things
should
are not
be
related
killed
to
or whatever. We weren't talking about moderators. We weren't getting into the personal shit. That's what we were talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you people talk about the things that you would like to talk about because clearly you do not want to have a conversation.
That's correct. Okay, goodbye.
I don't think that's I couldn't hear most of what you said. It sounds like you're actually in the plane that's taking that
You're
photo
having a
right
hard
now.
time with the mic.
No, I'm walking. Shout out to living in a city of public transportation.
I just want to say something because I think she's still down in the audience. Tara, it seems, and I could be wrong, but it seems when you want to talk, you want to gripe about something. And it doesn't feel like you actually want to have a conversation. You just want to, it seems, I'm not accusing you of anything. It seems like you're not an honest interlocutor. It's more like you want to come in, gripe about something, and just cast aspersions. And I think like anybody up here is tough enough to stand on their own, but it doesn't actually seem like you actually want to talk about anything as opposed to talking about someone.
I know Taro actually has quite a few really interesting perspectives to offer. I don't follow people willy-nilly, especially on my new profile, and I think sometimes it's really easy on Clubhouse to go into a conversation about the setting of the space rather than the topic, and so I really think that you guys do a great job of trying to moderate, but sometimes, and perhaps it was my own fault, I did ask a question that led Marshall down a little bit of a history lesson or history rabbit hole, and maybe that was for another space as well. So I did get off topic as well. So my apologies.
So, what is the topic?
Well, I'm going to say the great Jane Rosenzweig down there. So while we have a moment, if you haven't heard Jane's podcasting host debut, Jane interviewed me for my 300th episode of one of my interview show. I was the guest for James, and Jane did a great job. So not to make it about the mods, but I will make it about the mods. So I'll put the link in the chat. Great job by the great Jane Rosen. I call her one of the great ones. So she's amazing, and I'll put the link in the chat. And yeah, great to see everybody. I'm walking through the streets of West Philadelphia, and appreciate everybody being here for the critical thinking after party.
Scotty, you're in a big city. Like, I haven't been to Philly in 5 years. Like, what's the homeless situation like?
There are, I mean, it's present. I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen it. I've lived here on and off for a really long time, and it's not, it's real, right? I mean, but it's not, same thing like with the crime situation. It's not, like, Philadelphia is not awful. I mean, it's just not. I mean, I've seen it in safer periods, but it's far safer than it was, say, decades ago. I mean, it's not, I walk around, I live in neighborhoods that are not, bushy, posh neighborhoods. I mean, they're, I walk around, I mean, I feel pretty safe here. I mean, I think our mayor is she's done some things like around, addiction stuff, like the homeless addiction community I don't love, like around needles and stuff, like not like getting rid of needles and stuff. But all in all, I mean, our mayor's not, she's not the worst we've had. I mean, she's doing a decent job. So I like my city. I think my city's, on the upswing. So it's no New York now, but really now, what is New York? What is New York? Nothing. There's no city compares to New York City. I mean, it's the capital of the world.
Yeah, capital of everything, unfortunately, sometimes, right?
Well, just gonna say I love both those cities, you guys, so you don't have to convince me. Absolutely love them. Lived in Philadelphia for 4 years in graduate school. Love that city. And New York, I mean, it's in my back pocket. But I do want to thank Marshall for trying to return. I am late to this party, but for trying to return the conversation to the topic and not let the drama take over, because there's so much happening in this great country of ours. And I wanted to know, has anybody heard that CNN reported that Jimmy Kimmel is being taken off the air? I think that's
he's next. He's next indefinitely for some comments he made. Yeah, he's out.
That's just incredible. It is incredible. I mean, I'm flabbergasted.
What were the comments that he made? It was something about Kurt Scott. So he got dropped by one of like the biggest affiliate stations, right? So it's like 2, 4, and 7, channel 2, 4, 7, and 11. They tend, and I learned this from NBC, but like they tend to work on affiliates who carry like broadcasting. So that's why, there might be a show that airs on channel 4 here in New York, but it might air on channel 7 through syndication in Philadelphia. And apparently this affiliate owner didn't like, I don't even know what Jimmy said, but didn't like something that Jimmy said and dropped him. And so that would be a big financial burden for, Disney, ABC to cover, to continue to put the show out if there's no actual ad revenue coming in via like commercials. I said the same thing when they canceled Colbert. That show, according to some estimates, was losing $40 million a year and was only averaging like maybe 2.5, 3 million viewers a night. And big productions are really expensive to carry, and you need a lot of ad revenue. You need to be selling 30-second commercials for $30,000, and nobody is.
I understand all that, but why I asked the question, what did he say?
Don't know.
Did he not grieve enough for them? Because I don't trust in what they're saying that he said rose to the level of a cancellation.
To go to the chat, I didn't find it particularly egregious myself, but the guy who owns Nexar does. So
This is what's interesting to me.
It's objectively not egregious.
What's so interesting to me is some of my conservative friends, some of my best friends are conservatives, they feel like that they are so pressed. I've been talking and texting with people around some of these issues over the past couple of days, and they act like they're so marginalized. I'm like, you're taking down media personalities. Well, this is what I mean. You have cultural power. You know what I mean? Like, they act like they don't have cultural power. They've got massive cultural power. They've taken down Colbert now. They've taken down Jimmy Kimmel now, right? Like, I mean, it's just interesting because there's this sort of conservative narrative oppression story, and it's like you've got all branches of government, and people are so afraid that they're canceling major programming. How are you not in the driver's?
Yeah, I think one of my.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Len, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, I just want to, to talk about these cancellations, because it just scares me. This really, really frightens me, because we're moving in a direction that has nothing to do with American democracy as I know it. I mean, did the Democrats ever cancel political satire? Where, I mean, we all take for granted, some jokes might be way off color, but we take for granted that political satire is allowed and can be heard with several grains of salt, right?
Now, the last big Democrat censored person I can think of, and I could be wrong, but it's Tipper Gore. Right? Tipper Gore was when she was second lady. I mean, her sort of stuff was rap lyrics and and she was big explicit lyrics labels that went on to Walmart and stuff like that. So that's the last Democrat I can remember that was sort of in the forefront of a censorship.
I'll tell you one of the things I find odd about the remembering of Kurt as it's going on is the attempt to semi-deify him as some sort of a saint. I don't mean that literally, I mean that more figuratively. The kind of idolatrous behavior that is going on with his memory is, I'm sure, by all metrics, he was some sort of devout Christian. I don't know which denomination he was, but he believed heavily in God. The man who believed heavily in God, I highly doubt would want himself to be made into an idol. It just seems yucky. I'll also comment on the thing where conservatives feel oppressed. Conservatives feel oppressed. I live in an area that still has governance, Democrats in Texas, and it's had it for over 100 years. I don't feel oppressed in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it is weird to, in the wake of this stuff, get one's feelings hurt. People are allowed to think Charlie Kirk is a terrible person, while also thinking he didn't deserve to get shot down like a dog in the street. Those two beliefs can be in one's head at the same time. And I think we do ourselves a real disservice on the right-hand side of the aisle when we, for lack of a better description, for snowflakery reasons, become very sensitive to the way this stuff is portrayed. I can understand one's personal life being offended by it. I understand not liking it on Clubhouse because it's distasteful, but this kind of like, oh, we have such a big offense to carry. Like, that doesn't work for me. No, I don't support, well, he said nasty, terrible things, and so therefore he shouldn't know what he's going to say, and he got what was coming to him. I don't think that stuff's appropriate. But I do think it's totally appropriate to say, I'm a big fan of the dude. I don't like him, or as Jane has said properly, that he punched down. And Jane still believes, I know she does, that political violence is bad no matter who it happens to. Right? Like, I don't understand the conservative head, the conservative side, why we can't both of the pieces in our head at the same time.
Because it gives you the
opportunity. I guess not.
Because, hold on, Tucker, 1 second. But, this is selective because, again, blowing this horn, we're not talking about Epstein. And it's like for the first time in maybe 6 months that Epstein isn't carrying the daily news or the daily headline. And I think that whoever doesn't want Epstein talked about is going to ride this wave until people just move on, because people tend to move on.
So I have kind of it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander take on the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, at least as an initial reaction. I always kind of felt like broad strokes conservative reaction to, cancel culture was, a bunch of pearl clutching, essentially, because the way I saw it and the way I experienced it was people were like, well, no, I'm not going to consume. I'm going to consume in ways that make sure that money doesn't go to actors, producers, writers, comedians, so on and so forth, who I disagree with, right? And leveraging economic power to have views expressed. And that included, supporting platforms that wanted to take people off of them because platforms are allowed to do that. And I don't think that Nexstar is in the right here. I don't think that ABC is in the right here. But ultimately, Jimmy Kimmel has a lot of name recognition, a lot of ways to get his message out still. And so I would just, censorship is bad. There's lots of real concerning things that are going on squarely in the censorship realm. But I don't know, and there are good, valid criticisms of consolidation. And I don't think people acting on their sincerely held beliefs in the marketplace is the censorship critique that I want to adopt.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's all just very confusing. No one wants political assassinations to happen in this country because we all live here, and it doesn't really matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. That's evidence of a society that's really collapsing, and start to witness censorship, whether you are going to lose your job because you didn't agree with what Congress said. That doesn't mean that you don't mourn for a political assassination. Most people are logical. We don't celebrate assassinations, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be following the law. And this is a particular extreme example. Not that any murder is okay, every murder horrendous, but this was really extreme. But to lose your job because you said publicly or on social media that you didn't agree with him, these things, we're going down a very slippery slope of censorship and a turn towards authoritarianism, and that is something that I really worry.
What's going on with this space where it just ends up being like a bunch of people, like it's like one of the dregs of this app right now, where people come in and just continue to attack other people, and all these like rabid people on the right keep doing it, and I don't understand what's going on. It's not the space I walked into earlier where we're having a good conversation.
I started checking out the chat and deleting a couple of comments where there were some personal attacks. Like, I just think it's everybody wants you to be mad about what they're mad about, and if you don't, you're somehow a failure because you won't pick up their cross to bear. Hey Chuck, if you got some stuff to say in the chat and you're on stage, you should be willing to say it on stage and not in the chat. Otherwise, I fail to understand why you're up here. If you're just gonna sit here and be a chat warrior.
Transfer to administration communications. Yeah, it's not like that. Just parents from most colleges.
Hey JCC, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's good. Been working for a little bit. Thought I'd come back. How'd this room go?
It was good.
It was good.
This is a bit of a non sequitur, but since things are winding down, I started reading Spirit of the Law, by Montesquieu, which was published in 1790. So it's one of the kind of classic texts that the founders would have read when they were thinking about how to frame the Constitution. And one of the things he talks about, kind of ad nauseum actually, is the concept of virtue, and he defines it in ways that I think are interesting if you understand American history. For example, he talks about the value of citizenship, and he talks about preferencing community over wealth accumulation. And I think it's reflected directly in the Constitution, because he says bribes are anathema in a republic, which is literally explicitly incorporated into the Constitution. And the founders in their writings talked about virtue in much the same way that Montesquieu did. I don't know. I just passed the part where he says very explicit. A republic is in decadence when magistrates preference making money off of their position because it shows that the morals and the virtue of the republic system have been corrupted. So it's just very telling. And I think just there's one aspect of U.S. history that I think has been lost on many people is before kind of the Industrial Revolution, at like the 1870s, 80s, Americans as a people primarily the concept of a good life was not getting super wealthy. It was like having a homestead, and what they referred to as a competence, which put you among your peers, right? It allowed you to be among your peers. It didn't separate you because you were so wealthy that you couldn't understand what other people were going through. So, just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Chipper.
That was interesting.
Marshall or anyone who has a current depth of knowledge about white nationalists? Marshall, do you? I mean, are we splitting hairs here? Groyper, Proud Boy, KKK. Sorry, MAGA. What do we have to prove? These are bad people. They're anti-American values. Is that safe to say? Does anyone want to argue? And I'm not saying American values, by the way, are executed purely, but why is there such defense of these radical, maniacal, homicidal, evil groups? What's up with that, Marshall? I mean, I'm asking you an honest question, politically. Chuck Finley, read the Constitution. Mamas.
Well, I agree with you, Jane. I have nothing to say to the contrary. I mean, I think it is scary when we have Christian nationalists, white supremacists, groypers, doing what they do and convincing people to that ideology is dangerous.
I mean, Jay, you're saying like there's not a point in parsing out the differences between the stuff that it's a wasted breath even.
It's a big umbrella.
Paint them all with one brush. They're all fucking assholes. They don't deserve a microphone, and we should dismiss them all definitively and unceremonially.
No, I might not. Although I don't agree with the way the First Amendment is managed in this country, as you know. Do I think they all have to be painted with the same brush or shut down? No, because of the commitment to the Constitution. But Scott, should our dominant, currently in charge political party be putting their affiliation with these groups? That's what I have a problem with. Why would our president? I'm asking you facetiously, why would the American government be taking a positive standing with these people? Groyper, Proud Boy, whatever, Scott. I guess you're right. I'm lumping them in.
Is it because they're mainly Christian? And Christians are the high populace of the country and viewed with, high regard, kind of, sort of?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think that's a different question. I mean, I think the question, if you're asking why does the Republican establishment, right, why is it seemingly overprotective of people that seem out of the mainstream?
Anti-American, yes.
Yeah, anti-American, out of the mainstream, tribal, extremists, Nazi, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to say. Yeah. Choose your poison. I think, so this is just anecdotally, but I think that when people start to say, well, these people, Charlie Kirk's a white nationalist, I think that they're based, while maybe not white nationalists, right, or at least part of the base. I mean, I'm talking with some friends I'm in pretty active dialogue with right now, and very interesting, very intense, a little frustrating at times. they are inherently defensive, right? And I think that's there's just a sort of circle the wagons, right? That you can't give an inch. That this is Jesse Waters gave an editorial on his show. I say interesting clinical neutral.
So let me guess, did he talk about white replacement theory?
Well, no, he talked
about that stuff.
These people have declared war on us, and he went on a litany of all these provocations, and the left has declared war. There's the siege mentality. So there's this sense that compromise is the language of the devil, right? That if you give an inch, then you're equivocating, right? And so you get this. So you have these folks who want a full-throated defense, right? And so you wind up, I think, unable to talk with some complexity and say, yeah, no, I mean, we condemn this, and because that stuff is seen as weak, right? It's seen as downtown. It's seen as, I think it's pathetic on one level, but then you think how many times though, and I'll just say, this isn't a defense of it, but it's maybe intellectual empathy. How many times are you rooms or conversations with people on the left where it's like, don't count out of these people, don't compromise these people, and I've painted with a broad brush and probably been pretty unnuanced, especially when it gets heated, and especially when I feel defensive and when I feel like there's things that matter to me that are at stake, and I feel under siege. So but I think that's part of it. I think there's this sense that condemnation of some of the uglier sides will be perceived as a weakness on the part of the base, even if the base doesn't find all of it praiseworthy. It's sort of like they're assholes, but there are assholes. There are assholes, and so go after their assholes, not our. But I take full ownership of the fact that that's impressionistic in anecdote. So what is that worth? Although what I will say is not anecdotal, because my friends, I was just in this group thread. I was pointing to just all these studies about sources of violence, right? Political violence, and it's not nuanced. It's not ambiguous, right? I mean, if you look over the past, the past few decades, it's overwhelmingly on the right. No, there are instances on the left. I'm not saying there are none, but it's not equivalent, not even close. And so my friends basically dismissed all my sources. So it was interesting today. I found somebody posted a source from the Dado Institute, which is, I don't know how you get more right wing than you can.
Their own shit. They're rejecting their own shit.
So I'm going to post that tonight. That will be, of course, denied. Somebody said to me when I was pointing out the studies, don't believe the data. I said, what if I just go by the data? Don't go by the data. Go by your eyes. That's what okay. I mean, well, my eyes tell me a lot of stuff too, but I'm trying. I feel like there's this sense in which we could try to have a more objectively anchored conversation. But this is. I thought the left. I thought we were the subjective emotionalists, but that's less and less the case. I am totally straight. I don't want to become a terror. I do not. I tried to disappear. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Here, I'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hey. I think that's what's frustrating, right? Like, people are not having objective conversations around these topics because they have no objective kind of grounding to political theory work. And so it's kind of hilarious listening to people talk about things that they don't really want to be grounded in. Like, they just have built up a delusion, and they are far gone in their delusion at this point that they don't want to address the obvious issues. And that makes them feel very uncomfortable. Like, it's important to understand the difference between Klansmen and groypers, and because this morphology is very much harming people today, right? We talk, like, about the two black men that were lynched in Mississippi, right? Like, currently it's being ruled suicides. Who knows if they'll even ever, like, political violence is not new. Political violence happens every fucking day. When did you think it was not happening? Were you confused? You just got political because your guy got infected. Oh, who is your guy then? Let's look into that. Let's try to understand who your guy is. That you're only go ahead and kill the homeless. Who are the homeless? Who are the homeless? 65% of the people that are homeless in the U.S. are foster children. Children who have been failed by your society. You want to kill them. That is what is being peddled on your TVs. And you are okay with that because everyone should have the freedom of speech. Everyone should be allowed to kill anybody they like. And it's okay. But don't do it to us. The absurdity is like laughable in these rooms because people don't want to be real about anything. They think it's a fucking joke. And that's the reality. Scott?
I mean, it's Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, I do think people do come here. You're right. I mean, I do think this isn't the Oxford debate. So,
They out here for jokes. They out here for jokes.
Yes.
They try to get one off, right? They think everything's a fucking joke. Until, oh no, now there's political violence. Today, all of a sudden, not when Native children are being detached from their families. When that ICWA hearing went down, how many thousands of Native children are going to be dead because of that decision? Those are not political deaths. Because Native people are free to kill. Kill them as much as you want. We commit genocide in North America, and it is okay. That is what these people want to talk about. It's only political when Charlie Kirk does. That's when it becomes political.
Hold on a second.
Right, Lena, girlfriend.
No,
We heard you. We heard you. No drama, girl. No drama, girl. Don't get into drama, girl.
Hold on.
Don't. Why are you gonna be a drama?
I'm not.
Don't be a drama queen.
Hold on, King, for a second. Like, excuse me, Taro. Like, this is not like one of those rooms.
She's the one that said that I was being drama, Daryl. Did you actually stop her?
That's fine. But
politics on her? Did you start getting irrespectable? Did you get her to get real respectable with you?
Hang on. Just wait. We want each of you to talk. Let's not over-talk each other. That's all that we're trying to say.
JCC, was something going on before you came into the room, maybe?
All I'm seeing is someone wanting to chime in a little bit.
You might just want to let the moderators that were in the room at the time deal with the problem.
The problem I'm seeing is you're over-talking someone trying to put their 2 cents in.
You would see it that way, JCC. You would see it.
Well, you know what else I see? I see you going down in the audience. How about that? For them, fees. There we go. Capital C for me.
I wouldn't have given that. Let's bring it back. Let's give her a shot.
Yeah, give her a shout out. Give her a shout out for being a bitch. There we go. Yeah, I
don't think she's. Come on.
No. I call it like I see it, bro. Come on. Let's not sugarcoat it. All I was trying to do is allow 2 people to talk, bro. That's it.
Okay, can I just respond? Taro, you're a very emotional person, and I respect that. I spoke, I think, very logically, and I'm not interested in emotionally addressing the issues. Of course, there's a lot of political violence that's very nuanced. I'm talking about a particular moment that has been broadcast live to the entire United States. Okay? I fully accept that we will be here for 3 days if we go into all the subtleties of what constitutes political violence. I'm talking about in a full-blown paramount production of political violence, because I don't have the time to discuss all the nuances. If you do, I think you should open a room on your own and go through every act of political violence that happens in this country and in other countries as well.
I guess she doesn't want to. Maria, welcome up.
What's up, everyone? And what's the topic?
Not the one that started.
Neato. Hey, Lena.
Hi, Ramu. I mean, we're talking about the issue of the day, and it's been very well moderated up until recently. Marshall was in here, Scott was in here, Daryl's fantastic. I mean, it's been a very good discussion, but emotions are running high, let's just put it that way, on what constitutes political violence.
By the way, I mean, it's a interesting topic. Like political violence is definitely one of those terms that gets thrown around a lot, but, actually sitting down and saying like, oh, well, what actually counts? Like, is it only physical harm or, is it politically violent to implement intimidation tactics? Is coercion considered political violence? As the prior speaker, I think it just got a little bit unhinged, to be fair, but that is a question. Now, if that's not the question of the room, whether or not, systemic violence also, is political violence, those are all things that can be unpacked and, civilly. But yeah, I'm gonna listen more to see what the room has to say, so that I can, listen and respond accordingly to the temperature and a specific frame that you guys are laying the conversation out.
Well, glad you're here, Roya. Because there are always ways of reason, and it has been a reasonable space until recently. But yes, I mean, there are a lot of things that we've touched on. Why Jimmy Kimmel has been canceled, or why Charlie Kirk is turning into a martyr, and we're going to have a spectacle on Sunday. And is it okay to abhor a full-blown spectacle of assassination, but also disagree with what he purportedly stood for, and people losing their jobs over saying that they didn't agree with his opinions. I mean, these things, they democracy and what we're all aiming for. And any conversation, my goal is to find a united front as to what's happening, not to be divisive, but I don't always, I'm not always successful.
Hey guys, JCC, you still there?
Yeah, man.
I'm here.
So I got a bill. I got class in the morning, so I'm gonna leave you with the reins. Steve said that you can shut it down whenever you want. It was a good room until it wasn't, but yeah, I'm out.
Gotcha.
Have a good night, ladies.
Yeah. We'll keep it going as long as you folks want to keep chatting. All I ask is let's be civil now that we're talking to each other.
Hey, JCC, beautiful man. Hey.
I'm all right, Luda. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, everyone. So just with reference to people getting fired, well, have they not been fired because they've kind of been laughing about him being killed and celebrating him being killed? No? I thought that's what was happening, and that's why people have been removed from their jobs, not just for disagreeing with him. Or am I?
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable. I heard of people being distasteful in their commentary about the death. I think that may be a means for removing them from their position. But I think someone was it Lena? Were you saying like people were not agreeing with his position, and that was causing them their jobs? Is that what's going on?
I have not gone into the weeds on this, but I don't know where you draw the line, right? I mean, either we believe in the Bill of Rights or we don't. You know, I'm taking an absolutist position for the sake of argument, right? In Pam Bondi came out and said hate speech is going to be persecuted. Well, you know, guess what? I mean, hate speech has been around since the formation of this democracy. So what are we doing here? Are we refiguring the democratic ideals? I mean, we all have to agree on some common truth. I don't think it's right to mock an assassination. I said that from the very beginning. It was horrific. But you can't pursue people for ridiculing somebody they did not agree with his values. I mean, you can't we can't run a democracy with a culture of persecution.
Right. I'm just going to only talk solely about the ABC situation because that's what I'm the most familiar with and that's the most recent. So, I mean, I don't think that it's okay that ABC pulled Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Like, yes, they're a private company, and yes, technically they're not bound by the First Amendment in the same way that the government is, right? But, you know, the principle still matters here. Like, when networks are going to be punishing speech just for being offensive or, I guess, politically inconvenient due to the zeitgeist or whatever it may be, or their, you know, the bottom dollar of their, you know, their broadcast and their network, it just sets a really dangerous precedent, right? Like, it's telling comedians, journalists, and I mean, it sends the message to everyday people that you can speak, but only if your speech is market friendly and acceptable due to the temperature of the culture. And I feel like, or a segment of the culture, right? And so I think that really, I think that it definitely does create a rather chilling effect, like where, you know, people can start self-censoring out of fear, which is the opposite of what, you know, healthy democracy needs. Like, offensive speech, however offensive, like, is not harm. And the role of media, from my vantage point, is that it should broaden the debate and not go out of its way to narrow it, if you catch what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I actually think that ABC is being a bit of a sissy, and and
I don't disagree with you, Roya, unsurprisingly. And I think when people I've seen some of these TikTok videos where people are literally dancing, laughing, celebrating this man being killed. And a lot of these people are in positions of authority, a lot of them are teachers, and so on. You cannot be standing in front of a classroom and putting that on your public social media. You should be neutral in those kinds of roles. So I agree. And as a teacher, I'm a teacher myself. And if I did something like that, I would expect to lose my job because it's not appropriate. It depends on the role also that people are doing. So I don't think it's people being persecuted necessarily. I do think that people need to take responsibility. And if they're in a role where they influence other people, then no. And also, why on earth would anyone celebrate a young man, whoever they are, being shot in the neck in front of his wife? That sickens me. Like, you can disagree with what he said for sure. We should all be able to speak about what we agree or disagree with, but to celebrate someone being assassinated, that's all kinds of wrong.
No, I agree. And of course, private employers, they do have parameters around the speech. And now, in employment contracts in which there are limits on, your usage and your expression on social media platforms. And I do think that, yes, teachers are public servants. They hold trust from students, parents, community. And, when there's, a violent death being celebrated, I mean, that does it definitely does. It's not a great look, that they're, the idea is that these people are the stewards and, caretakers of values, and, a teacher's role is to model civility. So, I can understand that. And also the moral example in which we're trying. So, I can understand that part. So, of course, free speech isn't free from consequences. So just because you can legally say something doesn't mean that there are costs to that. Especially like you mentioned in public facing and, authority roles and such. So, it depends on the speech, though. What a comedian like Jimmy Kimmel did is not the same as celebrating or, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, right? So it's not the same.
Absolutely. And I've only seen the Jimmy Kimmel update tonight, and I'm pretty shocked by that, actually.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, you guys, you see that, and here's where we get into the weeds, right? Like, when is it appropriate? As I said earlier, and Roya, you hadn't come up yet to the room, into the room. We take for granted that political satire is just that. Political satire is satire. When we start censoring political satire, that is very dangerous. On the other hand, was it Meg or Lula? I don't know who said, people who are in the position of stewardship, to quote Roya, have to be very careful because they're influencing minds that aren't yet formed, right? And can't make the distinction. But, then we get into this whole issue of what's private and what's public now in discourse, and now that we're living in this age of social media, we're crossing some boundaries that are very tricky to navigate.
Well, I think we're gonna have to catch up and really figure out what our values are, if there are any boundaries, because social media influencers are not public servants, they're not teachers, but they have the power to guide, particularly the young people, in some really horrible ways.
Agree.
Andrew Tate, whether he his demise, I'm sure a lot of teachers would be
would feel relieved even though the damage is done already, right? The normalization of misogyny and rape culture. I'm sure a lot of because a lot of children have regurgitated the nonsense in their classrooms. And I really think that like we're not better for this at all. I remember, and maybe my memory fails me when people were sharing cartoons of Obama as a monkey and Michelle Obama like a monkey, and people saying that she was transgender as an insult. All of these things that occurred, I'm not sure that outside of only the worst and most egregious event, it does, context matters, it does depend on what's going on. But, Charlie Kirk regurgitated some very bigoted views, and the fact that I have to tiptoe around them for fear of section when it's the truth. It's not an opinion. These things aren't opinions. Stereotypes are not opinions. They're stereotypes. They're not based in fact, and they're very harmful. I think what people are missing is the fact that a lot of people were harmed by Kirk's rhetoric. Definitely bigoted views that I don't know if anybody has ever I imagine Charlie Kirk saying that classifying and I'm just pulling this off of the top of my head because I know the shit that people say in the world, the dumb shit people say in the world. Imagine it coming from Charlie Kirk's mouth that Jewish people should not be classified under protected class citizenship because they're white. Right? Imagine that, like we're in an environment where people who have critiques about other governments that they're not citizens of are being sanctioned by the state. They're being sanctioned under pressure of billionaires, which is highly problematic. To kick these people out of school, to take away their degrees that they worked for. This shit is insane. Like, it's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Jimmy Kimmel. It's not just about Colbert. And I think that we need to be very serious about this moment as it relates to what exactly we're doing here. Because this is not familiar, at least in my lifetime. In my lifetime, people had the freedom to burn the flag if they so chose, and because it was speech, you don't have to like it. But again, it always seems very one-sided. It's just interesting to watch what people tolerate. I definitely did feel what that young lady was saying about the outrage and the energy around the perception of political violence, quote unquote political violence. Because I'm not sure that it's political violence, actually. I'm not sure
what's going on, with the social media influence and the parent-social relationship, all the things. I'm not sure. I still have some things that I'm trying to figure out, but it's just weird. And sometimes, like, do our children need to be filmed getting gunned down in order for people to be as outraged? There was a school shooting at the same time this was occurring. I don't think the president said anything about that shit. And it's preposterous. Do we need to put video cameras in every classroom so that when they're being shot, in order for us to be so moved? We're turning our whole, all of our mores, all of our norms upside down for Charlie Kirk. And the reaction to Charlie Kirk, that's a political moment, but nothing for the children. And that continues to happen over and over and over again. So, I don't know. I don't feel positive about the moment. I anticipated political assassinations would increase because it always does. And every country during times of unrest, political assassinations occur, and they've been occurring. Right? This is not the first. So I just interested in the people whose life you really value.
Yeah, I mean,
For whose lives you don't.
So sorry, King. I didn't mean to interrupt. No, I mean, you're absolutely, like, what makes this moment so different is that, shifting from, condemning violence itself, which is, which is normal for just decent civic stewards to usually do, especially in the top position as president, but like to using it as a springboard to go after speech and then pin blame on an entire party in such a blatantly, not even cloaked or tacit, way of politicization. Like in the past, like leaders might have said, we denounce violence, we defend free expression, but now we're hearing Pam Bondi talk on a podcast, about the DOJ, quote unquote, targeting hate speech. And then we have, the Trump with saying that it's Democrats' faults and fault in the thing that he said to, who is the ABC? Oh, Jonathan Karl, I believe, that he in the middle of Jonathan Karl asking him a question about speech, threatening him. I mean, we are in really, really, really dangerous waters, and that's like a new line being crossed. All of these actions, instead of like drawing the legal boundary at incitement or true threats, it's not okay to threaten or say that there's the intent to broaden it to include offensive or partisan speech. Like, that's not about stopping violence, like what they're alleging. Like, that's about actually expanding power on who gets to speak and who doesn't, from my vantage point.
So, Queen, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, you brought up some excellent points, and so did Moria, and I think that the issue that we're dealing with is what is free speech system. And I think we all have to, I think that if we distill the issues, because if we're going to talk about political violence that is so nuanced, that I don't think that a room like like this has the ability to really go into it. I mean, we would have to have a 3-day conference to really talk about that. But I think the issue revolves around what can you talk about and what can you not talk about under threat. And maybe, this is a reaction from the right for the years of what is perceived as left-wing elitist diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that we are at a sectional moment, a very pivotal moment, and I don't know where it's going, and it worries me. It worries me a lot. I'm sure it worries a lot of people.
Yeah, it definitely is concerning when folks like Jimmy Kimmel get fired for, a comedy skit. It's pokes fun at someone in a high position. So, yeah, where are the boundaries of free speech? That's kind of a good point.
Well, I mean, the boundaries around free speech in this country are intentionally vague, right? Like they're intentionally written broadly, right, so that the government can't easily move the goalpost and decide what ideas are allowed. And as we know, our courts have only set the precedent and carved out super narrow exceptions, right, around true threats, the actual threats, incitement, and everything else is pretty much I can't remember all of that. I'm no lawyer, so the rest, whatever's left is kind of everything else is protected, and so I cherish that vagueness. That vagueness is the actual safeguard against authoritarianism, right? It forces us to err on a side of more speech, even if we don't like it, right? Even if we find it distasteful, even if we find it crude or crass or even morally shitty, like that. It's better for us to err on the side of more than less. And the moment you start to, all of us should be afraid if there's threats or actual moves to start defining speech too tightly. Because, you hand politicians that power to censor anything, they don't, who knows what's going to happen? And who knows what they're going to label as harmful or hateful. Seems quite partisan if we don't even have, even if, the actual, if we haven't even gone through the correct investigation and legal proceedings around this shooter, this assassin who's committed this heinous crime, but he still is, under the United States Constitution, he still has his right to his day in court. So there's lots of things that are still vague, and we still don't know a lot about what's happening. But yet, for the President of the United States to turn around and blame an entire political party in such a blatantly, polytainment energy way just for clout is really, really not okay. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's kind of the scary point to hear from our leader of a nation to say things like that are very insightful, that can cause problems. And that's where it's an issue for sure.
Yeah, it's like, I get it. Now the mudslinging, the getting a little bit, down into the trenches, kind of being the bad boy of the campaign cycle, that's one thing, but it's completely different once you're actually in elected office. But again, it's not like I expect anything different from someone who's not really taking on the role of president to be able to serve the public. That's not really the motivation here. So
So, Roya, you bring up an excellent point, and I just have to reinforce that because the government should be in service of our democracy. And when the government fails to be in service of our democracy and starts to veer off in a direction that could be easily interpreted as more authoritarian, and the government is aspirational, right? It's what all Americans want to look up to. And that starts to go in a direction that may be full of censorship, animosity, violence, rhetoric that is agitating rather than calming, then we're in trouble.
I definitely see the ACLU being very busy for a while now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you for the room, JCC, and everyone else. Nice talking to you guys.
Hey, you guys are great to listen to. Thank you. Yeah, just I don't want to take any credit. I came in at the beginning and I had to leave for work, and I came back at the end, so I wasn't much of a contributor. But I appreciate all your guys' points and lovely ladies speaking your mind. It's greatly appreciated. So you guys have I think it's time to say goodbye. It was a great room, I heard, and so glad you guys got your time to share your thoughts and opinions. And that's the beauty of this country, right? You have a good one.
Thanks.
Was trying to mock the political Republican.
Okay, let's stop right there for 1 second, right? So, do you remember, like, about 5 minutes ago, Miss Deborah came on stage and she said that we already read that and asked you to stop reading? And then said, and you said that you're almost done, I'm going to read it again? That's exactly what you read 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you sort of wrong with it. But after I thought about it, I really agree with sometimes these. What I'm trying to do. I don't think. Well, let me just add this now. I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be thrown out the air for the comments. But I agree with Mike because sometimes these comedians can go too far, and we have to think about what has really happened here. Someone lost their lives, and Trump, he's a very close friend of the family. So Trump, with him having the influence and being the president of the United States, I guess he can do say something. Things could be done differently. If you're mocking the president of the United States, close family friend, then it's not a second. Please, we got a full stage. We got to pass this around then.
Yeah, I'm still understanding that.
Okay, so learning to you. That free out should have been thrown out the air.
Wow. Let's say that Trump is a woman. This is him. This is who started this shit in this country, politics. This is the one who brought it to this level, right? But y'all don't say nothing about that. You guys act like it's a
already stated it. Now you can reply. The reason you're so anxious to reply is because you don't agree with her. Now, if you agree with her, we need moving on. So go ahead, y'all, have your dialogue back and forth. Yes, you will. 1 minute. When Haitian is done. I cannot. Wow. This is your road, Lisa. Okay, because I'm asking you guys. Can we have this conversation tonight without it going 100% left? Because I want to ask the people who are downstairs and not the ones on stage. Are you guys enjoying the back and forth to the one in the chat? If you are, and we'll let it just go off the rails. No. Everybody put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you like the way it's going right now, or do you want us to go have a dialogue back and forth? Put a one in the chat if you like where it's going right now. Go ahead. I know you put it there, right? Thank you.
Let it go off the rail.
Okay.
Who he's saying the victim is.
Thank you for 20 club members. I really appreciate you putting that in there. And it's just, let us have the conversation. And once we have the conversation, we can go off the rails. She doesn't agree with you. So anybody else want to jump in at this point? I just said, child, let me indicate. I just said, and I said it so very clearly as an Haitian. Are you done?
I'm not saying you say that shit clearly, and then the fucking special acts come off of mic.
Okay, so you guys, Haitian is speaking. If you don't mind, can you allow him to complete his thought? And then we'll go from there, because he has a point that I wanted to hear, especially the part about Gen 6. This is some important information. Please, the Haitian, finish his point, and I promise you guys, because I have good mods. I have Gemini, I have Booze, I have Culture with me, I have Sandra, who I'm modding for the first time. She always has very good information, some with the eyeballs. And Debbie, who's a very sweet woman and very insightful, patient. Please just allow us to moderate, and everybody here is going to have a very good experience, I promise. Okay, so go ahead, patient, finish up and then
So it's just odd that you read it, you heard it, and you read it, you said nothing wrong. And now you think it's something wrong because it's a close family friend. Jeffrey Epstein was a close family friend. Is that why Lee got moved? Is that all it takes? What is a family friend of the person got to do with anything? When you bring up it's not a dictatorship though, man.
Yes, he's so good close.
Let them land. Like, who want to eat? Let them land. Please let them land. So, again, this is not a dictatorship. So, whether you want to say something nasty or not, it's your right. Right? Is that the First Amendment? Or does it change because it's Trump? It was okay for them to say, Michelle Obama was a man against them. She was the first lady.
I don't remember him saying
Barack Obama did some of that.
Okay, so can I just ask something really quick, and I'll get out the way, kind of get out the car. So when you're saying that Trump is going to stop all this negative, and I see him Infinity and Mike and Notorious, what happened when he was calling certain people that look like me low IQ?
Accurately describing the situation.
What happened? Please stay on mic. We're talking about how, because right now when you're
poor little moose.
I'm just going to speak and say, this man didn't say anything wrong. I will read this one more time if you're having a hard time understanding or comprehending what we're talking about. But what Jimmy Kimmel said was not even that bad. But when you've got people talking about the President of the United States calling mostly black women low IQ, let me go pull up some of the stuff, because that's what really stuck with me. I was very offended when he kept trying to call, black women who were trying to get the truth and tasked with the justice system, low IQ, but it's okay. We got more quotes. I'm gonna just start with that one because that's the one that jumps out first to me. But go ahead, who was next in the queue, and I'll go do my due diligence. I was next in the queue about Jimmy Kimmel, but we didn't change the fucking topic now. Go ahead and do it.
Oh, somebody's angry.
Just reverse that thing up, Sloan. Anyway, Jimmy Kimmel. So, Lord help me, Jesus. Listen, and forgive me for cussing, y'all. I'm trying to do better. I love Jesus.
Say your response, please.
Okay.
You don't have to be great.
Jimmy Kimmel has a show. Everyone has a TV show. And under the First Amendment, freedom of speech, we are allowed to say what we want. Guess what else is also protected under the First Amendment? Actually, hate speech. So, right or wrong, and of course we know hate speech is wrong, right? But when you consider the alternative of stopping people from speaking, when you consider that there's a government that wants to control what you say, that is detrimental to all people, to everybody. So for you to say, but he's the president, he can say what people know, because the document on which this country was built was the very first amendment to the Constitution was about having the freedom to say what you want. It's not because you're a president that you get to say, you don't get to say that. That's not correct. And if that were the case, then what could you be held from saying? Maybe Martin Luther King could not get up and give his I have a dream speech. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody that's Jewish speak out against the Holocaust. You cannot say, oh, he's the president and that's his close friend, so you can't say that. That is not the foundation on which a society, a free society is built, Christine. And so when you agree to let a government control what is said, you are asking for a lot of trouble. You can have your family, you right back working for free.
Doesn't mean I agree with him, but I'm just, reality is, Martin Luther King is no longer our leader. You all fail to realize our universe has shifted. We are not living in those times anymore. President Trump is the president now. Freedom of speech is free, of course, but comes with certain consequences. Jimmy Kimmel is that he lost his position on ABC. So freedom of speech is still real, but you have to it comes with consequences.
Just the perspective that Mike, you gotta mute up. It's not
Y'all don't throw him to the goo enough for me.
So I just want to impart some things because I keep saying
So I thought,
Christine, hold on one second. I just want to impart some facts before we go on. Shut up now!
Stop bringing him back up, y'all.
Like, why you keep? I'm trying to explain what's protected, because we keep throwing out different things. So here's some facts to inject into the conversation, so we don't just go off feelings and what we think, because we think we have a king. So Snyder v. Phelps, 2011, the court protected the right of individuals to express extremist views, even in sensitive contexts like military funerals, affirming the principle that speech cannot be punished simply because it is offensive or deeply upsetting. Mattel versus Tam, 2017, the Supreme Court I'm saying that to say that you guys are talking about, oh, you know, this and that, and the president does not control the Constitution. These things are already protected, so there are laws guiding these things. Now we can have a conversation about company rules and things like that, but lawfully, people have the right in this country to say whatever the fuck it is they want to say, no matter how offensive it is to you. And this is expressed supremely from the right, because Charlie Kirk, one of them. Charlie Kirk was one of the main people who was trying to go to different universities and make his speeches, and they didn't want him to come there. And he used this same ruling and some First Amendment reference to make his way to those campuses. So I just wanted to let y'all know that before y'all keep saying, "Oh, Trump is the ruler," because he make the rules.
So first of all, we gotta back this up a little bit. So I think it's very. I find it to be very rich.
Mike, it's not your turn to speak.
No, not that.
What's the queue?
I was in the queue.
You wait for the bot to tell you to go. God damn. Ray was off mic. Ray.
One mic on Deborah. Who is Miss Deborah?
I was Ray after. Ma'am?
Okay, then Ray said
I was not able to speak after. He's all on my neck. It's crazy.
Wait, can you guys establish a queue so I know who's going
I was after Sloan.
You were after Sloan?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
These lines are crazy tonight.
Keep a queue.
I'm ready to go after Mike. But specifically, I find it to be very rich that.
You guys don't be doing this in what's his name's room. Come on, stop.
And if they didn't have mob actors, they wouldn't be able to do it.
No, I find it feels like a big disrespect. You need to quit telling them.
It definitely is disrespectful, but I find it to be very rich. I find it to be very rich that you have people on the left that are talking about the First Amendment and so on and so forth, when all throughout the Biden years, all throughout the Obama years, there was something called cancel culture. So the left was canceling anybody. If you didn't agree, they wouldn't put you on platforms. They wouldn't put you as correspondents. They wouldn't have you, and so on and so forth. I mean, even up to now, CNN. Maybe Scott Jennings. Maybe. Other than that, it's just everybody's on the left on all these, and we have the influence and we have the decision making to our wherewithal. We're going to do it too, except we're going to do it better. We're going to start suing people. We're going to start calling out lawsuits. We're going to start tapping pockets.
Exactly.
And I just think, and what I think is, and again, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I just find it to be very interesting that the left all of a sudden is taking this position when, 8 to 10, 12 years ago, it was canceling everybody that you didn't agree with.
Can you give an example of who was canceled?
If I can land my plane, if I can land my plane, ma'am. There you go. Again, this is the type of rhetoric and this is the type of stuff that you were pushing, and now that you're on the front end of it, now all of a sudden y'all want to cry. That's interesting.
Okay. Can you give an example of the cancel culture? Who was canceled?
Look it up.
Give him a minute. Can he answer that question, please?
Look it up for you.
All he's doing right now is rhetoric off Fox News. But can you give an example? Do you have one example?
How about that?
Do you have an example?
That means he doesn't have an example at all. He doesn't.
Right. So shut the fuck up. Can I jump in?
And he shall continue to y'all after.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay, so some of the things that he said that you guys have all heard and you hopefully read what Jimmy Kimmel said. So let's go back here. He said, talking about Kamala Harris, she's slow and lethargic. Kamala Harris is being exposed as a dummy. Kamala is mentally impaired.
That's what Charlie Kirk said.
Okay, correct. Wait, I'm not. No,
you said that Jimmy Kimmel said that. You misspoke. That's all. But,
okay, no, I'm saying I'm back to my original thing of bringing up everything Trump has said, and I said, do you guys have read what Jimmy Kimmel has said, which got his show canceled? And I was also at that I was going to supply you with verbiage from Donald Trump with the way he talks and disrespects people. Okay? So Kamala is mentally impaired. And that was September 29, 2024. September 29, 2024. She is retarded. We can't even say retarded on this app without all you guys losing your fucking mind. I'm much better looking out at her. She's a bum. She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum, a failed vice president of failed administration. She's so bad. Oh, that was July 27, 2024.
Never called her a bum.
July. Would you stop talking when my lips are moving? Because I have my lip gloss on. Can you tell? Okay. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. She's fucking bad. July 3rd, 2024. Let's see. Very, very nasty. The meanest, most disrespectful of anybody in. Okay, now you talk about when she was in Senate. August 11th, 2020. So for Sunny Hostin on The View, no, this is for Whoopi Goldberg, I said. Oh yeah, she said, August 9th, 2024, she's so filthy, dirty, disgusting. She was so dirty. Every word was filthy, dirty. What a loser she is. Okay, it's for January 9th, 2024, in regards to Fannie Willis. She's out of her mind. Let's see. For Nancy Pelosi, June 20th, 2024, she's crazy as a bed bug. She's a dog. September 29th, 2023. Let's see. I'm not going to read that one. October 2018. I don't know, talking about Sunny Davis, horse face. 2025, March 25th, 2023, Sunny, again, I never liked horse face. That wouldn't be the one. Let's see. I can go on and on, because he's been in office twice. This has so many pages. I would be here all night at the disgusting stuff he said about other people. But we're taking what you've heard that Jimmy Kimmel said, and if you got the script, which you've read, does not even compare. Go ahead, y'all. Next in the queue, and I don't know who that is.
I'd like to respond to Mike. I don't care what Trump has said in the past. He's gotten away with. Look at all the things he's gotten away with before he even was elected president. So now that he's president, you don't think he's gonna get away with even more? So what are you going through all of that?
You understand the power of the president, ma'am? This saddens me because you're one of the elders of our community. Ma'am, why are you? I'm actually trying to be very respectful to you. All right, but when Lisa's not answering, I am. So you don't listen. You're not my grandma. You're not my grandma. You're somebody else's grandma. My grandma is way smarter than your mom. So you need to chill out. You have said dumb thing after dumb thing after dumb thing. So what I need to know from you, ma'am, is do you understand what the power of the presidency is? And do you understand what unilateral power is?
I do know what the power of
so then
is power. That's why you got y'all all upset.
Girl, you're stupid. You are dumb old lady.
You are really dumb.
You talk too damn real.
No, you talk too damn much. You need to go get your grandbabies and have them come talk to you.
You are really dumb.
Little green Bibles are checked out.
5 mics open on the stage, y'all. 5 mics.
So what was your
This is absolutely crazy.
I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I shall hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't on fire, we gon' scream your name loud, and you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. Being back and unforgiven, I'm a preacher.
He pointed out the horrible things that Trump said because you took umbrage with the fact that Jimmy Kimmel said something inappropriate. That was why he wanted to show you there is hypocrisy. The other point that I want to make is so Mike used to talk about the whole cancel culture. But cancel culture is a society. It's based on the culture, the different subcultures in the community, within the nation. So yes, people have a right to join together and say, we're not going to watch this show. They have a right to join together and say, we're not going to spend money for your product. Cancel culture is a way to show your voice that you dissent against whatever that person stands for. But cancel culture is of the people. That is not a government that cancels people for saying things on their own television show. That is the difference. And so that's why you make the argument, but your premise is not on a solid. It's not an even.
It wasn't the government that kicked Jimmy Kimmel off. It was Disney, a private commercial situation. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. It was.
I'll finish and blow your nose.
Everybody know the name. Go on mute because I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because the head of the FCC loves Trump. He removed DEI. He did a whole lot of things within the government, and he made it specifically extra strict when he got in January 20th. So although you may want to say it's ABC as a company, I assure you, ABC does whatever it is required to at the behest of the FCC. So.
Yeah, you gotta be able to prove that. So again, ABC on the side of
I don't have to prove anything. You need to know your
You were fake news.
Okay.
Lisa, can I get you were
real quick. See that song? He wants you to come up with an example or something. But he can say whatever he wants to.
Yeah, I ain't coming up with an example of
But
nothing.
you have to prove what you're saying.
I know I know. So you're running the
It was ABC who fired her.
You know, the fact that she got a proof. That's my point.
Yeah, but
You don't have to do shit, but as a bunch of people or something new. It's your job. They paying your black ass to repeat what I'm saying.
How is the Democrats gonna win?
Tommy, you are
We're gonna win by shutting.
shut up.
Actual release.
Who's next in the queue?
Yeah,
Royal.
Yeah, we need to get next in the queue. Who's next in the queue? And then like come out.
Is it Royal? Is it Royal next to the queue?
No, it's TC. I said it. God damn it.
And then
It's definitely Royal than TC. Okay, so it's Royal TC and Alfred.
What's up, Alfred?
Hey,
Is anybody else that want to get in the queue? We got Royal, then TC, then Alpha Glam.
and then me.
Alfred was on here.
I'm just gonna yell shit out tonight. Okay, so
go ahead.
okay, so
In the queue, you're more than welcome, ready to speak. I would never stop you from
I don't feel like being intelligent tonight, so
Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay, go ahead. At least you're being honest. Go ahead.
Royal, what am I going to do?
Okay, so when it comes to stations that are regulated by the FCC, right? The problem is the administration has made it clear that they want things to go their way. They will go as far as doing lawsuits or even threaten to pull licenses. This is why something said on a comical midnight show or late night show has been pulled. I want you to think about this for a second. We're talking about midnight or late night shows that's been around for years, right? That has never been touched, and they've said all things in a comical or sarcastic way. It doesn't matter what it is. These types of shows, these types of things have never been touched. Okay, the only way it gets pulled is if the people say it, right? But unfortunately, a show that's been on for decades suddenly, right, pulled by a network because of a comment or a few comments, or even a show of comments, which doesn't weigh. So there's that part. The other thing is when it comes to the president of the United States, we do know that the president has a certain power. They have the bully pulpit. So everything
Everything below the president is literally below them. It's beneath them. So they should not be, there should not be fear of things that are said about them. And you take Barack Obama as a perfect example. He's acknowledged as people have said things to him. He shrugs it off, or he fights his battles at home, in his own mind. He just keeps on pushing and keep running the government. Unfortunately, this particular president, as we know from both administrations that he has, is very thin-skinned. So if you talk about him, suddenly there's again, or he's threatening people with lawsuits, or he's threatening to pull licenses. That's the problem with this president. He takes the bully pulpit and he goes the extra mile, knowing that if he was to do something like talk to a Jimmy Kimmel to his advantage, like this is pretty easy to figure out, in any tyrannical government. It's pretty easy. I don't know why anybody's debating this. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why I asked if there was a release, an actual release, because I don't believe it really, to be honest.
In addition to the FCC, there were also several stations who said that they wouldn't air Jimmy Kimmel Tonight, and there's an article.
There's on ABC.
Because the different local stations wouldn't air it. And there's an article that I put in a link in the chat.
Have y'all listened to it? Because he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. Everything he said was about Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, Kiana, because I really didn't hear much of anything except him calling out the hypocrisy on the right, trying to blame that the left is the one going for violence. So I don't know. I don't see the issue, but I did also read somewhere that they said that that Jimmy Kimmel's contract was supposed to be up for renegotiation recently, and then apparently they weren't going to renegotiate. They hadn't planned to renegotiate because I guess the ratings hadn't been great in the last year or two. So there's a lot of other factors in play as well, but I definitely think they use this as a catalyst to, just like I think they're using Charlie Kirk's death in general to not only use censorship and do exactly what I think, honestly, Charlie Kirk didn't stand for, because Charlie Kirk was something that still, regardless of whether I agree with them or not, still believe in the person, still believe that you should be able to say what the fuck you want to say. So at the end of the day, whether I agree with some of the sentiments or not, that I don't think that's the call for a government to step in and say that you're then going to then censor everyone. I think that's the difference in the energy in this in other firings. Yeah, we see other people be fired for their opinions and views, but the difference with this is we haven't really seen on this type of scale the government step in and say, okay, we're going to then dictate what you can and cannot say, and not just on air. You got people on TikTok and online saying that they're also losing their jobs just for, I forget which her comment was, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near as disgusting as some of the other rhetoric, but she was still fired from her job. So it seems as if that, it's okay to fire people for their opinions about the death of Charlie Kirk. There hasn't been anything, I haven't heard anybody say they lost their job because they called for war on the left, because they felt like this shooter was a leftist and that the left is the one that's invoking violence. I haven't heard any of those people say that they've lost their jobs for saying those things. So I don't know, it's just a little bit of hypocrisy and selective outrage to me.
Somebody said the same thing to Stephen Colbert.
Somebody said that Jimmy Charlie Kirk's name. Charlie Kirk's name in that comment. He said that we had some new love the weekend with the mega gang desperately trying to cast this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one, and with everything they can to score political points. So he did say Charlie.
Did he say anything?
He just said his name. He was
somebody said that he didn't.
Somebody said that we went to the church and they threw green Bibles in my yard. I'm the somebody, and I said he didn't say anything negative negative about Charlie
He
Kirk.
said he didn't mention Charlie Kirk at all, but he did mention Charlie Kirk. That's the
Did
point.
I say he didn't mention him at all?
That's pretty ridiculous.
Stop, Ray. Who's next? What's the cue? Okay, Rodo, go ahead.
No, I think it's TC. I already went.
TC, go ahead.
Alpha's brilliant speaker.
Okay, who's after TC? Kiana, you already went?
My main point was that he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk that was negative. If y'all would like to actually listen to the clip, I could pull it up.
We heard it, and he didn't say anything, Kiana. You're right.
Yeah, there's nothing negative about Charlie Kirk. He dragged Trump. He dragged Trump.
Hold up, we can't hear everybody talking. Who's talking right now? Kiana, go, then Brooklyn, go.
It was supposed to be TC, I think.
TC all the way up his turn. Brooklyn, do you have something to say?
Just let me get in here sometime.
Me and Kiana was having words together.
Okay.
We were both saying that he didn't say anything wrong. He basically just mentioned Charlie Kirk. What he talked about was MAGA's reason and blaming Democrats and liberals. And we played this clip of fucking JD Vance basically calling for violence on liberals. I'm canceling JD Vance. Like literally, they are really calling for violence on liberals and Democrats. They are saying this on every fucking on Fox News. JD Vance did it on the podcast. All of these TikTok, all of these different outlets, and they're not getting canceled. This is violence they're calling for. Not just people being canceled for actual violence. What the fuck is happening?
We should be very concerned, Brooklyn, because
I am concerned.
We just sitting back watching them shut down everything that they consider to be on the left. It's crazy.
Yes, that's what y'all didn't hear me crash out earlier. I am crashed out. I need a black woman's love right now because I feel like I'm alone. What the fuck? This is crazy. We can't say nothing.
I'll come over.
She said a black woman. What are you doing? You don't need a black man's love? What's going on?
No, because black women make everything better. They don't want to.
You ever heard of a black woman with a big bosom? I mean, that is.
Never mind. You don't gotta describe that. It feels like home.
The point that I was making was that black women is the reason why black men are through all of their trials and tribulations, and now we need them. They said they wasn't getting involved, but we need them to do something because this is crazy.
Before
y'all start next, I wanted to say something. Did anybody
who wants to get in the queue? Who's this?
Brooklyn, aren't you done yet?
Can I get in the queue, please?
Yes.
Who said that? There's too many people who said Brian want to get in the queue.
Gemini, I would like the room to look at my PTR. Tell me if y'all like it.
Who said look at your PTR?
That's right.
Can I get in the queue?
Christine, please go ahead. One mic on you.
Okay. What I wanted to say is about this comment because it appears that some people, appears that the way it's worded, it can be miscommunicated to some people or uncomprehensible. The reason that the comment is so negative and controversial is because of the insensitive timing. The time's done. Charlie Kirk had just been murdered. Just consider that, and emotions were raw. Instead of focusing on compassion and condolences, Jimmy Kimmel remark came across as political. And and that's the reason why. Okay, I can get thumbs down all I want, but I hope y'all.
What are you reading?
Can I respond? That's the whole reason why Trump and that's why he got. That's the reason why. No, I'm not gonna read the first minute. Okay, then
please let her complete her sentence. Please let her, and then offer all the pushback y'all like. One mic on y'all right after I do the same for you.
I was trying to convey to the room why Jimmy Kimmel was canceled. Due to the comments that he made, they were negative and controversial because of the insensitive timing that he made those comments.
But Christine, the issue with that is,
Whoever's gonna respond, we gotta do one mic on them. Who's gonna respond? Sloan came off first, so Sloan and whoever wants to come after her.
Okay, so Christine, I did confusing, not confusing. I find it ridiculous, with all due respect, that you said just 20 minutes ago it's so bad that he needed to be removed from air. I feel like you've been fed more information. I don't know if you use ChatGPT, but now you're saying, well, it was not that bad that he needs to be pulled off the air, yet you defended.
No, let me just land.
Let her land. We gotta let people complete their thoughts.
I don't understand. Is that what you really do with your time? You defend things that you don't truly believe in?
No, what I was trying to make, I truly believe that he
Who's that? Anthony, okay.
pulled off the air unfairly. But I'm trying to make the wrong understanding why they did it because of what Jimmy Kimmel did. It was insensitive to what he did at a time that someone was murdered, and everybody is all emotional about this murder. So that's the reason I'm saying. I'm not saying that I agree with it. No.
But Christine, my only thing is that we just had.
I'd like to speak, please.
I'd like to speak. I wasn't allowed to respond.
Yo, we heard you.
I'd really like to speak, please.
I need to pay attention to who comes off mute.
Okay, Kiana, go on mute. You're not in the queue, ma'am.
Well, she was trying to clear it for me, so respect to Kiana. But I mean, I hear what you're saying, Christine, about why you think that might be the reason. I personally disagree with that. But the issue I think people are calling out is just the hypocrisy of it, because we just had, I forget that guy's name on Fox News, Brian something. He literally just went on a whole rant about how he felt that homeless people should be injected and should be killed. So, and yes, there was pushback, but you don't hear or have the call for the FCC. You don't hear the FCC calling and saying that he should be fired from Fox. He still has his job today. So that's what we're saying, is like, it needs to be equal smoke for everybody. If that's the case, if you're saying that you believe that Jimmy Kimmel was fired for whatever he said about Charlie Kirk, then cool. But then that same rule should still apply to Brian Kirk, who literally said that we should be injecting and giving a legal injection to homeless people, and that we should just kill them. Like that to me is way more, in my opinion, more fireable offense than what Jimmy Kimmel ever said. That's just me. But y'all go off.
I agree with him.
Stop talking, y'all. Christine, come off the mic.
I say.
She can't come off the mic right now, Christine.
It's literally never gonna stop.
I dropped her. Look, this is what we're doing. We gotta follow the cue or you're getting shot. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody, but we have to keep order in the room. We got a lot of people that want to get Haitian in too.
Could you put the Haitian in the
No.
queue?
He can't go on the queue.
Scared. Check it, man. There's a lot of, I don't know, misinformation being stated. I hear people talking about FCC licenses. I hear people talking about, threatening to, just pull shit from the government being responsible for shit. As TC clearly stated, ABC made a decision, and if we're being honest, a young lady tried to tell you there was companies, affiliates of ABC, that before ABC made that determination, they decided they were going to pull Jimmy Kimmel's content here. All right? ABC decided that afterwards, and they're well within their rights. This is not a free speech issue. It's not.
Said it because of the FCC.
Yo, Brooklyn, is this Gemini? I thought you said something was gonna happen.
Please.
I thought you said something was gonna happen, bro.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, man, look, and I see see this as, one of them, but whatever, it's all good. Yeah, so ultimately, this is not the government making a decision. This is private entities making a decision. All right? This all the whataboutism about what the Fox person said, and we need to have equal smoke. Who the fuck got equal smoke for anything? This is partisanship at its finest. The right is going to see it the way other people on the right see it. The left is going to see it the way the other people on the left see it. Nobody's going to just be calls and strikes because people in this world don't even know what boys are anymore. I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should have been taken off the air based on what I heard. I think it was bullshit. I think it was terrible. I think it was fucked up. All right? But, I'm not crying for Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, he's got bread, and he's got the ability to create his own platform if he's removed from ABC's platform. And that might be the best thing that ever happened to him. It may take a while for him to build his platform, but he's got the ability and he's got the resources to build the platform. We can't force private companies to keep these people on the air. Jimmy Kimmel ain't been funny in years, if ever.
Okay, go ahead and land your plane, Anthony.
Listen, that's all good. I expressed what I needed to. Thank you for taking the time to listen. God bless all of you. Who was next in the queue?
Okay, so I just push back 1 second on that because there is Ted Bundy is the one who came out talking about anybody who says any hateful speech. Basically, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm looking for her exact quote and I'm scanning it right now, trying to find it. And I'll get the clip. If you guys don't believe my words, I'll get the clip. She's the one who started this, plus another person, because we have very short memories. They're letting us know if anything was said about this young man that they were going to lose their what? they were just going to be canceled. And I'm paraphrasing. So she's trying to say that hate speech is not protected, and she's a liar. So I've got to go find, because otherwise, then everyone who's outside and been called a nigger, they should all be in jail.
Say that rap music.
Right now.
To you, Lisa.
So
is that okay with you, Lisa, for me to respond to what you just said?
You just told Chris. Go ahead.
I'm asking Lisa.
She finished her statement before you respond. Relax.
Okay, what I was going to say is, I am paraphrasing. I'm currently looking for the exact thing that she said, so it won't be what I'm saying, it's what she said. So go ahead, Anthony, you can retort while I'm looking for it.
Retort. I'm going to retort him first.
Lisa.
Wait a minute.
Lisa.
Wait. Because Lisa didn't even finish. So it's nothing to respond to. Hold on.
Lisa said I can respond to her.
But she didn't even finish. You can't respond to an incomplete fucking statement, nigga. Wait a minute. I want to respond to you. Anthony and
She didn't
even finish.
Don't drop anybody off the stage. Okay?
All right, but she didn't finish. Anthony, cool it. Go ahead, Brooklyn. I just wanted to remind Anthony that. Hello.
I'm getting ready to go
sleep.
We got to do some order in the room. Right now, hey, come on, Anthony. I don't know who dropped you, but come on, bro. Brooklyn, one mic on you. Please keep going.
Anthony was incorrect, and TC and whoever else was incorrect when they said that it was because the next star did say that they weren't going to play any Jimmy Kimmel Live shows, but it came after the head of the FCC made threats to them, basically saying that they will lose their licensing for it. So it was basically on the FCC, which is a government-operated fucking entity. Yes, it was very much so the government that stopped it. Thank you. Yeah, but like I said, I think the government.
Yo, Gemini, Lisa Benson, you can respond. Something jumped in front of me, so I'm responding.
I'm just saying that the link that I put in the chat has the information about the FCC, and it spells out how it started with the FCC making the threat, then the 200 stations. That's right. It started with the government first. That's right. And if you read the article, it spells out how it went down. And please stop fooling yourself to think.
There's a key word that we have to look for when certain people talk. All right? The key word is basically. When you hear them say the word basically, it basically means bullshit.
The word is read. The key word is read the article. Read the key word. Read the article.
One mic on Anthony, I'm about to shoot you. I don't want to shoot. Come on, y'all. Let it happen.
Yeah, I don't want to scream over people, but
say you're gonna shoot me and then tell me to go ahead. Like I'm cooking.
No, I said if they cut you off for you to finish what you're saying, keep going.
I appreciate it. Cool, thank you. I appreciate it. So with that said, right? Listen, I'm responding to Lisa. We could get back to the other FCC stuff afterwards. All right. When Bondi said whatever she said about going after those groups because of hate speech, people on the right checked Bondi. All right. They literally played and sent back to her post that Charlie Kirk made about hate speech, and she had to back down. They literally took Charlie Kirk's words and showed her the irony of her talking about hate speech. So this idea that, like Bondi's ideas represent the right and all that, it's nonsense. All right? The people on the right are actually the ones that want to have the debate, like Charlie Kirk was trying to have. The people on the right are the ones that actually want to have the conversations, the hard conversations, like Charlie Kirk was trying to do. The people on the right aren't the ones trying to censor people and shut them the fuck up, like so many people we see in this fucking room. Thank you for listening.
The Haitian in the queue or y'all cowards like the Kirk shooter. Ain't gonna beat me with debate. No, I'm saying y'all scared. I gotta get like y'all.
Wasn't you next? Wasn't you next?
scared of what? You ain't gonna say shit.
No, I'm saying you ain't gonna beat me with logic though. So
Yeah, we will.
Okay, I told you I'm shooting. Like, hey, I left. Go ahead.
Ain't gonna say nothing.
I left. I'm looking in the queue for you. What are you doing, bro? Alright, who's the one? The left is not coming off the mic. Who's the one? We gotta keep it moving.
I was asking if I could go. I just want to point out a couple of things. There's the article literally at the top.
Okay, he's there. Give him 1 second. Kiana, I left was.
No, his ass is away.
Okay, go ahead, Kiana. Go ahead.
I'm calculating. There's an article at the top that literally nobody read. Jimmy Kimmel has not been fired. He did not lose his job. The show is off of the air while they talk to him and tell him what to say when he comes back on the air. 1. 2, I found the clip of Pam Bondi saying that they will absolutely go after people if they say hate speech. If y'all want to hear that, or Patty, not Patty, my bad. Lisa, if you want, I dropped it in the chat. I could drop it again because it was like minutes ago. And 3, if y'all want to hear what Jimmy Kimmel actually said, I could play that too because we over here talking about, what he said was egregious. But how many of y'all actually listened to what he said? Because he didn't say nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. We played clips of Trump. Okay, and of the reporter asking Trump how is he doing, with the loss, and Trump.
Y'all mind if she play it for me? Because I haven't heard it yet. Is it okay with y'all if she plays it?
Yeah, I would actually like to hear all those. I want to hear the clip from that lady that said that they were going to go ahead and proceed and prosecute people who mentioned it, and the Jimmy Kimmel clip. Because I think a lot of
forgive me 1 second. I'm asking other minds real quick if they are good
Yes,
with that.
we can move on to it again, because half the people who have got something to say about it hadn't heard it.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's why I haven't had my opinion. I don't like to have an informed opinion. I haven't heard it.
Did we just hear this clip, or when we playing something
But half the people in here, Lisa, that got an opinion, don't know what they're saying. They ain't heard it.
Okay, cool. All right. Because the one Jason played was way too long. It was like 13 minutes.
Oh, no.
Sure.
Jimmy Kimmel only talked about it for like 2 minutes, and then Pam Bondi's clip was like not even a whole minute.
Yeah, I have hers already keyed up. I already have hers keyed up to play. So if you have both of them, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, period. Let me switch over to the music mode.
After you have shown them that some action hate speech, do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action? We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's violence is not protected by the First Amendment, and that she describes as a crime.
That's what Pam Bondi. Now let me switch over to Jimmy. Or do y'all want to talk about that? No, go ahead and play the other one.
Yeah, I was going to say, go to the other one.
Extending the deadline to force the sale, and now it's rumored that TikTok's assets have been sold to our thoughts, interests, and personal characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one we can trust, though, right? We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and put everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My thoughts are involved in your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up for the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition. Construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of somebody he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay? And it didn't just happen once.
I was in the midst of, building a great, for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? Didn't have a ballroom. They've used tents on the lawn for the president when he comes over. If it rains, it's a wipeout. And so I was with the architects that would design. It's going to be incredible. And they came in. They said, Charlie Kirk is dead. I didn't know what they meant. They said he was dead. Charlie Kirk was shot. And they told him he was dead because it was so horrific, And they said, dead.
Who thinks like that? And why are we building a $200 million ballroom in the White House? Is it possible that he's doing it intentionally so he can be bad about that instead of the Epstein list? By the time he's out of office,
I think basically he goes after the Patel guy, Cash Patel, and the rest of them.
That shit was funny as hell. And it wasn't disrespectful to Kirk, I'm sorry.
And he literally was talking about the suspect. He said Charlie Kirk, the person that murdered Charlie Kirk. He wasn't talking about Kirk.
You were like beating a dead horse. So what do you think now?
I don't know what to think.
I think she was asking Christine, who was banging that drum earlier.
Okay.
For Christine, she's spoken several times.
Let me ask you in
I
general.
didn't know that was directed at me. After listening to the full tape, I think I really do believe this is just horrendous of how he mocked this man's death, and I still stand on what I said before. And after listening to it again, I really believe I think he should have been fired and thrown off of ABC. So
what did he say that? What verbatim did he say that actually mocked Charlie Kirk?
Everything that he was meant, all the comedy and all. He said nothing that mocked.
She was listening. Something wrong with this lady. There's something really wrong with her.
He was watching. One mic on Brooklyn. Y'all can't just say Brooklyn started this week. Let her respond. One mic on Brooklyn.
No, let me say what I was saying.
That's how it's hold on real quick.
Well, I didn't say what I was saying.
I'm gonna let you finish. Whether we agree with her or not, whether we agree with her or not, the elder, remember that. So I didn't say.
Since the question was directed at me, I think I should be able to speak. I feel like
I have not been able to say.
Hey, Brooklyn, let's do this. Let her finish her thought, and then the mic goes directly to you. Hey, Brooklyn, then the mic will be to you, and you won't be interrupted. Christine, go ahead.
Okay, since the question was directed at me, it appears that no one in this room has any compassionate or empathetic bone in their body. If you don't think that that man was mocked, the whole murderous act that was brought upon, Charlie Kirk and all of that, that was out of place. Every bit of it. It was marking a man. Can I finish?
Y'all stop calling her name so she won't have to respond anymore, please, y'all.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna respond to her.
No, for this man, for y'all to see that this man was murdered, assassination, and you all can have any bit of compassionate or empathy for his death. I don't even know Charlie Kirk, but I don't even know what he stood for. But I still wouldn't want someone to be murdered the way he was murdered. And then,
all right. Now it's time to sit you down, OG.
No.
You need to go research who he is.
Well, first of all, I already know who he is. Why did you
Can you guys hear me?
Since he's been in the spotlight, I researched it and I know all about him, but I still don't think he should have been killed the way he was killed. And I believe what Jimmy Kimmel did on ABC, he should be fired. Yes, I agree. 100%.
Okay, please land your plane. Brooklyn, go ahead. Brooklyn, please go.
Okay, let me go. Brooklyn turn. One mic on Brooklyn.
One mic on Brooklyn.
Lord, don't let somebody else go over me. I'm busy. I'll be right back. Oh, okay.
So basically,
all right, hold on. You can't go that way.
I said Royal.
Wait, I got breaking news about this subject, y'all, real quick.
Okay, one mic on Just.
The ABC affiliate Sinclair says that Jamie Campbell's suspension will air a Charlie Kirk remembrance special in the place of the show and wants Campbell to donate to Kirk's family.
Lord have mercy.
Y'all in a new place right here. This is some bullshit.
Okay, so basically, Christine, I think what's happening is why everybody's getting on you is because if you listen to what Kimball said, he was basically mocking the president of the United States for not acknowledging Kirk's murder in the same way that like his family members were, his other friends. His other friends obviously were mourning his death, okay? And the president was just like kind of like flying past it like it didn't really happen. Like he acknowledged it happened, but it wasn't a true mourning. That's what you're missing. That's what everyone. That's what everyone. I'm still talking.
Let him finish, Christine.
Shoot.
Let him finish, please.
Okay. Yes, please. So what I'm saying is, this is what everybody on this stage have been hearing. There's no disrespect to Kurt. All the question marks are to the president. That's what Jimmy Kimmel, he was like, wait, what is this guy doing? Why is he not mourning him like a normal person? I don't understand what's going on. So this is, people don't understand on the stage why you're missing that.
Let me respond, please. If
y'all don't mention her name, she won't have to respond. Just say in general. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me just respond. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Sandra was waiting.
Yes, the grenade.
You have to respond to everything.
No, Christine, you can't. No, I'm sorry.
One microphone. My Condra.
We got another auntie in the queue.
I dropped her. Go ahead, auntie.
Thank you.
One mic on you, Sandra.
I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should be getting screwed over. Trump is a horrible, horrible person. They asked him how he felt after his friend got murdered. And he started talking about the freaking ballroom. That man don't give a shit about nobody, including Miss Christine. So, whatever. Ain't nobody saying nothing nasty and dirty about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even watch the video because I'm glad I didn't see him die. But I do feel bad for his children and his wife. I did say that. But he was a nasty individual. He hated black people. He wanted us to be under his feet. And that's the truth. Just like Trump. So, rest his soul, Lord, if it's possible. But, and we got to deal with Trump until he goes to the green beyond.
I want to just read something about Trump got asked a question. This is the correspondent for CBS News asking this. Given all the moving ways that the White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well? President, I'm not familiar. The who? I mean, talking about insensitive. Like, this was not long ago. Was it 2 months ago?
Your Honor. Let me speak.
Insane.
Your Honor, on that point, not only that, but he said, well, if they would have called me, I would have done it. You know, of course, a lot of people ask us to lower the flag. We can't do it all the time. The flag would never be raised. But sure, I would have considered it if they asked me. But not only that, when it happened, at the time, he said, they were like, are you going to call the governor of whatever? He's like, that would be a waste of time.
Right. So why would the governor call and ask him to lower the flag when he wouldn't even call him to give his condolences for what happened? But he would have done it. I would have done it had they called me. They didn't say that. It's Trump's ass, and he doesn't give a shit about Democrats, leftists, liberals, nothing. He don't give a fuck about us. All he cares about is his people. The day after Charlie Kirk got killed, he was on Fox and Friends in the morning, and they said, how are you going to bring the people together? And he said, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I don't really care about bringing the people together. And he said, this is, then he started talking about, crazy leftists or whatever he said after that. I don't remember the next part. But he literally hates half of the country. He hates people who didn't vote. Violently hates them. Didn't know he said so. He talked about shooting rhinos, about shooting Liz Cheney's daughter. He fantasized about shooting her in the face. That's who we're dealing with.
sure, Rosalind? I thought he was a good old Christian.
How long has Jimmy Kimmel been on air?
For a long time.
Of all the jokes that he's told, this was the one.
They're gonna do a lot of shit right now because the iron is hot. So they're gonna shut down as much Democratic shit as they can, and this is gonna be a very active time for them. This is all shit they've been wanting to do anyway. He said a few months ago that he wanted to shut down these late night comedians. So he's just acting while the iron's hot.
Now, I remember when Trump actually made fun of, I forget the lady's husband that was attacked at their home.
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, so it was okay for them to make speeches that he was giving to the nation, right? And what I heard, and I'm glad I waited until I heard the Jimmy Kimmel clip, because what I heard was him criticizing Trump for a lack of empathy, right? For a lack of mourning on his death, right? Because of the way that he responded to the question, like he said, "I'm all right," and then started talking about his ballroom. He didn't talk about his friend, he talked about his ballroom. And then we can put an exclamation point on that with the fact that he was in the New York Yankee game the following day after Charlie was unfortunately murdered. And not just there, like you and I might go to a game, he was dancing. He was doing that dance where he jerks off with both hands, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that little awkward dance. So yeah, he was doing it right. So when we see him doing that the following day, and then when he's asked empathy, why are we trying to frame that as Jimmy Kimmel being respectful to Charlie Kirk when he was actually highlighting the fact that Trump was being disrespectful, get empathy for a quote-unquote friend?
And to me too, Jim and I think the piece that got them upset when Jimmy said that the shooter, if they don't want to acknowledge that the shooter is one of them. That line right there is the main piece to me that I think they don't want to talk about. That's why you see the I don't know if it's the police chief in Utah, the one that's been giving the press conferences, but you notice how when he was talking about the shooter, when they discovered the identity of the shooter, he was like, "But we were hoping that it was one of our own." He said he was hoping his ass was white. And that what I'm saying is it's the same rhetoric when you see the right constantly, as soon as this happens, say it's the left, it's the left, it's the left, because you didn't want to, and you still don't want to acknowledge that this is not could have been, not should have been, it is one of your own, and you don't want to address that. So you rather just go ahead and gloss over it, and that's the part that Jimmy Kimmel really addressed. That I think that really sparked the issue they have. That's the thing they don't want to talk about.
Matter of fact,
okay, I need to play this.
Go ahead. And that's where we agree with you there, Alpha Glam. That's exactly why Jimmy Kimmel should be fired for spreading lies and telling the American people
did you hear the
exact opposite of what the evidence says. How many times? I'm pretty sure he said that. So he said, go ahead.
You remember Dingle when Trump said that after husband passed away that I'm sure he's looking down right now? I mean up, right? There was nothing wrong with that, right? He's telling the husband's in hell. Y'all remember that? Notorious. No, you don't remember that part?
Are you going to cut me out?
Since previous is the queen of the whole wide world.
I are in this echo chamber. What was your question?
Go ahead, Notorious, finish. I hope you guys are not thinking this is an echo chamber.
But even an echo chamber denotes freedom of speech.
No, it's not an echo chamber.
Hold on. An echo chamber, because y'all don't know the words that y'all use. Y'all talk about being able to speak free.
Rearrange her mouth.
Rock. You hear what
It's an ESL, like, go ahead, Jess. Go ahead. So, like, even an echo chamber, like, y'all say that because y'all freedom of speech, diversity of speech. Y'all want to include it in the conversation. Do you understand what y'all say contradicts every fucking thing that y'all do? Oh yeah, that's all y'all say. That's everyone's talking point. Y'all want an echo chamber. So you know that denotes that you want to say something outside what we think, and you still want to be heard. But yet when these motherfuckers have something outside of what you think, you want them to be fired. Y'all are fucking stupid. Stupid.
See, that's the problem in this.
No, it's no problem, baby. I already got it. You are done. No, I'm not done. I'm not done, bitch.
He'll let you know when he's done until then.
What's wrong with you dumb niggas? So y'all get up here. I know how y'all are in this echo chamber. Y'all gonna cut me off. You know, politically correct. And Lisa's is an echo chamber because y'all want to be heard. Y'all want to say shit that's outside of the norm, and y'all want us to hear you, right? That's exactly what the fuck that means. But when other people are saying what the fuck they want to say, that goes against what you and your regime or your administration thinks, then you don't want that to be heard. You want pockets to be tapped. You want people to be canceled. So please miss me. Y'all say shit because y'all don't. This is why we call y'all stupid, because you say things and then you like. There's nothing really you can say to bend your way out of this. But go ahead, I'm done now.
Yeah, you about to blow a fuse, ain't you? Yeah, this is the reason why it's an echo chamber. Like, whenever you disagree with Republicans,
I would like for you to address, sir, I don't need to know why you think it's an echo chamber. I want you to address, yes, I'm going to interrupt you now, because I'm not going to let you skip. I'm not going to let you do this. You're not going to waste my time. You're not. So you're going to answer the question. You're going to answer the question I asked you, or we can just move on. Because you're not going to do it. You're not going to talk shit about the platform, man. Speak on it. You're not going to do it. So what I asked you was, why do you want to be heard with your dissenting opinion, but these other people, you want them to be punished for their dissenting opinion? Don't tell me what an echo chamber. Don't tell me why this is an echo chamber. Answer what the fuck I just asked you. Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. This is what we're going to do. We're going to respect the forum. It's definitely not an echo chamber. We like hearing opposing points of view so we can debate. However, you're not going to come on the platform, talk shit about the platform and then vent and give your opinion, right? Speak to the topic and personal attack or attacks on the platform. Simple.
I like to reclaim my time when I get a chance, and I got a lot to say now.
You want to reclaim your time, Brooklyn? You're cute.
You notice this fuck y'all is never an answer. See, is because whenever you make a salient point and you don't let them off topic, I understand, to have the conversation or whatever. But whenever it's them and hard nail them to a point, they dish, they dip, and then it's fuck y'all, and then you want to spaz out. Bitch, I got y'all bitches number. Y'all can never do it with me. So play with somebody else.
So I just want, since y'all are so pro at this point, y'all pro.
1 second.
I was reclaiming my time, bro. So you can be that. Thank you. So no, 5 minutes is too much.
5 seconds. Let me just say
that sounds more like it.
Rock, you can go after Brooklyn. Go ahead.
I'm talking to Gemini. We just set the rules again. You don't.
Oh shit.
Go ahead.
I just feel like this at this point, since now all of a sudden the party of moving around, however the goalpost is, I want to now, since you all are okay with no freedom of speech, you want to censor everything that people are saying. I think that this is the time for you guys to definitely be censored in this room, especially. You get no freedom of speech, buddy. You're getting canceled. All of the things that you guys are advocating for, we're gonna do it. You know why? Because you said it's okay. See, I ain't never, in my whole entire life, I ain't never been that type of police ass bitch. I ain't never ever. I ain't never called the police on people. I ain't never did none of that. But I think that it it's time now, because see, everybody was against doxing, all of these people, all of these good Christian people, and politically correct, and 420 Lounge, they were all against all of the bad things. They was trying to save you, MAGA niggas, real bad. They saved you in so many different instances, and I think that if no time else, that you should have stood in the place of against what MAGA is doing would be now, and you should be wanting freedom of speech to be back, but since you don't, and since you're in a placate to think that all of these things are fine, right? I think now is the time we're doxing. Doxing is all on the table, guys. You want people to look and see one thing about it. You fucking with somebody that don't got shit to lose. I ain't got nothing to lose. So there's that. I ain't got no kids. I ain't got none of those things, right? So because you guys feel like this and you guys are pro, let's just make everything a dictatorship again. Where's the old lady Christine at? I'm speaking to her directly too. Because she thinks that with her black self, thinks that it's okay for black people to be in this position. But yeah, she thinks it's okay for black people to be in this position, then okay, let's get this party started. Now, we're gonna do what you all want us to do. I think that it's weird now. All cards are off. Like, we can do whatever the fuck we want to do because MAGA said that it was okay. The law says, the new law of Trump says that it is okay if somebody does something that you don't like, they say things that you don't like, to dox them. I guess you can threaten violence, but I don't think we got it in us to just threaten violence or any of those things. But you can definitely dox them and somebody might do it. So we don't know. But I just want you guys to never forget, because see, I've been holding you guys to the fucking fire this whole time, from the election to now. I remember everything. You niggas cannot take back none of the things that you say, and today is another day, right? So when that day comes and all of this is on your fucking doorstep, right? And it ain't, you black, so you self-defense ain't gonna be the same for you as a white person. Let's be very clear about that. Remember we had that conversation about self-defense when the boy stabbed the boy by mistake? You remember? I was like, oh no, it wasn't self-defense. Well, guess what, black people? All of these things that y'all you rooted for is gonna come back to bite you niggas in the ass, and I'm gonna be one of the people that's gonna make sure it's there. Land. Thank you very much. MAGA,
Haitian in the queue.
You warned.
Haitian in the queue.
No, there was somebody who was going after.
Yeah. Okay. Can I get after that person?
It was Rock. Go ahead, Rock.
Can I get after Rock?
I'm going after Rock. Then you go ahead, Rock.
All right, I'm going after Gemini.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
All right, Haitian going after Gemini.
Go ahead, Rock.
Hey, Brooklyn, I understand where you're coming from, but the same thing that you're saying been happening. Okay?
Has it?
It's been happening. Like I said, a lot more things has happened than things that you think is happening. That's the thing. We have a lack of job for the black people because, like I said, there's excessive of people that's here that's taking our job. And due to DEI, that your brother and your cousins and them who worked so hard at a job that wanted an upper position to get paid $50 an hour couldn't get that job because a family member of a Spanish person or a family member who had no experience of that job that you had that position. Surgery, you can say what you say.
What are you talking about,
places like New York and places like Miami, believe it or not.
Oh, because freedom of speech ain't free no more, nigga. You can't say this shit to me.
You say whatever you just want to say.
No, and freedom of speech ain't a thing. So every time you say freedom of speech ain't a thing. Guess what, Haitian?
Brooklyn, come on. I didn't let nobody cut you off.
Freedom of speech ain't a thing.
Brooklyn, come on, man. I didn't let nobody cut you off. You gotta give me the same respect with them, man.
Advocate for no.
I hear you, but you gotta let them finish.
Get to say stuff.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish.
Free and clear.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish. Go ahead, Rock.
I'm not respecting you, bro.
You lucky I'm not part of this dictatorship, nigga.
Brooklyn, come on, man.
I'm lucky I ain't got.
I don't want to shoot you. Come on.
Again, I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna lay my plane, and thank you, Brooklyn, for opening up for me. I should read your mind. The only reason that you vote Democrat, Brooklyn, is for the welfare and the food stamp in the Section 8.
Oh, hell no.
Get the fuck out.
Another day.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Get this out
I don't know why you're not a clown with this anything different.
Get this out to me. I mean, I can't relate. I can't relate to a nigga that was been foster kid his whole life and definitely did depend on welfare, Medicaid, and fucking food stamps. Are you retarded or something? You niggas are retarded. You. Hey,
But that's
another one.
That's the
This nigga, but wait a minute, because this went real bad with his big ass head wanting to get on here and talk bad. But he benefited from TPS. Nigga, you about to go. I am reporting you and your wife for harboring a fucking fugitive immigrant. Nigga, you going. I'm promising you that.
You know what? Please don't do that in the 420. Don't do that. Please respect my space and not have
So
me in
when
my
I
space.
swing back, y'all gonna say I went over the
Swing,
board.
better swing, bitch.
With the mic. You know what? I'm not even gonna go. Just say you shouldn't go when I leave. Don't bring it back up.
President of the United States Donald Trump had a chilling reaction.
Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that.
They're next. I hear they're going to be going. Well, tonight an ABC spokesperson confirms that Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has been preempted indefinitely. Now, it comes just hours after a large set of ABC affiliates announced they would refuse to air Kimmel's show. They say because of comments the late night host made on Monday night relating to the motives of the man that shot and killed Charlie Kirk, wrongly suggesting the killer was part of the MAGA movement. He was not. Nexstar, the largest owner of local stations in the country, came out and said it, quote, strongly objects to recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. And if that were the whole story, he said something, it was not correct, the affiliates pushed back, well, then that would be one story. But that, of course, is not the whole story. Okay? Because crucially, just hours before that statement, Trump's hand-picked FCC chairman went on a podcast and suggested ABC's broadcast license for affiliates could be at risk if they did not suspend or fire Kimmel, essentially issuing an order saying, and I quote him here, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Well, hours later, ABC Media announced that Kimmel would indeed be taken off the air indefinitely. And this is just the latest chapter in Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to crack down on free speech, dominate the media, and essentially render the First Amendment meaningless. An extreme campaign that has been on overdrive the past week. I mean, just yesterday, you had the Deputy Attorney General of these United States, the number 2 of the Department of Justice and the former criminal lawyer for the president, suggesting using criminal anti-racketeering laws, the kind of things used for mobsters, RICO statutes, to go after and prosecute protesters who heckled Donald Trump at a restaurant, who yelled at him. We're also...
Okay, so I just playing a little bit of clip of that. But you heard what that man just said. He said that the FCC told that what is it, Nexstar, that owns these stations. I didn't even know that there was a conglomerate that owned all these stations. That if they didn't get rid of Kimmel, they were going to have their license pulled. Now, who on here was talking about what?
That's what I'm saying. He's gone.
Christine and all them. They all gone, of course, now.
Who said that? No.
Y'all stop playing with my
She talking about
that was a bomb clip, Lisa.
dropping my food. Now I have nobody to talk to.
Lisa, who said that again, please?
Exactly what I've been trying to squeeze in for the last hour, sitting over here mute.
Damn.
I wanted them to hear this whole thing.
No, they're not on their own. I just figured
No,
you back.
I'm just saying because you keep, okay, I'm not saying nothing else. I'm over here going through all these fucking clips, investigating every fucking thing that's being said, so I can make sure I come back with facts for this.
And
I'm waiting. So I went through 5, 6, 7 fucking computers, and the iPad and the phone.
Lisa,
That Emeryville slander, Gemini. You know what you did.
I was taking a shower.
I was taking a shower, so I don't know.
With people who think that it's okay to lie about who the killer and the murderer is. Like, there's no debating this. Trump said it was the leftists even before they even had a criminal. Okay, even before they had a suspect, he automatically assumed it was leftist, and only to find out that it is not. It's the opposite.
What are you talking about, Juicy? He literally is a leftist. His parents literally said, yeah, he's in a relationship with a transgender woman who literally
You do know there are gay trans people. You do know there are converted. Like, what are you talking about?
When can I get the mic? Because I was supposed to go after Gemini. I got shot. They said my wife was in shit, and then they threw me in the group.
Lisa, can you put that link in the chat, please?
You're going back, baby. That's what I say.
But I'm saying, like, when I'm swinging,
You can't hold your gear. That's what I say.
When I swing back, they just gonna move me to the
better, bitch.
No.
Don't talk, or you gonna
Well, Mike, on you, Haitian, say what you're gonna say and quit arguing. Just say what you're
I'm
gonna
gonna
say.
be honest with you. I think Gemini told you like 50 times to stay on mute, and you didn't know how to stay on mute.
You gotta be kidding me, man. It was my time to talk. She talking about my
on the
life.
fucking stage to include Brooklyn, right? And she's like loyal.
She's been jumping off the mic and insulting people, talking about me going back to Haiti and my wife.
You have 30 seconds to make your point.
Make your point. Arguing with Patty is gonna waste your time and get you kicked off the stage. Trust me. Just go ahead and
then we're done.
There ain't no point in bro, you arguing with your own wife. Just say what you say. Speak, nigga.
Alright, I'm gonna speak. So, the fact that y'all saying that he's a MAGA Trump supporter, that just lets me know that y'all are really like warping y'all minds. Y'all want to believe that he would go against.
Say that. We need to not say that.
Coming off the mic, right? But you
Yeah, 5 more seconds. Everybody on mute.
Y'all want to echo chamber, man. It's all good. I ain't tripping, y'all. Y'all tripping, man. I ain't tripping.
We'll have us 30 seconds, please, y'all. Go ahead, Haitian.
It's gonna be longer than 30 seconds.
Talk for like 10 minutes. All right, man. Listen. So, anyways, what sense do it make for him to have been a MAGA supporter and Charlie Kirk is pumping some MAGA shit? Like, do y'all have like critical thinking issues, man? He literally hates Trump. His dad already said that he hated Trump and Charlie Kirk, but he didn't think nothing of it. When asked, goddamn, 10 seconds.
Keep going.
This shit crazy. Again, the other aspect of it. Once again, him using that language, fascist. Him fucking the transgender. That's not something that Charlie Kirk was in favor of, right? He actually condemned that shit and called those people crazy for going to cut off their dick off. He felt some type of way, just like a lot of y'all feel some type of way, because what Charlie Kirk was saying, that shit was indisputable. You can't be around here trying to recreate reality, trying to cut off your dick, calling you a woman, and then he felt some type of way about it because at the end of the day, like, damn, I can't argue with him because I know how much time I stick my dick in this man, he ain't never gonna be no woman for me. So that's why I hate let me kill him because I can't.
Thank you for your submission.
I can't tell you.
Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate you. Just the type of thoughts that these people have.
Can I say something? I've been listening for a long time. And I'd really appreciate if people could respond to this point. Regardless of what he believed, right? It's like, oh, was he a, groiper, trans maxer, or did he fall in love with a trans person and now he wants to defend trans, whatever. We can't know for sure. He's not talking. What we do know, and I've said this before, but I really want to hear people actually respond to this. The environment that he grew up in, we know exactly the environment he was raised in. We know exactly what his family believed. We know exactly what that community is. We know exactly how we've seen the pictures of him 10 years old with a gun bigger than he is. So why is nobody talking about the kind of environments that raise up killers, whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, whatever you believe? What environments are producing these kind of people? I'd really love to hear somebody respond to that.
I'll respond. He belongs to Utah. He's one of theirs. He's raised by them. He's taught by them. He's a product of Utah 100%. Everything that he has become is because of the people who raised him. I don't know if he's ever even left Utah. So that's what he is. He has nothing to do with anything but them.
Because Rosalind, even the people talking about, but he rebelled against that upbringing. He rebelled. So what if he was MAGA? He rebelled. No, here's the response, please. Here's the response. What did his upbringing teach him about the manner of rebellion? Because plenty of us have rebelled against our fucking parents. What do we fucking do? What? Fuck people of the same sex and dye our hair purple or whatever the fuck? Fucking move to Tahiti or whatever? People rebel in all manner of ways. His manner of rebellion was to pick up a gun and shoot somebody. Now, who taught him that kind of rebellion is acceptable?
I don't think nobody taught him.
He went against that shit. That was his middle finger to unity. Well, I thought I was answering. So again, that was his response for having that standard placed on him. He resented having been brought up as a Mormon. He hated that shit because he had to follow the rules of not fucking a faggot, not fucking a transgender.
What's going on here? Why is he being homophobic on shit? Y'all homophobic?
Do y'all know that every single time, there's when there's an election, you know that there's Republican conventions and there's Democratic conventions, and they're aired on TV. They're huge deals. They draw thousands of people. We know this every 4 years. Every time, whatever city the Republican convention is in, Grindr completely goes down. The fucking servers can't handle how much activity there is on the gang sex cruising website Grindr every time the Republican convention is down. Grindr doesn't go down any other time. Explain that to me.
MAGA like dick. I don't think that matters, but
well, you're using his gayness supposedly as proof that he's not MAGA.
So I'm gonna answer your question. From my understanding of this young man, he's never been in trouble before. If you look at the mother's Facebook, the Robinson lady Facebook, she posts a lot of pictures of her and her son. They had a really good relationship. He didn't really agree with his dad. He thought his dad was uber MAGA, and he even in the text messages, he was disappointed he was gonna let his old man down, right? So he grew up. He went to college, had good grades. I don't know what happened to him. No one knows until he talks what happened to his young man. One second. So, but we do know, and Lisa, I sent you a clip. We know what the person who's going to be trying the case said based on his interviews, and I take what the police are saying and what the DA is saying over anybody because they have all the evidence. In 17 minutes and 15 seconds, between 7 minutes and 31 seconds, he talks about who the shooter was. And it was clear he was leftist. That was point blank, and there's no other evidence that point to him being MAGA. And so, Lisa could play the clip where the DA, where just 2 days ago, he went on TV, and he had that press conference where he read the charges off.
And he hasn't spoken at all. Exactly. And they explained that he didn't speak.
Lisa could play the clip.
Omari, listen to what I'm saying to you. How does the DA know that he's a leftist if he never spoke or testified or anything? He's not cooperating.
They interviewed the mom.
Saying that because
interviewed the mom. They did interview the mom.
How do you know? And he interviewed the grandmother who also said that they was MAGA.
I'm gonna go with the clip. What the DA said in his press conference. It's a 30-minute clip. In 17 minutes, I'll give you the time. 17 minutes.
Listen to yourself. Listen to what you're saying. No, Mari.
I'm going by what they're saying.
No, but how are you going by what they're saying if they haven't even gotten testimony from the
the guy who actually did it.
But wait a minute. One second. No. Because you said, Amari, hold on 1 second. Because you said that there was no other evidence that would point to this kid being MAGA, but there is. There was the first thing they discovered on this guy's laptop was that he donated to Donald Trump's campaign. That's one. And two, they also found that he was on certain websites like Nick Fuentes. He was considered he had rhetoric even when they found the bullets that had the rhetoric on the bullets. It was very synonymous with the same rhetoric of what they call the groypers online, the same followers that follow Nick Fuentes. So all of these people are right-wing conservatives that carry that rhetoric on their podcast. He's following those people. That was found on his laptop. So we can't say that there's absolutely no evidence that points to him potentially being MAGA. That's not true.
Can I speak?
Can I just get one more second to respond? Can I get 20 seconds?
In order to be with a trans person. So there's no Republicans that are gay or trans. It's only the people on the left.
So why are we going back to the trans thing? We're just talking about.
I'm just saying what you said. There's so many Republicans, like, this is the stupidest dumb black argument I've ever heard in my life, to hear that there are no Republicans that are gay.
Like, exactly, Bella. Thank you.
This is the dumbest fucking argument.
Dumb black argument? Is that what you said?
No, the gay argument. Go ahead, Bella.
We're talking about gender. We're talking about left versus right.
Okay,
You're missing it. Let's Bella finish. She was making a good point.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, here's the thing, is that you want to come in and you want to make it racist, you want to make it about gay or trans or whatever.
It's not me.
I'm not talking about you, Amari. I'm not talking to you, Amari. I actually support everything you're saying. I'm saying that the...
Oh, never mind. I thought you was on our side.
Okay, Bella.
And she
Please, one mic on Bella.
You know what? I don't even think it's worth it.
Bella called it a dumb black argument.
Great. It is. It's a dumb black argument.
Wait, why is it?
No, I'm gonna say it.
Hold on.
She said she's gonna say it. Let her say it.
I'm gonna say it. Let me
I
say it.
wasn't saying what I was saying. No, let me reiterate what I said. They were saying that
we want to hear what she said about a black
she was
artist.
talking about me.
Let her go real quick. About the black joke.
Yeah, it's a dumb black argument. See, everybody.
Okay, go ahead. Record it. It's a dumb black argument to then claim that this is then a gay or trans argument to play into any of this shit. Like, it's so stupid. If you ever truly listened to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, he was not anti-gay, not anti-trans, not anti-black. He was not racist. Like, all of it is bullshit. Like, all of it. All of it. So when a black woman comes to bring in, like, oh, this is racist, like, this is trans shit, this is anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-all the rest of it, and that apparently this kid was MAGA, is crazy. It's nuts. Go walk, like, I mean, look at the evidence. Open up your eyes.
We're talking about the evidence. What evidence are you talking about?
Am I allowed to land?
So wait,
am I allowed to land?
Let her finish her statement. Let her get yourself restrained. Respond afterwards.
Yeah, nobody wants to let me land.
I'll let you land.
No. Let her land. Rebuttal comes afterwards, and y'all get the same respect.
Gemini, I need that mic you got, boy. Woo.
At the end of the day, we are all part of the human race, and we are all in this game together. And what is going on right now? Oh, we're not. Okay, so we're against each other. So you want to?
Please.
All right, fine.
the stage. With all respect, Lisa, respect the stage. Please mute up and let her conclude her thought, please. The rebuttals come afterwards, and you will get the same grace. Keep going.
Can I just say something real quick? If you guys
I'm done.
hold on, Bella. No, Bella.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Bella. You have the mic. Go ahead, Bella, because it's nothing that. Just go ahead and finish what you're gonna say. It's like 5 people talking. I didn't know what you said before that. I'm still trying to figure it out. Go ahead, Bella. Could you just finish out what you were saying?
I don't even think it matters. I don't even think it
It
matters.
does. We like to hear opposing voices. Please keep going.
No, honestly, if you're not willing to listen, it's not even opposing. It's uniting. That's the difference, Gemini.
Okay, then uniting. Just don't.
Right?
Keep
Say a
going.
woman said instead of saying a black woman said. That's what you said. And all I did was answer him. Wait a minute. All I did was answer him because they were talking about, well, he's trans, so he had to be leftist. And I said, so that means that there's no Republican leftist. And you came on the stage and said, a black woman said that there's no gay or trans Republicans. That's not what I said. And you didn't hear what he said before you're going to come in and try to address me. So that's bullshit.
I get to the part. See, y'all get that. I read this so much. Y'all didn't let her get to the part where she was calling it a dumb black. Yeah, I wanted to hear that part. What was the dumb black argument? Dumb black argument. What black guy?
And Ella said, y'all interrupting people, and y'all can hear it. She didn't address the whole thing, though. She sounded like she's going to go deeper into it, but people keep interrupting. So if we don't agree, it's better to get the full picture and get context. That way you can have a full rebuttal. You can't give a full rebuttal.
Yeah, well, let her go.
I've been trying to. I keep telling everybody to let her finish. Bella, are you complete?
Are you there? Hello.
Bella, are you complete with your statement?
I don't believe that on this stage I can get my complete.
You can get it out.
Right now, I am telling you, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you.
Please.
Bella, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you.
I can't
Please conclude your thought and we'll then have a response.
Please.
Okay, so my entire complete thought is that if you ever listen to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, if you were listening to his movement as to what he was doing with the youth, he was definitely not racist, definitely not anti-gay or anti-trans. He always welcomed those people into the discussion. He was always welcoming people into a discussion to have a discussion about where we were going together as humans. And so when people cut people off and they just say, well, you're racist or what have you, but yes, I got cut off by a black woman who's like, well, all of a sudden, their opinion is more important than what has happened. But what has happened here is an assassination. And what people are failing to acknowledge during this is that this is truly the first.
That's what they're
Okay,
saying.
all right.
Nope.
This is
Let me tell you something. You
Okay.
I just told them. This is the thing. This is what you guys are all racist. This is what you guys are. Okay.
How much longer do we have to have her explain why it's a
You all have to interrupt.
Y'all gotta stop interrupting. Come on, man. This is getting on my fucking nerves. Y'all lucky my mic was cut. Please, Scotty. Scotty.
What the fuck are we doing here?
For real, I feel like this is abuse now. This enough is kind of getting.
It's not enough. Y'all gotta show some control here.
But she's given her, she said what she needed to say. Now she's running us down, and we don't have to listen to that.
Well, she's gonna get run down too. Trust me.
Right.
Okay, so the clap bag that I got, baby. Okay.
Bella, were you complete? One mic, Bella, were you complete?
I was not complete. How the fuck
I just did. I don't want to shoot, but I don't got an option at this point because we can't hear. Bella, go ahead.
There's a difference between an assassination and a murder.
we witnessed was the first assassination of a political figure that we've seen since the 1960s.
Minnesota.
No, that is not an assassination. That was a political murder. Yeah, that was a murder. An assassination is a murder of a person in a public space who is meant to be taken out. We haven't seen that since the 1960s. I'm sorry, but everybody who's claiming any differently is wrong. And there's a reason that he got assassinated, and everybody needs to take a deep fucking breath and take race out of it and go back and listen to what he was saying, because none of it was racial, none of it was anti-gay or anti-trans or any of the rest of it. The only thing he had to say was that we had to take back America and protect our younger generation, and I agree with him on that. Now, if you all want to come at me, and now I like.
We are. Okay, so
Everybody come on, Mike. Let me just say something.
Okay, Robert, you gotta wait, Robert.
Please, just hold on.
Y'all making me sure people are actually right, but I don't have an option because it's going to be everybody getting shot. Robert, I shot.
Just want to
Just go ahead.
nobody's on our side. I just wanted to hear the whole racist thing that she had to say. And what I'll say to you, and because I'll let Black woman address this, but for you to come up here and say it's a dumb Black opinion or a Black woman, and she's all of those things are microaggressions, and the way they're about to treat you is how you deserve to be treated, because you came up here doing that shit. You know exactly. You can go on mute because I made a way for you. You can go on mute, and I'll wait till you do that. Please don't reply anything to me. Thank you. So you came up here, you did all the dog whistles, you performed, you lied, and you disrespected Black women. You didn't have to do any of that to say your opinion. So the reason I let you speak is because I wanted everybody to hear an example.
One mic. We're going to have a two. Robert, go ahead. No, let's talk.
I have to be able to respond.
Let's talk to respond.
No, you
Sandra, okay, Sandra. One mic on Sandra then.
Where's Haitian?
You don't wanna.
No, you said put Haitian next.
It was a mass murder.
You know what? No, she should have. If we're being fair, she should have a chance to respond. This should be a squabble. Yeah, let's start to respond.
Nobody said anything disrespectful about CK. We have never in this room or the rooms said anything disrespectful or celebrated his death. All I said was they went to the transgender boyfriend that he supposedly had. I don't care about that because I'm not sleeping with them. I'm not in their bedroom. That has nothing to do with me. But just because if he did have a transgender boyfriend does not mean he was leftist. It just means he fell in love with a boy. What the hell? Y'all are tripping. Y'all are really tripping. Y'all grasping at straws. Because y'all didn't want it to be no Utah white boy born and raised in a damn family of Mormons that shot that man. That's not our fault. That's not a Black woman's fault. So get off my dick.
Definitely not. Okay, definitely not the Black culture's fault that Charlie Kirk got shot. Never said that. Never even implied that.
Do y'all know there's a I Am Charlie Kirk movement? You guys are fucked. They got Black
You out of here. You know what? You're not going to talk out of turn and say stupid shit.
So, Bella, I wanted to correct you about assassinations because you said that in order for something to be considered an assassination, it has to be outside of public. That's not true. I looked it up. The definition says that murder by sudden or secret attack, often for political reasons, the act or an instance of assassinating someone such as a prominent political leader. So that doesn't mean that by that definition, Charlie Kirk is not the one person that's been assassinated since the 60s. That's not true. And we just seen 2 senators in Minnesota get assassinated. That would be considered an assassination. Those were 2 political figures. So we can't say that. And furthermore, I for me personally, I don't have a problem with,
Charlie Kirk honoring him in their own way or whatever they want to do. But it just baffles me how it's the circumstance around it for me. The way that this man is considered a martyr, and that the fact that we're even having conversations about him being compared to MLK and Malcolm X. Because at the end of the day, yes, you may not think that his speech was hateful or rhetoric, but no offense, you may not be in those set groups that might find offense to what he said. So that probably might be the reason why you don't feel that way. But for some of us who are in those set groups, some of the things that Charlie Kirk did say were offensive. And so it is equally offensive to me to even hear that now, even in death, that y'all would compare him to somebody of a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King, and then turn around and say that we as Black people are the ones having a dumb argument. But you go on.
No, I'm really curious. What are you offended about what he said, Amber? Or Alpha? Sorry.
It's okay. The fact that he said that Black women, the thing he said about the Congresswomen and the women in Congress being incompetent, those statements about Black women not having full brain capacity, those implicating that we don't have the same intelligence. His stance about DEI, not acknowledging the fact that the majority of DEI was benefited white women, but still continue to use Black men as an example to say that he questions their intelligence or their skill set level because they were DEI hired. Those things are offensive. So yes, now does that mean that I think that he should have been killed? No, absolutely not. But to say that he said nothing offensive is a farce.
I mean, okay. I get how to take specific things that he said out of context in clips and get offended by them. But when you listen to his entire arguments, especially the arguments that he had against anyone of any race, he always said, like, we're all one human race. He was
when did he say that? When did he say, quote, we're all one human race? And
multiple times. With all due respect.
Quote it.
Oh my God. Okay.
Just like we found all the racist
it's
clips
not that. If you look at his work, it's not that.
Find a clip.
Oh my God. There's so many.
Honestly, I dare you will not find a clip where Charlie Kirk says we are all equal. I promise you.
He actually does. He actually goes back to.
And why does he have so much hate for? I just put a bunch of clips.
So many of them.
What is it? Show me a clip where he says he's equal to a Trump. Show me that clip.
No. He was very clear in that the fact that us being humans are part of the society.
What speech? What conference?
I'll get it for you, Bella. Just stand by.
That's
the thing. It's like this is the thing.
He's not gonna find it either. He's not gonna find it either.
I don't care enough to prove to you people.
Tell you people, chapter and verse. Here's his own words. Here's the clip. Here's the quote.
Yes.
And you sit here and say that you always cut it.
No, because you never let him finish his own thought. Every single person.
Okay. So you can come back up after I'm finished. We sit here and quote and get clips and get sources. And yet you people say, that's not right, it's out of context, that's not the right, blah, 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 fucking blah. And then you come up here and say whatever fucking bullshit sounds good out of your own head, and you never have a fucking source, and you never have any fucking proof, you never have a fucking link, you never have fuck all. But yet somehow we're the ones who are the liars and misrepresenting everything.
So this is, I wanted to speak to something. I wanted to speak to ideologies, right? And so there's an ideology.
Who did you just interrupt? Who was talking?
So there's a certain ideology that I think
Who was speaking before he was home?
Cashier, please.
I shot him.
Great Robert wanted to speak.
Come on up. I put the clip in where he screams that I'm an some guy that was trying to be anti-gay, and then he sticks up for gay people. It's in the chat.
But if you look at his body of work, it's the same thing over and over. He is not anti-gay, he's not racist, he's not any of those things. Like, it's wild to me that all of you have listened to the bullshit.
Ridiculous.
Yes, it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so if you never spoke against your life, you never spoke against gays, and you never spoke against them. Yeah.
Speaking against gays. Do you want to do this? Do you want to put them all in the chat?
Guys, here's the thing.
No, I absolutely care about. No, you're wrong, Spirit. You're wrong, Spirit. All I care about is I'm sorry. Always been like, right?
How was he assassinated? What's the reason he got out? How was he assassinated?
Exactly.
What was he mad? What was he mad about?
Oh, no. The reason that he was nasty is because everybody is afraid of the movement that he was starting. And so he shot him to stop. Do you understand the movement? No. He was starting.
Yeah, 50 years or some shit. And who knew who he first of all, bitch? I hate when I be a person on somebody and then all of a sudden they're
That's what he did. And you know what? He also had every single senator, every single presidential candidate, all of them wanted him because he's the people who are speaking to our youth. And you guys don't like it, then go ahead.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Oh, not a liar. He just got offered $150 million. Like, you guys are into this.
And you support
Denial.
I can say clearly, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He's not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
So if...
We talk about why the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. And he doubled down on that, right? And said that we acted better. The blacks were, the crime rates of the blacks, they had it better underneath. So when people start trying to, let me plan, I've been moderating, not speaking very much, and I'm about to go back to moderating. But look, when you have someone that's consistent with this type of rhetoric, there is an underlying hate. There's an underlying racism theme that binds the rhetoric. Charlie Kirk Struggle Session. Episode number 265. The candidate Congressman John Kitover, the 16th district, bringing your daily dosage of racial identity politics to you. You can go back and forth with them. You try to see it from their vantage point. Now, I've been grifting through these MAGA groups for about the last 4 days. The posts that have the most likes and comments, right? This is not how I feel. This is just how it is. Are always racially motivated. It will be a black person saying something anti-Kirk that will generate the most comments. And when you read through the comments dehumanize us, right? They'll say things like, find it. Not find him. Be careful on how I said what I said. Because I'm saying it verbatim. Find it. This is what I would expect. Stereotypical. You'll die in a gang war soon. You understand? This is a
sentiment that you're trying to reason with. So just take that into consideration when you hear them try to spin the rhetoric and spin the narrative. Projection alert! Projection number one! Telling them something that they don't already internally know. They're just in denial and want to try to see if they can recruit a couple more or change a couple more minds. Are you?
Yeah, the idea that this man was some, paragon of public discourse and he just, was speaking for the youth and all this stuff. I mean, he spoke for a certain type of reactionary right youth. People who wanted, women to be baby makers and not much else, and a whole bunch of other, very retrograde opinions. Like, yes, he spoke for those people. That's true. That's real. And, he didn't speak for most people. He was hateful towards lots of people. There's a reason why he didn't have a reputation for being some great uniter in life. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that people try to say this kind of stuff, like, to sort of completely change who he was after the fact. He was who he was. Like, he was not a great uniter. He said all kinds of terrible things. He had the professor watch list to try to intimidate professors. He would put people on the watch list for, basically just saying any opinion that he didn't like. That's not pro-free speech. It's intimidation.
Bill Nye doesn't do that.
This idea that
Bill Nye the nice guy.
Just because he had some campus debates, or I don't know if they were debates necessarily, sometimes they were debates, he'd have these discussions that he would host, does not mean that he was some incredible champion for free speech. And most of what he said was just fucking terrible. Terrible. The idea that he was an anti-gay, while at the same time he was constantly spouting off about his vision of what family should look like that obviously doesn't include gay people. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The fact that he just randomly, apparently, would talk shit about Ketanji Brown Jackson and Kamala Harris, and all kinds of black women would come up in his speech all the time, or like black men were always prowling the streets to try to kill white men. I think that was something he said in the last week of his life. Like, this is not it's just ridiculous to say these things. And like, again, didn't deserve to be shot, but just a piece of shit in life.
To take it a step further, one of the things I keep seeing, right, is the fight back thing. Right, that when I'm saying I'm talking about as I go through the MAGA groups, right? It's the fight back theme. But this is when I'm seeing different posts inside these MAGA groups, like, let us go door to door, declare civil war, we'll cleanse, we'll do a righteous cleansing, right? That's coming from the right side. That's insinuating violence and death. When they're marching at Huntington Beach Pier, white man fight back, and then some of them are carrying arms. That's insinuating violence. It's illegal. I don't understand how the cops are allowing that. And they're not even naming who their threat is against because they can't. It's an open-ended sentence. White men fight back against who?
Hello?
The African-American community has nothing to do with it. The left has nothing to do with it. Is this about to be more MAGA on MAGA? Because that's what the violence is right now. All right? So when you keep hearing this theme of being marginalized, and another thing I keep hearing them say is, we've had enough. We Christian. They don't give you a righteous death, a righteous, violent death. Right? You don't hear the left side saying, we have to fight back, get our guns together, let's go shoot them, let's go be proactive because we know they're coming after. You don't hear that. You don't hear the violence. You don't hear the mob mentality. That is only coming from the right. So how can you fight back when nobody's fighting you? Are you?
I would say it's not just the right, because I've been on Blue Sky and seeing some of the things that are coming is actually pretty despicable. That's one. Two, we can actually go and take a look. There was just a study. There was just a study done where they asked both the left and the right if it's okay for killing President Trump. And guess who the left came back and scored saying, yes, it is justified for killing the President of the United States. This is not fair, right? And what most people don't talk about too.
Is that research? Is that actual?
Yes.
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 That's a. I'll post the survey. That's super interesting. Okay. Yeah. So again, and there was people, not anyone on stage, and I gotta preference that because there was no one on stage, but there were people on Clubhouse saying that he had ketchup on his ear when he got shot. Was laughing, joking about that. We were talking about the president last year, and then we can go back to 2016, where you were seeing Trump supporters get their ass whooped on every single rally that was happening. Coming out, you had a lady named Evelyn Beatty who was stabbed by Black Lives Matter, right? You have people getting their ass beat in 2020. I mean, so again, we know the ADL numbers. We know how they picked them.
What, like the movement got together and decided to stand
She was in DC and she got Beverly, Betty, I don't know if you know her, Beverly Beatty, whatever how you pronounce her name, who spent prison time, right? Who spent prison time for being at an abortion clinic. We're talking about cancel culture. She was stabbed as well. So let's not pretend that it's only one side. I'm not denying the fact that the right does have these violent KKK neo-Nazis. But you have neo-fascists who are violent on the left. You have neo-cons.
Did the left kill somebody though?
Yeah, you can say that when Antifa, who's been rioting for the last 2 months in Portland, right? You can say they're the cause of what happened in 2020. They popped it off after. You can say the 20 or so people who have been killed.
You talking about J6, the Antifa?
No, J6 was one day. If you look at riots overall, if you look at burning, I'm not finished. You guys gotta give me a chance to land. We just gotta be out. No, I mean, you guys get a chance to speak. I mean, let someone else talk. So you have.
I just want you to think about this for a second. I'm going to give the mic right to you. This is how it feels, except for people who are losing their jobs for trying to voice their opinion, right?
This is
you guys are pro, but you guys are pro that. You know, if you say you're against that, you're an outlier. Because when I'm in there, when I see people saying, well, he lost his life, fuck them if they lose their job. That's the general sentiment. Right? And that will get thousands of likes and thousands of replies and people sending screenshots of all the people that they actually were able to document and disrupt their lives, right? So when you see that, I want you to think about that. Everybody's fighting for a mic in here, but they don't want anybody to be able to express themselves unless it's Republican. Anytime a left or a Democrat or even an independent says anything that can be remotely construed as anti-Charlie, find them. And that's the sentiment right now. Let's dox them. Let's create the website, Charlie's Murderers. Let's dox them. Let's see if we can fuck their life up. That's what's happening.
And that's
wrong. So how can you advocate for freedom of speech while suppressing it at the same time?
So Jim, I said you get back. It goes back to Omari because I took it from him and interrupted him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I'll definitely go after Malak.
It's wrong, right? So and you can look at people like Megyn Kelly and others who, as soon as the Attorney General made that stupid ass statement, which is dumb, the dumbest statement ever you can make, and she should have been fired after through First Amendment. Many of us thought that was dumb. Many of us don't believe that. I think I heard Anthony earlier indicate that he doesn't believe that he should have been fired. I'm telling you, I don't think he should have been fired.
Are you trying to have these people not be fired? Or you just saying it to yourself?
Yeah, or do you want to? No, I think it's stupid. And I thought it was bad when I also heard that we were going against each other on this stage where we're taking something that's happening in DC and then internalize it and going against each other, which we should not. It's not me versus Jim, not me versus anyone, even me versus culture. It doesn't matter. I'm not against you guys. I'm not here trying to cancel anyone.
It's misinformation.
I'm about to say, Omari, because
freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
The thing is, Omari, when it comes to political violence, though, what I'm reading statistically is saying that even though, of course, they're saying that political violence in general has been on the rise since 2020, but it's
says the available research from I can put posts in the chat. This is coming from MSNBC.com. It says the available research from recent years makes clear that right-wing violence has been more dangerous in the U.S. than left-wing violence. As the New York Times' David Leon explained in 2022, the American right has a violence problem that has no equivalent on the left. The New Republic noted in the response to Vance, this J.D. Vance, one study published by the Libertarian Institute found that since 2020, right-wingers have accounted for over half of terror-related deaths in the United States, with left-wingers at 22%. The New York Times also said this week examined the latest evidence pointing to the Nonpartisan Center for Strategic and International Studies. Oh, we left.
I'm here. Yeah. Why did it say I'm here?
Okay, okay. International Studies Global Terrorist Threat Assessment in 2024, which found most of the U.S. terrorist attacks in recent years were committed by violent far-right perpetrators, such as white supremacists, anti-government extremists, and violent misogynists. So that's what they're saying. The research says is that, yes, there's political violence on both sides, but it's still coming more from one side than the other.
Did you read who they killed? Did you read the actual people that were actually killed? So if someone had, let's say, a Nazi, symbol on their arm, and then they killed like maybe a loved one, a family member, they actually counted that as political violence. You look at the actual people that's being
civil with y'all, but y'all get mad when y'all getting ate up or somebody is fucking y'all up in a verbal combat, and then y'all want to make up shit like you did last night, knowing what they're saying the repercussions are. You did that, so I would never trust you, and I wouldn't tell anyone to trust you because you lied. You set up here. I'm not done talking. You're right. When you lie on me, I'm going to talk about everybody. And it's always up for me and you. So I mean, that's you're a violent person.
Right. Yeah.
And here you go again, trying to do your white shit. I said it's always up with me and you. If I wouldn't want to say anything violent, I would be. You can say whatever you want to say, bitch.
Can I jump in?
But you are. I'm not done. Yo, all that cutting off shit, I'm exactly right. I'm never gonna fuck with you. And that's the shit that you do. And they're gonna get in here and talk about, I don't agree with this. I agree with free speech. I agree. I just cited the Supreme Court cases that included hate speech and said that's included in free speech. But you sit up here and play with two people's livelihood because you did it to somebody else. And that's not funny. That's where you cross the line, man. That's lame and that's corny, and I will always hate you, bitch.
I was there when it happened. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on for 1 second.
He admitted
Hold on for 1 second. I was there when it happened, and you absolutely accused us of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death when that was not true. You did that, brother. You gotta own it. I was there.
Okay. Jim, I said he was.
Hold on, what am I gonna Patty? What did you say, Patty?
I want to say something. When you try to say that the stats on political violence, there's actually a definition for it. And you know what's crazy about it? Like the Department of Defense, if you're in the military and you're an officer, we got to go to these things like the Naval Academy, or naval officers, they go to Naval War College. For us, we go to U.S. Army War College, or we go to National Defense University. When we go to these schools, they teach us about political violence. And I'm telling you that even with the people that we study, a lot of them, it has to do with, and this is within the last 20 years, right, or from 2000. If we're talking about domestic political violence, a lot of it is coming from the right side. So.
Just to further, hold on for 1 second. I want to be real brief, but I've been researching the hell out of this because I really want to be accurate in my submission. And I started looking at the FBI and the DOJ because Homeland Security assess what they call domestic terrorists, right? Which if Trump is really worried and concerned and send the National Guard to bring to the FBI and DOJ, it says the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have repeatedly assessed that racially motivated violent extremists, particularly white supremacists and militia-type extremists, are the most persistent and lethal domestic threat to the U.S. The FBI Director, Christopher Wray, testified to Congress that the majority of domestic terrorism cases involve right-wing or white supremacist actors. The annual FBI hate crimes report shows steady increases in politically charged hate crimes, often linked to right-wing extremist ideologies. The National Institute of Justice, the DOJ, study in 2025, this year, found far-right extremists responsible for a much higher share of fatal attacks compared to far-left actors. Now, this is from the FBI and the DOJ. It is not coming from the left side. The stats and facts do not lie. Do the research.
Okay, Omari, please.
Can I just get one thing, because there's a
You
lot.
spoke about Beverly and Beatty, and I want to respond to that piece. I've been waiting.
Okay, good. Then can I go after Malika, please?
It's not my call, but so the Beverly and Beatty story, I just looked this up, and first of all, it's on the New York Post, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch and is a notorious propaganda rack, but let's leave that to the side. So apparently, in 2020, she claimed she was with some Proud Boys, and then they said they were stabbed, and they said that it was by Black Lives Matter DC activists. A DC spokesman, Lieutenant Ralph Neal, initially told local media that the suspects were members of Black Lives Matter, repeating what the Proud Boys had told them, which the DC branch group called a lie. The protest group tweeted they had nothing to do with these stabbings. Shame on Chief Police Peter Newsom and the DC police for sharing false information, the group said. The force, this is the police force now, the police force changed its account and told WUSA 9 that it could no longer confirm the suspects were affiliated to BLM, the station said. A press release from the police station later also stressed that officers, quote, cannot verify any specific affiliation of the suspects, end quote. So that's the story about Black Lives Matter stabbed somebody. It's not fucking true.
Okay, cool. Can I just go ahead and say something real quick? So you lie? So, okay, I didn't lie. It's an article, and it said that Black Lives Matter. So they came back later and then changed the story. Okay, cool. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Story. So it's straight to jackass. That's changing the story. They got it straight. There you go. Whatever how you want to word it.
You repeated
with that being said,
and you repeated that irresponsibly. Why didn't you ever just tell me?
Because I don't believe it. I believe that.
So, Omar, I swear we had made the Jesus, Omar. You gotta before you open your mouth, bro. Didn't we make an agreement earlier? I'm sorry. Didn't we make an agreement earlier before you open your mouth? You'll Google.
I know Beverly, and she still says that she is Black Lives Matter. She was talking shit. So
we can't have a conversation without integrity and facts, man, like it is. So I don't want to have an opinion. I don't want to have an opinion versus opinion conversation. Let's stick to the facts.
So you don't believe the police? So you don't believe the police?
And we had her on Clubhouse, and she was in her church. So we had her on Clubhouse, and when we in one of the houses, and she said it was 100% Black Lives Matter because she was trying to paint. Okay, I'm gonna go by what I believe the woman, right? I believe the young lady.
Oh, now you believe women
over law enforcement agency.
Over law enforcement agency. She was actually lying on data, but I don't want to get sidetracked.
Are you doing a bit right now?
So, anyways, let's talk about. You said political. If you look at the people, again. Political violence. So look at the people who got killed, who are actually politicians.
There's an actual definition on how they define what is political violence.
Right, but so what happened to Charlie Kirk?
They just come up with names and say this is a political violence thing.
So if you look at the ADL, you look at the Cato Institute stats, and you look at who they claim that these white nationalists killed, their definition of political violence.
The Cato Institute is, bro?
If you look at what they claim as political violence, it doesn't match, right? Because political violence is what happened to Charlie Kirk. Political violence is what's going to happen to Jeff Kavanaugh when they was going to shoot him. That's political violence. Violence is what happened to President Trump. Political violence is what happened to Trump after each rally.
In Minnesota, who were killed in their beds with their husbands.
By someone who was appointed by a Democrat governor. Look at it.
You know that you're crazy. What difference does that make?
we can
be quiet. No, I want to say this. I am a legal
speak.
Everybody. No, look.
I
I'll
just
just say,
want to point out.
waiting to speak for a while.
Thank you. I want to point. Well, he just said I was going to say something else, which I'll get to in a second. But he also said that he's talking about the Democratic governor appointed this guy, and if you know anything about that specific story, okay, this is not political appointees. So that fact check wouldn't matter to him because he just repeated that lie. And then part two, he couldn't even say who the fucking Cato Institute is. He thinks it's some lefty, tanky fucking think tank. He doesn't understand. It's do you know who it is?
I know who Cato is. I brought it up. I've seen all the stuff that's been posted from the.
Do you know who the Cato Institute is?
It doesn't matter. I'm disputing their. I'm disputing their numbers, and I just gave you like Steve Scalise, who a leftist trying to kill the entire Republican Party.
You can.
So there you go. You have the numbers too.
You can cherry pick the 20%, and you're still going to be wrong.
I'm going to make the one politician goes back jail.
No, you're going to cherry pick to create this narrative that it's the left. Are you going to keep interrupting me or what?
There you go.
You going to keep interrupting me? No, you're going to cherry pick the 20. Thank you. So he's been caught in multiple lies. He won't stand on business, on the truth, even when presented to him. He doesn't know who the fuck the Cato Institute is. He may know who the AADL is, but he doesn't trust their numbers either, Republicans and the right. So you don't believe them either. So you're going to wait until there's an organization where you can believe their stats and then...
Gotti, this is what we're going to do right here, right? We're going to define political violence so there's no way to use a workaround and say, I'm just going to show when politicians are harmed. Because that is not what political violence is. Political violence is defined as the use of physical force by individuals or groups to achieve political goals or express political grievances, right? That has nothing to do with if a politician was killed or not. If you're using that as your measuring stick, it shows that you don't even understand the basis of the argument. So you can't even enter the argument because you don't understand it. There are key elements, hold on 1 second. There are key elements for political violence. It has to be politically motivated, it has to have the use of threat or violence, and the actors involved have to have state actors, governments, police, military, non-state actors, terrorist groups, militias, protesters, or revolutionaries, right? So you have to be able to define it. What you're trying to say is, I'm going to find when politicians are killed. It's far broader than that. You don't even understand what you're trying to define or what you're trying to find stats for. I hear you.
This is an easy time on that. So check this out real quick. So it's... When you go to other countries and continents and shit, you see that they don't have as many guns. They don't have as many murders and violence and all that other shit. In the U.S., we got all type of shit going on every day. The people with the most guns are the Republicans. The people that's supporting the 2A, the fucking gun owners. Like, I mean, simple. It's not even close on either side. The people that's teaching their kids how to shoot in the backyard. Them the motherfuckers that commit the most violence. The ones that granddad, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. The ones with the Confederate flags in the back of their trucks and shit. Those are the ones committing the political violence and all the other violence and snipers and shit. Anybody knowing how to snipe at 19? Basketball shooting free throws. They be shooting in the backyard. They're crazy. Go ahead.
Well, you guys don't even look to see what these studies show. They don't even look at if they actually voted. That's why I know your stats are super ass. They're ass. Plain ass. Stinky ass. They don't even know. So for example, they don't even use, like, let's say someone in the hood kills 400 people in 1 year. That's not including some political violence. But if a white person with a swastika on his neck kills someone, regardless, it could have been over meth, right? That is actually counted in their political violence.
That is not true. That's not true.
That's not true.
I literally just read you.
Okay, hold on.
I literally just read you the stats and facts that you use to define. Listen, it has to be politically motivated. Right? Political grievance. It can't be just because you have a swastika and you wouldn't kill some people. That is not the
for victim right now. We can do victim for victim.
You can't because you don't even know how to define a political violence victim.
Okay, you already defined it for everybody. So why don't you start bringing up the victims that have been killed and name them, and then actually put the political.
No, why don't you?
Why don't you tie it like it's a constellation? Let's tie them together for the people in the audience.
As soon as I'm done driving, I'll be happy to oblige you. That won't be long.
Let's do that. Because I think that will relieve some of the stress on people if we just start connecting this.
You don't know what you guys do.
I don't wish anything. I'm looking for this conversation. I'm looking for this.
Do you know who got shot before Scalise did? Do you know who was shot before Scalise?
No, I don't. See, I
know you don't.
So who was shot before
Scalise? Kelly's wife's name, y'all?
Yeah.
You dumbass.
Why was
What happened to her first, dumbass?
Okay, you talking about
you talking about you knew about Steve Scalise though. You knew about him, but it happened to her first, dummy. So when you come out talking about people and bringing them up one at a time, why don't you do more than just bring up why don't you do more research, boy? And shut your mouth and listen. Like, don't make it. But see, here's the thing about this whole thing, girl. What's about to say? The whole thing. When this man was assassinated, the first thing out of y'all's mouth, who is that? Who is that? Shut up.
I shot him. Go ahead.
The first thing out of y'all's mouth was it was from the left. Somebody on the left did it. That's dumb. They didn't even have a suspect, and it was from the left. Then they get a suspect, and it's still from the left before the man opened his mouth. Before they have any information, it happened on the left. That's why y'all are not credible. You have no credibility. It's hard to take you seriously because you can't even admit that it happens on both sides.
It happens on both
Y'all
sides.
can't even say that.
You happy?
I'm still talking though. It happens on both sides. And so there's not even a place, we can't even have a starting point for a real debate because y'all can't tell the truth at the beginning of it that it happens on both sides. We can't never get to how much which side it happens on more because we can't even agree that it happens on both sides. Do you know how dumb y'all sound to keep repeating that when everybody knows, including y'all, when you open your mouth a goddamn lie, that it happens? You know when you say you lying. That's what gets me. I can't understand. Y'all know y'all lying.
That's fair.
Because it just happened in Minnesota. Now, just because Donald Trump want to pretend he didn't know who it was, when he was probably the second person that knew who it was before they put it out on the media, because they called the president and told him. Somebody did, because that's how it works. But then he gets to get in the open and pretend he don't even know who it is. Something is wrong with
You get
y'all.
briefed every morning.
Exactly. Something is terribly wrong with y'all. Because we know why he's doing what he's doing. It's you dummies. Or we trying to figure out what do you have to gain? What do you stand to gain from continuing to promote this bullshit?
That's a great question.
Just like Nancy, wasn't that Representative Nancy Mace that got into it with the reporter when this first happened? Like it was like
CNN, I saw it.
And she was saying that she was talking about the left and this and she's done and all this other mess and that reporter called her ass out quickly and said there's political violence on both sides. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Miss Deborah, when you said that be the issue in these conversations. Most of the time is that we can't even have a real conversation without it being like, oh, it's always the left, because you think that something happened to somebody that you consider on the right. Now it's the conversation is shifted to it's only the left. When we see the stats are showing that the political violence for the majority has come from the right.
And so even in this situation, once again, this conversation still deflects from the fact that this shooter is one of your own. Just like with Jimmy Kimmel, you don't want to address the fact that he said that's your main problem. You have to address the fact that it's one of your own. And white people are just not ready to contend with that, obviously. It's showing. It's showing that they're not really ready to contend with the fact that y'all killing each other off.
Right. And they're going to browbeat us or anybody who is not, mourning that man's death. Nobody, we didn't do it. No, do it. So why y'all mad at us?
I agree with you, dude.
But I agree with you too. And that reporter gave Nancy Mace a chance to. Would you like to speak to it? And can you at least admit that? And that what you're saying right now is not helping the situation because you're steady, blaming the other side when both sides do it. And she wouldn't even take. She wouldn't even, she doubled down on the left. It is crazy. It makes no sense.
And you know what else?
Lisa, could you play the clip that I sent you, please?
Can I talk, please?
I have to get somebody else to play the clip. Let me know when I can.
I wonder why nobody ever talks about Officer David Rose. That person was a victim of political violence. Do we remember that? Or is that too long ago? Because that was back fucking last month. And he was killed by somebody who shot up the CDC. But nobody wants to talk about that violence. Was that from the left? Was it? Also, you know what else part of the problem that nobody's going to admit on the right? We all know who Dylan Roof was, right? Surely we all do.
You mean the one that's killed 9 people in church?
Sure, we all know that. But you know who doesn't know who Dylan Roof is? Cash Patel at the hearing today. Are we going to hold any smoke for him?
No.
On the right?
I did. And I held smoke for Linda McMahon, who didn't even understand, anything about education.
So Amari, you're one of one. You're one of one, babe.
Also, can we talk about the fact that, when Melissa Hortman got murdered, there was a lot of silence on the Republican side. A lot of silence. A lot of people who didn't talk about it, who didn't decry political violence or anything like that. The situation that pardoned, hundreds of people, including people who were on camera beating the shit out of cops on January 6th, which was absolutely an act of political violence. That was one side. How many Republicans have said it was a miscarriage of justice that Donald Trump pardoned violent criminals who were were beating up cops? I don't think I've heard of any. And a lot of them were the people who were saying, well, he's not talking about pardoning all of the J6ers. He's only talking about the non-violent ones. And when the violent ones got pardoned, they didn't have shit to say. And this has been I don't stop. I haven't talked that much. We're good. So the idea that there's some kind of equivalence on each side is just not borne out by the facts. And probably more importantly, there is a role that leaders have when they choose few who are doing that. Very, very few. There has been a rush to use this for whatever political momentum, political advantage that they possibly can find to do things that are completely unrelated, that have nothing to do with anything. They're collectivizing responsibility for the murder of Charlie Kirk when it was one crazy-ass dude out of St. George who we still don't totally understand and may never. This is what the right has chosen to do. The left has not chosen to do that. When Steve Scalise got shot, it was a widespread condemnation, both sides of the aisle. And so we just need to remember, not just what have people done in the past, but also what are they setting up for the future. And Donald Trump has been the most irresponsible president I can possibly imagine in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting. I'm done.
I speak. I'm gonna go back down after I speak. I think April was before you. Oh, okay.
At least I was just agreeing with Aaron. Those January 6ers that have been released, pardoned, whatever you call it, have gone out and committed more violent crime and got arrested again, which is it's amazing and it's crazy all at the same time. When you can't sit and call what's going on, you can't tell the truth of it. You say, "Oh, January 6th, that was just one day." My God. Had any Democrat or left-leaning person tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power just one day, as he calls it, just one fucking day. See, this is why we can never get to a point where we're all together, because one person can just call that was just one day that they did that. They set up a gallows out there. That's just one day. Y'all, come on. It was one day.
So how easy is it to just admit it happens on both sides? Like, it don't get any easier than that. Put the onus on both sides. They can't even do that. How can you start a real conversation when we can't agree on a basic fact?
Because Donald Trump is a liar, and he figures if he can tell us 100 times over that it was the left, then we're gonna believe him. That's what
they don't believe that shit. They just believe sticking. They don't believe it. They just stick together.
The thing is, though, is even if it comes out, right, that he's like...
Brooklyn was in the queue. Oh, go ahead, Your Honor, finish your thought.
Let me just say this briefly. Even if it turns out that the shooter was, like, on the left, they are still a single person. That's it. I'm not responsible for that person's actions, regardless. Just as someone on the right wouldn't be responsible if it turns out that he would, or whatever else there's been, rumors of. Like, it's still one person who's responsible for their own actions. This is a conspiracy of multitudes of people, as far as we can tell.
That's it right there.
Amen.
I can agree with that, but I will have to still extend that, we still can't negate influences, right? So I do agree that, yes, the onus of one person's action shouldn't be put on one set party or community, but at the same time, we can still point towards influences of that said person and say that they were influenced by certain communities. We can definitely do that.
I agree with that. I mean, especially if they're fomenting violence like the president is right now.
Right, exactly.
So the message are we are brothers keepers in every situation. There's no...
Did you guys not hear me that Brooklyn was after Your Honor? Brooklyn, where you at? What you doing downstairs? Brooklyn? Why is Brooklyn looking good?
Come on, Brooklyn, come back up. I like when Brooklyn talks.
I invited her. Get up here, Brooklyn.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
I don't feel like being overly modded and getting kicked in the audience thanks to Gemini lame ass. But anyway, the one that just like that.
She lied.
Audience.
Whatever. About 10 fucking times, and I kicked you. If I kicked you, I would say that's my footprint on your back. I didn't do it.
You kicked me when that white bitch was talking.
No, I didn't. That's on my daughter. You're wrong.
What's up?
You owe me an apology. I did not do that shit.
I don't owe anybody an apology.
Yeah, the fuck you do, because you blame me for some shit I ain't do.
Anyway, like I was saying, so since I was in the audience, I decided to go on the tickety talk and go down a little rabbit hole and then, Google some stuff too. And come to find out, it was first of all, nobody is addressing the fact that this Ben Carr man is a Trump appointee. Okay, so the FCC has been infiltrated, and it's the FCC section of Project 2025, guys. They spoke this shit into existence. It was people back in November of 24 that was talking about this Ben Carr guy that's the head of the FCC and how he is, the plans that they have to basically take over and censor television and kind of shift it to their own liking. And if this isn't an example of the shit that they were talking about, I don't know what the fuck is. Do you hear me? Like, it was
This shit was already written, y'all. It was written. They said this was gonna happen. So for all of those who do not believe that the internet, I'm gonna tell y'all to start believing the internet because the motherfuckers be on point. You better believe the internet. They said that they was gonna infiltrate the FCC and do things such as what they did to Jimmy Kimmel and whoever else says anything out of pocket. They are in control. It's in Project 2025, guys. Okay? Thank you.
Project 25 is real.
Thanks for bringing that up. I remember hearing that before. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right. Can I get a cue now?
Well, it's your room, I guess. Yes, Lisa.
I know when to be quiet. All right, so this is what we're gonna do here. It better be y'all.
It's dominoes.
Okay,
You better check it out.
Hey, it's DoorDash.
Gosh.
You guys are funny as hell. Okay, so welcome to the part 20, guys. I've enjoyed this, the part that I've actually got a chance to listen to. You guys have been well behaved and done all the right things and, let everybody speak. What I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to give you guys, I know the program, what the hell is this? I know the thing kind of like went to a different thing. It's not even, we didn't even get to the title, actually, but we are going to get to the title. I'm just going to give you guys, where was it? Echo. I'm going to give you guys the breaking news here, and then we'll move on to the title. If you guys are good, and we can stay on this if you want to, but we can also find out what happened with the police shooting, and I think it's still 3 people.
I did have a little fun fact I wanted to throw at y'all, if you're open to it. It's kind of useless information, but it's kind of, at the same time, interesting, kind of ironic.
Hold on, Lisa, are you done?
I haven't even on it.
Well, I thought she was about to break the headline, so
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just, I just found, like I said, this is useless information, but.
That is crazy. That was pretty useful information.
I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with that information. I just thought it was interesting.
That's very
kind of ironic.
Yeah, useful is the wrong word, but that's definitely a fun fact.
Well, thank you for that.
Wait, I missed it. Say it one more time.
You said to repeat it one more time?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed it.
No, you good. I was just saying George Floyd and Charlie Kirk have the same birthday.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
That must be where I keep seeing these memes of, like I seen a meme the other day of like the floodgates of heaven, and it was like George Floyd and Charlie Kirk with wings, and they were shaking hands. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna finish talking and saying what we gotta say, but we're gonna let Lisa finish. Nobody else come off the mic until Lisa finish. Go ahead, Lisa.
I appreciate that, Alex. Okay, so here we go. Breaking news today, we already know about Jimmy Kimmel, and next, Trump has been barred from the UK conference after the clash that he had with that Australian journalist. Remember that? When the journalist was asking a question, and he goes, well, maybe we should investigate you. Did y'all hear that? Remember that? I have to play it because y'all either didn't know it or didn't remember it. Well, now he's been barred. He's over in the UK right now, and the network has barred him from the press conference after that particular clash. So people not over there, they're doing the real work. They're the ones who had the picture, his mugshot. They were projecting it onto the Windsor Castle before he got there. And then Kinko's had I don't know where they got this from. The picture of him and Epstein was as large or as long as a football field. I don't know how that was gangster. And then they had on a news station, they did I
I'm rounding up to 3,000 lies he's been told since he has been in office this term. They had it on the news station to tell all the lies that he's told, and plus they fact checked them, and it literally stayed on for 24 hours straight. Hold on. Now, the Federal Reserve is going to cut the U.S. interest rates for the first time since December. That's going to happen.
It just happened.
Oh, it already happened?
Oh, yeah, today.
Okay. Let's see. One more, you guys. The family of the black student found hanging from a tree on a campus has hired Ben Crump. Trump says he plans to designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization. And then we're going to talk about the 3 officers fatally shot and 2 injured in Pennsylvania. Unless that's changed since we started this room, I think that's correct. Is it correct still, you guys? Or do you know? No one knows?
It's Antifa like a faceless organization. Like, it's not even an organization, it's just an ideology. It's not even an organization.
Yeah, and Antifa doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a leader.
It doesn't even really exist. That's what I'm saying.
They're punching up the air.
So are they gonna do like they did communists? They just put the communist mark on people and started arresting people? That's what's gonna happen.
That's probably right, but you know, when Joe McCarthy did his...
Wait. One more thing so y'all can go run. I'm going to go back on mute.
Go.
And one last thing. The U.S. Justice Department removed study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. Same thing you guys just we're talking about. They're going to remove that study. All right?
Wait.
So they are...
Lisa, why would you remove a study, if it favors your side? Oh, wait a second.
Okay. The Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. It's going to vanish from the DOJ website. They are rewriting history in your face.
You know what, Lisa? I think they already scrubbed it, because literally when I was having this conversation in another room just a few days ago, I pulled that link, and when Omari was talking, I tried to pull that link again tonight, and it is gone.
I see.
And that was a .gov link, so you're right, they did scrub it.
You think I'll be over here just moisturizing and hydrating, don't you? I be looking up everything. I look at every time you guys have a subject and I don't know, I go and I look it up, and that's what's going on, you guys. So I have to jump in and do it before it gets too late.
Lisa, isn't it
a total infringement on freedom of speech?
Yeah, isn't it poetic, Lisa, that the country that we fought and so many people died for our own revolution against the United Kingdom, they are now fighting harder for our freedoms than the Republican Party is in our own country. I think that's very poetic.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So I just have that, and you guys can proceed on with the debate or the discussion, or we can pivot. I know somebody was just saying something before I said, "Give me a moment." I think it was you, Scotty, right?
I wanted to say something really shortly. So, the other boy in Mississippi was mixed.
Oh, like mixed how?
Black and white.
Oh, so he was. Okay.
Both of them were black.
Now,
so that's 2. That makes 2
black men
hung, and both were in Mississippi, right?
Right, and there's a group of 2 guys. They came up with a song today, that they are allowed to be played on the radio. And the title is Hang 'em High at Sundown.
Oh, come on, Alexander. For real?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Somebody put that in the chat earlier and I forgot to go get it. Who was that? Was it King?
I don't know.
Earlier today, she was talking about a song. But hers was a rap song. Are you talking rap, Alexander?
He's talking, actually, if you want to call that rap.
It was a black group? Is yours a black group?
No, this is a white group.
Okay, I think this one was a black group and they were rapping.
Okay. Lisa, I have a clip to play also.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
It's really short. This is just the congressional hearing with our dear friend Kash Patel, which, by the way, was a podcaster, as is his associate running the place, appointed by Trump. So I just want to play this little clip here.
9 black
Sorry.
Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry, Dylan Roof?
Roof?
Roof, can you give me some more information?
You're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine.
Okay. Can you give me a reminder? I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news.
That's all. That's the government.
Jesus Christ. And he knows. That's who's running shit. That's who's running this shit. Jimmy, you thought it was cute to pretend he don't know, because he damn sure knows.
What if he really doesn't know?
If he really doesn't know what's working.
Yeah, it sounds like he dead ass didn't know. I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, first of all,
If he doesn't know, then he's
If he doesn't know, that isn't working. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it sounds like he didn't know, which that is terrifying.
Just remember that he was a lawyer, so for him to not know that would disqualify.
Wait, that was Kash Patel speaking, right?
Yeah.
He was a lawyer.
Remember his interview in the Senate when he had to answer to the Senate?
Is he incompetent or a liar?
He is totally incompetent. Are you fucking kidding me?
And then she threw him a bone, and he talked about, "Can you give me a refresher?" She said,
He knows.
the commissioner.
A fine job during Hurricane Katrina and was doing a horrible job. What was that guy's name, y'all? Michael Brown. Yeah, Michael Brown.
That's a job, Brownie.
I just want to say that Crocodile Patel is a disgrace.
Well, did you guys see that clip? Where was the secretary, the education secretary, McMahon, she didn't know who Ruby Bridges was?
Oh, wow. Who didn't know?
Believe it or not, there's a lot of people who don't.
Who didn't know that?
Not McMahon, I forgot her. What's her,
Linda?
Linda McMahon. I want to say Stephanie all the time.
McMahon.
She didn't know who Ruby Bridges was. That was the most embarrassing thing I've ever.
Well, Donald Trump probably don't know either.
I mean, why? I mean,
Donald Trump don't know who he is.
Ruby Bridges is important. Like that's his.
She is. I agree.
Donald Trump, I guarantee you, he don't know for real.
But there are people that don't know because that's never been part of their teaching. That there's never been that. I'm serious.
And thanks to Donald Trump.
I believe you.
We're what? Remind April, what would we do?
Go, you're in the queue. Go.
Oh shit! I was like, that dude's wrong. I wanted to say something because I've been listening to this shit for a couple hours now. And out of anybody in this nation that should understand political violence more than anyone else, it should be the Black community. And the fact that there are people here that don't understand that everything that's ever been done, every body that's been hung, every cross that's been burnt, every body that's been buried or left in the ditch was political violence. And that's what the Civil War was fought over. And even if somebody did it because they thought it was their divine right or some fucking whatever, it was still political violence because it was their political view that also led them to believe that that was the right thing to do. And so, if anybody needs to know what political violence or should know what political violence is, it would be the Black community. And that's what I mean by gaps and lacking in education as far as what is real. Like Miss Ruby. So that's how I feel about it, and I may be wrong, and I might be out my lane, but and I don't think people are understanding the clarity of that, and understand it really can happen. It may not happen the same, but it will happen, and it's not just gonna be the Black community.
Well, it's happening in the way that they predicted, Ramona.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And it's the young Black men and young Black women, the young folk who don't understand what you're saying, Ramona. Because you know what? It's one thing for you not to agree with the left. You ain't gotta agree with the Democrats for whatever your reason is. But open your eyes and understand the bigger picture and see what's happening to America and pay attention to how people of color are being treated. And, that part. And stop participating by agreeing and not being able to see the other side of what your political belief might be. Look at the country. Look at the things that are happening and how people are being treated. And understand you could be next. That's all.
Good point. Is Gemini there? I want to ask him a question.
Those farmers honestly thought that Black people were going to sign up to take those jobs on those farms for $11 an hour. And they were literally pissed off that none of the Black people were coming to take those freaking jobs. And now they're ass out. They had to plow over their fields again, and they've lost everything. And I mean, I watched video after video of these white farmers going, well, we raised the pay to $11 an hour. How come none of the Black people are putting in for these jobs? They are serious. There wasn't no way in hell they was going to do that shit. So, whatever. Miss me with that shit.
So, Gemini, so
I know we'll get our editors back.
Gemini.
Racism only exists as you're being specifically called to some of these people.
So
that's a fact, right? What you want to ask me, Omar?
So the other day you made a statement. You saying that some of why people might be emotional about certain things is because of their livelihood. And I pondered on it for a couple of days, and I have to say I disagree because
you gotta give me context. So many conversations.
Yeah, I think it was a conversation about like why people get so angry at me with the things I say because they feel threatened in their lives, their livelihood and stuff like that. Do you remember that? And if you don't, that's fine.
Go ahead.
So yeah, right. That's that part. So if people really were truly scared, as they say they are, they would be hiding, right? They wouldn't be on these apps. They wouldn't be living life, because sometimes I hear people, do the whole Chicken Little disguise falling thing. And then when I hear another conversation like, man, y'all popping bottles, things are going great. Y'all breaking bread, money's great. Everything is all, not Gucci, but y'all like basically Prada, right? So which one is it? Are y'all living a life fair, or y'all living the good life? In my Kanye voice.
Okay, can I respond to that? You asked me a question, let me respond to it directly, then I hand it right to you. I'll tell you this much. There are both ends of the spectrum, right? There are some people that are stressed out and struggling, and that goes across the board because the economy is not very good right now. The job market is not going very well right now, so of course people are feeling the impact of that. Also, we already know that prices are going up. So people are feeling the impact of that. And there are people that have found their niche, found their market, found their way, found their career, found their lane, found their entrepreneurial spirit, however it might construe itself. And they're doing okay. But that doesn't mean that they're still not going to be feeling the pressure of what's happening overall in society. They're not feeling the heightened awareness of racial tension. They're not seeing the political tension and political violence and the potential for it to go even further. They're not seeing the agenda of the current administration. So there's not yes or no to that. That goes across the board.
Okay. So people are genuinely trying their best to fight those who want to fight. The reason why is because, I don't know if you know, but there is such a thing as being suppressed to the point where you're just silenced. You do know that that's a thing that happens, right? Like, people are suppressed to the point where they're silenced, meaning you scare them with doxing, potentially getting them fired from a very needed job, right? And at the end of the day, that's completely unfair. So, but there are people who's like, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go all in. Okay, I will be, silenced, just so the person who's scaring me to death with things like doxing could just win. Not because they made a good argument, but because they hung something over my head that is just threatening. So people are just like fed up. Like they're taking it. I know I'm taking it. Please, people can probably dox me all day long, right? I mean, it is what it is at this point, right? Am I afraid? Not really afraid. I think that it's I'm just taking it. It's pretty dangerous. But I'm not going to be silenced. Period. Because if you're not right, then I'm not going to just let you run over me. And there are plenty of people, and I've spoken to them, who are just like, have the same sentiment as I do. We're not going to let people just run over us. No. Okay? Even though the things that you stated, right, could possibly happen. And the fact that you even brought up that in the question is kind of interesting.
The fact of the matter is, people are getting ran over and they ain't doing shit about it. Let's just be honest, because ain't nobody doing that. Like, yeah, but before our very eyes, all our rights are being stripped away, and all niggas is doing is like, oh, well, it's me, oh, well, I'm gonna leave, or I'm just gonna sit here in the house. I can't lose my job. Even though you still might lose your job anyway, it's like everybody is super scared. And I don't blame nobody for being super scared, but I don't see nobody fighting back, to be honest with you. They just complying. Like, even the people that got doxxed and fucking got fired, they kind of dialing back the things that they're saying as well. They're like, well, I really wasn't trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit really got people frightened. And I don't think this is not fair at all. By no means is this even, like, this is crazy as fuck. But it's happening, and I don't see nobody. Like, I'm going through social media as we speak. And I'm just watching the news, too. Ain't nobody like pushing back. This Jimmy Kimmel shit is crazy. Kimmel shit is crazy, but you know.
Wouldn't you agree that this has been happening to women and gay
oh yeah, that's why I'm not shocked. What I'm shocked about is that men aren't pushing back at this. Like, the men folks do we have any male allies? Because I'm shocked that there isn't a man on either side, liberal or conservative, that's like, yeah, this is going too far.
Well, I think it just happened, though. I don't think it's going to go.
I hope so.
I mean, it just happened. So
I'm gonna keep my ears open, Deborah. Ain't nobody said nothing about this.
It's gotta be, but I mean, we know this administration will push all the, they'll go they'll go to the hill because they could just give some time to fuck up shit, and they know they're gonna end up in court. That's the whole purpose, is to tear it up. That's what
the FCC. How can the FCC be sued? Something gotta happen. This ain't.
Something has to happen.
This right here, this is going too far. I ain't never in my life thought that this type of shit was really gonna happen.
It's the flip-flopping too, because when Pam Bondi came out and said we will go after anybody who says any hate speech, they literally had to reel it back because they are the main ones that be doing hate speech. And it was like, Pam, you're going too far now. They had to play her a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about, freedom of speech. And so she was like, yeah, well, we're talking about, she cleaned it up with saying, I'm talking specifically about hate speech that results in violence or, is planning violence, et cetera, right? Fast forward the very next day, the FCC talking about ABC needs to figure something out with Kimmel. There's an easy way and a hard way to do this. This is what the guy from the FCC said on a podcast. And that's what cued everything. The fact that the FCC person
on
can be talking shit on a podcast, and then that translates to people actually making actions and moving because they taking it as a real threat is really crazy. We about to turn into communist China.
And the fact that podcast clear without showing the conflict of interest, and they're not even addressing that conflict of interest is crazy too. Yeah.
Right.
Did you guys hear about the
systematically messing with the airways anyway? Because that's why they went after the NPR and all of that. So
Brooklyn, did you hear about the Biden
I don't want
administration?
to hear nothing else.
Did you hear about they had Operation Arctic Frost? No, did you hear about? That's a question. Have you heard about Arctic Frost?
No.
Anybody on the stage heard about Arctic Frost?
Obviously not, but is it in comparison to
Arctic Frost? Yes.
Put something in the
show me
I
how.
got you. Arctic Frost, y'all. It's crazy. It should upset everybody on the stage. We'll see.
You post it. Why are you even bringing it up if you're not going to explain it? What the fuck?
I'm trying to explain. You can cut me off.
You're being Amari. You are a black man. That president is black. Stupid. You get on my nerves so bad because you can't even hide. Unless you fucking start bleaching your skin today, you cannot hide your blackness. I don't give a fuck how much like Urkel you sound.
You take your blackness away.
What are you talking about?
Whenever you start going against your own kind, you take your blackness away, right?
Nigga, you, and even if not just like,
Yeah, I think Sandra was
hold on, Sandra. Even if you just not.
Can I talk to Janai for a second?
Real quick, Sandra, let me just finish what I was saying.
For 5 minutes, Sandra.
Okay, well, go ahead. Just Yaka.
What's up, Sandra?
She was cooking.
What'd you say?
She don't stop now, Sandra. Go ahead.
Can I get a word in? Sandra, you
I'm just feeling really conflicted right now because of this situation. And my dumb ass raised my sons. My sons never even had fucking water guns. They are 34 and 35, never had a real gun in their lives. Their father was a fucking gun fanatic. He almost killed me one time while he was cleaning one of his fucking guns. He had fucking guns in his gun safe, big enough to kill a fucking elephant. So I never let my sons play with guns. And now I am conflicted. I decided to go and get my license, but now I'm worried about my sons because once I divorced their fucking stupid ass gun-toting father, they have never been around him. So I'm freaking the fuck out, Gemini, because this shit is fucked up. These honkies are tripping. I'm so glad I don't have to get up and go to work no more. I don't have to drive. I don't have to go anywhere I don't want to be. Only white people I have to be around are the ones that I love, and I do love many. But those are the only white people I have to be around. But I I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for my sons.
I would tell them
We gotta be around Amari and Manfinity on this out, but besides that,
Man, why y'all put me in this? Come on now.
I was about to say this crazy. Like, trying to learn at a late age in your 30s, like, do they have a passion for it at all? Is this something that they're interested in on their own accord, or is it something that you want to suggest to them? Have they expressed any interest
I just want them to be able to protect themselves.
The reason why I'm asking is, like, guns, like, you don't want to somebody, like, me and my guns are one, they're an extension of my body, every single one. You know what I mean? Like, I know exactly what I would.
So you did that when you were in your teens?
My dad had me.
Or your teens?
Yeah, my dad had me from I don't even remember how young I was when he started. I don't. Like,
oh, well, I divorced the damn daddy because he liked white girls and he had, like, he's on wife number 6 now, so.
Oh, shit. He is serial. But no. One thing I will say, and this is not gonna sound good, but it's accurate. If you're not really prepared, you actually increase the chances of you dying. I've had 2 die by their own gun. 2. Right? You pull it and you hesitate. Right? If you have that there's a moment of truth. Right? And when that moment of truth comes, a lot of people that think they would shoot don't. But you just up the whole level to a life and death situation. You escalated it when you introduced that weapon, because that's a life or death weapon. You're not supposed to shoot to injure, right? And I get a lot of flack for that, but I'm not shooting to injure. I want to down a lethal threat, right? So I'm going to squeeze multiple times, center mass, every time. That's just me. If my finger enters the trigger guard, I'm definitely squeezing 3 times, minimum, right? So.
Okay, I was gonna say to Brooklyn, Brooklyn, you're 100% right. Because I didn't see this type of thing happening when Martin Luther King died. They were marking his death, and I didn't see anybody getting fired from their jobs then. You know, this is, I don't know what this is that we got to be so suppressed that we can't even say this man's name. This is terrible.
Son, I wasn't finished with
100% right. No, but I had Sandra go. I told Sandra to go before me. I was after Sandra.
Right, but I should be able to give a full response, which I'm going to do respectfully. I was about to land anyway. Sandra,
okay.
Sandra, what I was about to finish saying was this. I would tell them to get some. If they have any interest in weapons, I would tell them to pursue it. If not, at least have them get bear spray. At least have them get a stun baton. At least have them get a ring doorbell or cameras on their home. You know what I mean? At least have them do the minimum as far as defense goes. At least advocate for that.
It was mentioned about an interview. It was mentioned about an interview with TMZ and Pam Bondi. And the first thing that came to my mind is like, wait, Harvey Levine, he's a lawyer. She's a lawyer, I guess. What was his response on
Wait, hold up. Did you guys cut off Alexander?
No.
Alexander, were you speaking at all?
I was trying to get into it for a long time, a couple of hours now.
Wow. Hold on. No. I'm in the, sorry you guys, the phone is on the computer stand and I'm over here on the other side. Can you guys, I haven't had Alexander speak. Aleph said he's been waiting for 2 hours.
That part is not true. I've heard Aleph in the last 30 minutes at least.
No, you haven't.
He ain't waited on 2 hours.
You haven't heard me. I have not spoken at all.
Okay. Yeah, that's not true though, but okay.
I've spoken.
If you wanted to
You've been speaking the whole time.
Stop lying. That's crazy.
Okay, I've been speaking the whole time. Who said that?
Gemini said that. Gemini said that, not me. Okay, why everybody throw me under the bus? That shit crazy.
I know one time earlier you were they tried to get you to speak and you weren't at the place.
Yeah, I did call for you at the mic and you weren't there.
I wanted to speak, and somebody said this fucking ass was late. Too late. And then I tried
That's not. Okay, so
Alex, would like to speak, and then I'll let you next.
No, I'm going.
I don't need to speak. I don't think I'm going to hear.
Mark has been trying to talk.
Okay, huh? What you say?
Somebody else cut me off. I said, Dark has been trying to talk for a while. I'm watching his stage. He came off his mic a couple of times.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You guys got it. Now I'm at the phone now. I was trying to
Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah. Is he on stage? I don't see Dark. Where do you see Dark at?
He's dark. He's too dark. You can't see him.
Here am I.
You're about B. They said you were coming off your mic. Go ahead, Dark. Speak up.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, it is incredible to me that Republicans choose to look backward when they refuse to take responsibility on something that are happening right now. It's always, what about Biden? What about Obama? Not what's happening right now. Trump can incite violence right now, and they're like, oh, well, what about when Biden was investigating these other Republican groups that were also inciting violence? For example, Charlie Kirk had a list of professors that he encouraged his groupies to go target. So yeah, maybe they should investigate. But that's all they got. Oh, what about, shouldn't this be this thing? It's cowardly. And I don't understand how they can be so cowardly about this. That's what Omari tries to do. Omari tries to go and shine his cowardice on all of us. I don't understand it. It's strange to me.
Omari, just like somebody in the chat. Omari, hold on. I want to answer somebody in the chat. They wanted to know if I was around when Martin Luther King got killed. I was a teenager when Martin Luther King got killed. Come on.
Rest in peace, MLK.
Hey, period on Alexander. Period. Well, I was going to ask her a follow-up on that. Are you up for a follow-up, Alexander? Do you remember the climate after? Like, I know black people were angry. Were white people angry? Were they talking? I mean, were they making fun of what happened? Can you recall any?
Yes, they were laughing about it. Black folk took to the street. I mean, they took to the street marching before anybody, because we were in Atlanta, and that's where he lived. So, yeah, they were laughing about it. They thought it was funny. They thought he got what he deserved.
Not the same people that try to quote him every time they get a chance. Not the same people. I'm not saying all, but every time some girl got not the country, but the character, but the color, the country. I've been to the mountaintop. Oh my God, they love them some Martin. Yep. Gotta be more like Dr. Martin Luther King. So now Charlie Kirk is Martin Luther Kirk. And then his wife is
not Martin Luther Kirk.
What's wrong with you? I know I have a problem. I'll be at the Apollo tomorrow.
It is time for you to go to sleep. You need to. Martin Luther Kirk is the craziest shit I heard all day.
Wow,
Martin Luther Kirk is crazy.
J.D. Vaughn. Because that was too much.
We gotta block her from the name. Martin Luther Kirk and J.D. Vaughn. Like, what are we doing?
I'll be picking up names all day. Don't hang us over.
Now they're about to say that. Watch. They somebody about to use that somewhere.
She was about to look correct. I know she was tight.
Yeah, I know.
We said that the other day, everybody questioned me because I'm not old enough to have experienced or been
got 80-year-old uncles and aunts that told me that these things were occurring during that time. They were literally making fun of Martin Luther King and celebrating his death. They were doing it. And now in 2025, we can't do it. So it's bad.
And they keep trying to equate the two. What Martin Luther King did was try to bring people together. He was trying to, talk to blacks and trying to, keep them calm and trying to, talk to them before they went out and did stupid stuff. And when they did act, they did it in a nonviolent way, right? And it seemed like that made them even madder. Like they were trying to push them to have violence so they can have a reason to start shooting and killing people, which is what I believe they're trying to do now, is to make people so mad that they will jump first so they can have a reason to kill them. That's why they infiltrating these black cities so they can be in position
and hanging black men,
killing folk whenever they get ready. And why these black men in these rooms can't at least understand that, see that for what it is. I don't know what's wrong with Notorious, his booty clapping ass, and
why don't you let folks figure it out?
Huh?
When they get ready to start hanging people, excuse me, Lord, I'm not.
Oh shit, y'all.
When they start, hanging people on a regular, we need to gather them up and offer them up first.
Yeah.
No. Lisa, no. We're not gonna offer up our own. We can't do that. We can't offer nobody that look like us. We can't do that.
Okay, y'all been excoriating these people all night, and then as soon as I said, then we need to come on now. Everybody,
I'm with you when you're right, Lisa.
And
you're right.
And you everybody
smoke signal when they lock you up. I tried to come this
For real, I'm definitely gonna put some money on her book. So she can get some hot Cheetos and Oreos and some honey buns.
Hey, I need to work on my fucking abs. I'll be working on my abs. I'll be working on my glutes, my glutes, and everything else.
Big Bertha gonna be telling you you look hot.
You need to working on more than that. You need to be working on locking your legs.
Big Bertha don't ask. Big Bertha demands.
She might be looking cute too about that time.
Big Bertha demands on ask.
But I was gonna tell you guys also, thank you for handling Bad Bunny. I'm following her, the Caucasian lady who had the rabbit in her picture.
Bad Bunny is Bella.
Her name is Bad Bunny. I will be following her and inviting her in on a regular, so get ready. I've already back channel. I said, Bad Bunny, you gotta come back.
She's got a righteous ending.
You back channel up, but you can't respond to my message. What's going on?
I got your message.
Who's Bad
Bunny? Mike?
Wait, who's the Bad Bunny?
The one that you didn't like.
The one that you came up on.
Bella Ciao. It's one thing to have the franchise. It's another thing to have somebody like her gaslighting and then being racist in everybody's face here. That's a line that we shouldn't allow.
Black people don't need your protection.
What did you say now?
Shut up, Amari. What you talking about? Hush.
What you talking about, Willis? Amari sent me the
Read it to the audience. I want to hear that hot.
I sent the clip to Telegram, and all of you guys who are members, card carrying members of 420, please join Telegram so I don't have to be going through every single solitary site to get you guys to see something. But our 420 Telegram, please join that. Go through Haitian, so then that way you guys can see, what's published and what needs to be played and what's going on for the day and when the rooms are going to open.
About the mods?
Not just the mods.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to leave. All my shit's gonna.
Oh Lord, what stuff do you have in there?
No.
Just talk to me later. This is not the place. Talk to me in Telegram.
Yeah, I won't. They have to worry about me.
Most of the pubs in the houses, they have a private one for the mods and they have one that's,
We could do that. We do have a house chat. Maybe we could put it in that. I've never activated the 420 clubhouse chat at all. But anyway, yeah, we could do that. We'll start another one because it's really tiring.
Right.
Most of them jokers ain't gonna read.
Scotty, can you give me 1 second? I'm just gonna say one thing, real briefly. Lisa, this is gonna be the first episode that goes up on your YouTube. So there you go.
Oh no, not really.
Really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
Okay, y'all.
I just wanted to finish my statement before I was rudely cut off. Somebody like her, that person that you want to
Bad Bunny.
It's very different from some of the other regular people who align with MAGA that come in here. She is somebody to be very careful about because she is the type of person that will dock somebody. But worse than that, she comes on stage, she gaslights the entire stage and all the audience listening. She talked down to a black woman in here and was so disrespectful. She was spewing racist lies in here. And she got away with it for a very long time. And she is, if I were to run a room, that would be the red line. Some of these other people, they're making their arguments and whatever, and sometimes they're funny. This was not funny. To me, it was very dangerous what she was doing. So I don't know if there is a line or there's not a line, but she would not be one that I would ever want to see or share a stage with again. If she does come, I'm not going to be here because I will crash out on her because she's lying, deceitful, a gaslighter, and racist. And I'm sure she's also homophobe and other things, but I don't need to get into that. Thank you. I'm done.
So I heard her, and I will go back and listen to it again because once again, I know you guys have very busy lives, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you coming to the 420 as always. But I also have a busy life, and I know I was been instructed that because this is my room, I'm the face of the room, and I'm the top left of the room, that I have to bear all responsibility of whatever is said on my stage by whomever says it on my stage. So I've been told. But I think it's ludicrous to think that somebody who opens up a room can control anything that anyone says coming out of grown people's mouth. I would have to be a mind reader, Miss Cleo, Houdini, and damn near Jesus to know what you guys are going to say before you say it. So I will go back and listen to what she said. I heard some of it. She was actually talking to somebody, and I didn't even realize it was a female at the time because I was passing through and heard you go, and I heard you come up. That's what really got me to listening because you came up. You weren't on the stage the last time I looked on the phone, Scotty. And then when I come through into the ensuite, I heard you, and I said, well, welcome to what Scotty's up for. And then I heard her speaking. So I don't know what came before the part that I heard, nor did I hear when she absolutely disappeared off the stage. So if you guys agree with Scotty, you know where to put the information so I can read it. I will go back and also listen to the clip. But that's where I stand on the 420. I do my best to make sure there's no hate speech, no public speech, none of that. But you guys also have to monitor your tongues. I cannot do that, and I won't do it. And please do not put the responsibility of it on me, male or female. I have enough to deal with. So police yourself. Interesting, and you guys are very intelligent. You know how to. You know what to say before I do. Y'all at 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 season here.
Yeah, Lisa, that's fine. I was just giving my opinion that if I was running the space, this is why I don't run the space. And what I thought crossed the line into an egregious territory that shouldn't be tolerated, in my opinion, where other people who disagree with us come up here and we have the conversations and it gets heated, whatever. This felt to me very, very different.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with Scotty. but it's not on just you, Lisa. I mean, it shouldn't be. The rest of us have
Certainly not
up here. But she did. What she did was Gemini at that point was minding the space, doing a very great job, excellent job, and he was giving her. He was trying to give her space to say what she wanted to say, but she kept. Well, people were trying to let her say it, and she was going kind of too far. So people were coming off mic and interrupting her, which then was giving her more time to land, so to speak. But she misrepresented what Sandra had said and called her. She came up and started with black women, something about black women and the black lives.
That's a stupid black argument, is what she
Stupid
said.
black argument. There you go.
It was after I was talking,
She
actually.
started out disrespectful. At one point, she then gave her, said what she wanted to say, and then she started to scold us, and that's when I had enough too. It was time for her to shut up. But I agree that that's why she was getting away with it because Gemini was trying to give her her time. Yeah, so then she started to get kind of belligerent and stuff, and he knocked her down. It was time for her to get knocked down. But we did agree that we would not allow misinformation. You can say what you want to say, but when it starts to go into misinformation and disinformation, it needs to stop. And that's what she was doing. She said Charlie Kirk loved people. He was not a racist. All the things that he is, she said he wasn't.
That's the part that I came in on. I heard her go over that, and I thought she was challenging you guys as far as, because that's the whole problem, is that they are stopping anyone from saying anything that is counter to what she's saying. So I said, okay, well, now we're getting it in real time, because that's when I came in, when she was talking about how he was not racist, he was not the divisionist, and da-da-da-da. I said, well, god dang, we got somebody in the room saying this in real time, as opposed to Christine, when she's Trumper. She's a Trumper. She's a female Trumper. And there are several on this app who are African American, but she's the only one now has decided that she would like to come in here and argue with you guys in 420 because she already knows what this room is about. So she knows what she's getting into when she comes in here. That's why I don't say nothing when she's on the stage, because she knows that. She's very clear.
So,
Miss Lisa. Yes,
can I just say something real quick to Miss Lisa? Because
oh no, Miss Lisa.
Now somebody else speak. I always call her Miss Lisa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to. I just want to tell Lisa that she came in after I started talking. So if you go back, you can see, and then she was responding to something after I said.
Were you trying to speak? I think I was.
You see this?
Be quiet, sir. It was a woman trying to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And we're going to play Amari's clip at 17 minutes and something seconds of the way the clip starts. Okay, go ahead.
Miss Lisa, I was saying that you came in after the first half of her submission, where she so very boldly, with 10 toes and all, was very fucking rude and insulting with the things that she was saying about black women. And the way she said the word black made me want to turn into AT&T and count the punch that bitch.
Really?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
because that honey, she was in my. Did she get kicked because she was in my?
No, she got let me listen to Lisa because
but she didn't get kicked. She didn't get
No,
kicked.
no.
Okay.
But that's why people were upset because she was trying.
I was letting her go, and I kept blocking people and letting her go.
And
I let her get her thought out.
I heard you guys saying that, and not like I'm moving around, because I had to be at work really early. So
Lisa, they're over exaggerating. Trust me.
No, we're not.
Listen to it, Amari. Trust me.
Lisa, I've been working all night, and I was sitting in the audience all night. I was not going to come up for any reason tonight at all. I was going to go about my work, do my business, and go away. But the shit she was saying I could not, in good faith, if had I a few moments, I had to raise my hand and come up and say what I said. I was shot and brought down because I interrupted. That was fine. I get it. You want to run a room. But I couldn't tolerate it. Eventually, I came back up, and said what I needed to say. But the point is, it was that egregious that I felt I had to come up. I would not have done that if it was any one of the other regular cast of characters that come in, and say shit and argue with you guys. This just to me crossed the line, and that was all.
Who was this person?
You know what else happened was I think it was
I respect that, Scotty. I respect that because that's what I was heard. But hold on, that's who I heard. Be honest with you, I'm telling you, when I was moving about and watching the machine was on, and I heard Scotty. And I knew Scotty was in the office because when I was sitting at the computer doing the research and stuff, I start reading the chat and stuff now, and I saw Scotty down there. So when he started talking, and I heard the tone of his voice, I came back into the bedroom to the computer, and I was like, "What the heck?" And I heard her saying this stuff about CK and how, he's this, he's that, he's this. And I was like, oh, wow, we got somebody in the room who's actually saying the things that they want us to actually say. And, and I could tell she was Caucasian because I heard you guys had said it. So I just said, okay, so I turned my back. I took a screenshot of it so I guess I won't be reaching out to her. I took a screenshot of the stage.
Yeah, I thought she was black. She white?
No, she's Caucasian.
Yeah, you couldn't hear the valley bell in her voice. I mean, that's the reason why she.
She literally said you black people.
I was
like, you didn't hear the way she said the word black.
Well, I keep getting caught up when I'm asking who this person is, and anybody answering who the person is. Who's this person?
Her name is Bella. Bella something.
Bella. Her name is Bad Bunny, Sugar Bunny, a little cute bunny. And I'm going to call her Beth, but her name is Bella, Bella.
I just came off of the grind. I was running off the stage, but I know who you guys are referring to.
Oh, okay.
So the way she said black, she used she sounded like maybe like Carlton. That was a problem. I mean, she didn't say the N-word. I mean, she said black.
What is the need to defend her?
She said what she said. Hold up. What she said is this is a black problem. And she said it with emphasis, like black.
A trans person doesn't inherently make you gay, and or make you leftist, make you a liberal, and that there's lots of gay Republicans. And she said that is a stupid black argument made by a black woman. That's what the fuck came out of her mouth.
I thought she was talking about me at first, right? Because I was like, why?
Mari, I thought she was protecting you too, the way the.
Yeah, I was confused of that whole conversation.
And she
was talking to
told
me.
you to be quiet because she was on your side. So those are the parts and pieces that I came on, and that's when I said.
I might have missed that part. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, you heard a lot. But she had Afterglam was trying to make room for her too. They were talking over her, and Afterglam said, "Wait, let her talk. And when she started talking, Afterglam said, "Oh, she on that side."
I thought she was on your side. I thought she was going up against me. I was about to go white on her.
I mean, she is against you, Amari. She is. She doesn't like black people, so that includes you too. As a matter of fact, I don't think much of MAGA thinks kindly to one, the gays, and two, the blacks. So how do you feel about that?
You're not whoa. But that I could have lectured all day today. Well, not they weren't really lecturing me, but I was just jumping in. I kind of lost my cool on one particular part of the conversation about the Supermax trends they were talking about, and I was told that these particular subset of a subset are basically right and wingers, somebody can correct me, who are pseudo-trans people. They say they're trans, they want to be trans because they said the women have the soft life, so, but they don't transition, but they call themselves trans. That's what they were trying to say, that this, don't mention any names because we have people on the stage who can't have a connection to the conversation that Kimmel had today. I'll just put it that way. But yeah, it's just too much. And I've been trying to figure out all day today. So I was getting the business. So I'm just trying to go back and research that particular topic, but they're supposed to be on the left, these trends, if I got it right. And I probably don't have it right.
Yeah, let me just explain. Like, there is a percentage that is not small of the LGBT community, which includes trans, that are MAGA or right wing or radicalized in some way, and they have nothing to do with the left. They don't want anything to do with the left. So that's the reality of it. But what I find really fascinating is you have a grown man who assassinated this person in a very disgusting way and a wrong thing to do. And it's his responsibility. It's nobody else. It's not the person he talked to. It's not his family. It's not anything else. It is him that is solely responsible. And yet, because of a roommate who may be trans, I don't fucking know, whose ideology we don't know, now that person is directly responsible for all of this hate, and not the white Christian boy who grew up in a MAGA household, running with firearms since he was 10 years old in that kind of culture. He cannot be held responsible. It has to be the person who's the roommate, who he has known for, a short amount of time, who is trans, who is also not left-wing. So I don't understand why that responsibility can't just fall on him and him alone.
Because they need the boogeyman. Without the boogeyman.
And that was rhetorical. We know the answer.
So he didn't know that. I knew that though.
Okay. Let's see. No, it's. Oh, okay. So, do we have any more information on the person or persons responsible for killing 3 police officers and injured? I have the clip from my favorite, Shapiro, my second favorite of all time governors, and he's speaking on the situation. Are you guys interested, or you just want to?
Yes, I've been wanting to hear that. I heard it was a good speech.
Oh, is the actual speech?
He's speaking to people and he's talking about the violence, and he reminds me of Barack Obama.
Why does he remind you of Barack Obama?
If you just look at the way he spake his hands, the way he pauses, he could tell like he had the whole Toastmaster Barack Obama probably teaching.
Well, that's why
he emulates Obama. Like he's like Obama, and then other people.
I knew you were going to say
Obama because he's a great.
See, that's why they were hating on him when I was trying to say, "Oh, please don't choose Timmy. Please choose Joshi for vice president." And everybody was like, "Oh, he's trying to be like Obama. He's like the white fake Obama." I was like, "What? The Jews are." To me, I thought if I'm going to emulate anyone, it's very much will be the Obamas. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, we all do here love the Obamas, so you think that's an issue? That he would want to be like a great leader and a very intelligent man?
I would vote Democrat if Westmore or Shapiro's on the ticket. There's nobody else. Those are the only 2 Democrats I would vote.
If Kamala would have chosen Shapiro, you would have cast your vote.
No. They have to be the head. So that means Westmore has to be the nominee. He has to be the Democrat or Shapiro. Those 2, I'll jump back.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable? Do you not feel like a
real quick, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable for the job as president?
What is your name, Juicy. Hi, Juicy. I do believe a woman is capable, like a Condoleezza Rice, but not the woman that is in Kiana's picture.
Condoleezza Rice? Wow. That's interesting. I am too. I'm just low. More. And another thing I want to do before I play.
That's why he would vote for her.
No, I think Lisa, did y'all talk about Jasmine Crockett's Senate hearing with Castro Town?
I didn't even know she got a chance to speak. Oh,
I just posted it in the chat.
Oh my God!
If you want to see it.
I think we should play it. Who has it?
It's a TikTok though. Y'all know you don't got TikTok.
No, I don't.
Are you gonna play Shapiro too, Lisa?
I'm gonna play both before it gets really late. So so go ahead and play I love me some Jasmine. I want to hear her first.
I can't play it. Somebody else will have to play it. But I posted it.
You got it, Scotty?
Yeah, Lisa, they're upset with her because she paying for the boy's funeral. The boy that got hung.
Wait. She's what?
Yeah, so they upset. Well, it's so much.
She's paying for the funeral.
You know who?
The number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the.
Hold on for just a second, Scotty. Hold 1 second.
I definitely think you should.
Did you guys just hear what Alexander just said?
Yeah, that they're upset that she's paying for the,
a kid that got hung in the who and why?
You know who?
But why do they
get involved?
Why do they care?
Exactly.
Who is paying for this young man's funeral? We need to be holding vigils and maybe fill up the stadiums like Beyonce. I don't understand what the problem is. We can't do shit anymore. Not even pay for our own fucking funerals. There's a black woman paying for a black young man who was in college funerals. I was waiting for the GoFundMe because I was going to contribute. I was going to move the parents. Has anybody seen any GoFundMes for him? Because I haven't.
They have one too. Yeah, they have a GoFundMe too.
Okay, so I'm going to look it up in the morning. They've hired Ben Crump. I told you guys that. They've hired Ben Crump. So they think there is why would they hire him? Because they think there's some foul play going on. If it was a suicide, why would you hire a lawyer?
Because the parents said that when the police knocked on their door to tell them about it, the police told them that he was found in his bed. Yeah.
Oh, no.
But it was somebody that worked for the college that discovered his body. So,
How they gonna mix up somebody hanging from a tree to laying down deceased in their bed? How do you get that fucked up as a police officer? I don't get that part.
That's why the parents hired Ben Crump to get to the bottom of it.
Wow. Okay.
When they supposed to have found him on a pickleball court.
That's the other one. Wasn't that the other one?
He was supposedly hanging from a tree out there.
Yes.
Okay. That's not what these guys won't understand.
If you are an anti-Semitic individual.
No, it's not only
describe yourself if that qualifies you as a hater of Jews.
What does that mean?
You don't type in the details that describe you, Mikhail, and then you will understand that you are an anti-Semitic individual. Why not? They don't want to know who you are. Just find out. Find out how much you hate Jews. You know that Jews deny it.
It's so weird that he's just like, we're this continuation of a 3,000 year tradition. I don't know what this guy is talking about. There is no such thing as a 3,000 year tradition, nor is there an archive that
you hate Jews. That's what I'm saying. Can you respond? Respond to what I'm saying, Miguel.
Santa Claus isn't real. You hate Christmas.
You hate.
No,
You are an anti-Semitic individual.
Just like you hate Christmas.
You hate Muslims too.
And you're not even responding.
You hate Muslims.
Listen, I believe.
You hate Jews, Miguel. Just repeat after me, and you will be telling the truth.
I think you're.
Go ahead.
I think if you guys.
You can do it. Admit that you hate Jews.
Admit you hate
You will see that you're
Admit that you are the anti-Semitic individual that you are.
Devin, you hate Muslims.
Okay, we got that straight.
Oh, you
Thank
hate
you.
Muslims, Devin? Are you
Thank
an
you for
Islamophobe?
admitting that you hate
I
people.
fear
And
the
Bill,
irony of
you
God.
sound like you're on the same wavelength.
Dude, we don't care. You don't matter.
All we know,
about that.
all
You're trying to make us.
is that we are having a conversation with two Jew haters. Two Jew haters who want to demonize Jews, who want to paint Jews in a bad light. That makes you an anti-Semitic individual.
Why do we hate you since you know so much?
Why? Go ahead, tell me.
You tell me. I know since you know so much.
You're the one who hates Jews. You know yourself.
I'm
Do you not?
curious because you're telling
You
me.
don't know yourself? So you don't know why you hate Jews, is that it?
But you should know since
You don't know why. Isn't that curious?
I'm curious.
You hate Jews, but you don't know why. That's great. Hey, you're both doing great. You both hate Jews. You both have no idea why.
You tell us, because you know everything.
I can't wait till
Okay, thank you for conceding that you are an anti-Semitic individual, but the question remains, why? Why
I swear,
Please explain.
I have moments where I feel like, even in the past, and I don't know, and I guess this is deja vu, right? This is what they call deja vu, but it feels like the more I experience deja vu, it feels like some sort of like connection of like oh, I just remembered before I had a dream or some sort of like just imagination moment where I saw a moment of the world ahead of that one. And I believe that's like what deja vu is. You remember that you remembered prior to a moment that you remembered. I know it's weird.
Yeah, very weird. You are the weirdest anti-Semitic individual around. That's great. You qualify for the Jew hater of the
literally Semitic, like the irony of
You're a Jew hater.
The English
You're a Holocaust denier. You're all those great things. You're the lowest of the low, man.
English.
You're just the lowest of the low. You are a slimy individual who calls the world on his belly like a worm.
It's weird.
Who hates Jews simply because Jews are Jews, and you hate those people who are called Jews, and you can run your diarrhea mouth all you like. I'm telling you the truth about you. You should just shut the fuck up and understand who you are. You're a Jew hater.
Okay, what do you want me to do, Devin?
Everybody knows that you're an anti-Semitic individual. Have fun. Enjoy your identity.
Okay, sure. You too. Something is wrong with these guys. Like, I think I don't believe you. Okay, let me be honest. I'm gonna be straight up, real honest. And Jews are just niggers. Like, y'all know different than them, and you see the BHI and stuff. Like, when you have an identity disconnect, and you're like trying to like lie to yourself, like you end up, you expose yourself. And this is what you see. So when I'm talking to BHI, I'm like bringing them like the DNA evidence. And I'm like, here's AI. What do you want? Let's do this. Like, you hear all kinds of gaslighting and they ad hominems or try to
like act like they don't see the logic or whatever. You know, or like AI is conspiring against them.
It's just denial and indoctrination.
You know, I'm as realistic. I pride myself by logic and reason. Like I'm literally a pursuer of truth by all means. Like I'm one of those guys. I believe in that. I believe in knowledge and science. Like I totally believe in that. These are the pillars. And in Islam, anybody who has made their path the path of pursuing knowledge is literally on a path that is the same path as like prophets and martyrs. So, you know, I'm just saying. So I've committed to something like this a long time ago. So I'm completely committed to knowledge and truth and logic and reason. And if I believed my religion was illogical in any fundamental way, I wouldn't believe in it. I just wish people like would give me the benefit of the doubt. Like I believe I sound reasonable enough. Like I know I can get down to the dirt with someone or troll someone. I get that. I'm human. At the end of the day, I get angry too, and God gets angry. So it's just like, you know, it is what it is. It's their fault. You know, the one who starts is the one you should condemn, not the one who responds. You know, but do give me the benefit of the doubt that I can look from it within your paradigm and see whether, you know, there can be a logic found, like in a fundamental way. I'm not even going to criticize you on the secondary stuff, but literally your fundamental stuff doesn't make any sense. And so someone who's truly committed to God and someone who's committed to knowledge and truth, who is a Jew, like, I just don't believe these people don't exist at this point. Or they're hiding or something. And the closest we've seen to something like this, like Tovia Singer, and he keeps it pretty strict to Christianity, or Pauline Christianity. So clearly there's a vacuum. You know, unfortunate. I mean, Judaism does have a way to vindicate itself. Like, you know, if Jews really want to be, you know, you could be a rising phoenix in like the name of Israel. You know, take it as a, you know, Israel's it's a universal name. Like it's not. We're all Israel. Like it's a faith thing. Like it's never meant to be a national. They got. Yes, Israel, Jacob, all that. I understand that too, but you know, Israel is a faith, is a nation of faith. It's the kingdom of God. That's what it is. It's just so all believers in God should share within this kingdom. Our loyalty should be to this hierarchy. And with Jews, you never feel it. It's weird. Like sometimes I'll feel it from a Christian, but I won't feel it from a Jew. Rarely, and literally, one of the only Jews that I've really like, other than Yoshi, if you guys remember, and I forgot what his name, who's trolling on YouTube these days. I forgot. I can't remember. Yeah, but he converted to Islam. So literally one of the most knowledgeable Jews, I believe, who were on this app, along, you know, the Orthodox Jews like Yoshi and Julian, Yeah, they're on the younger side, but I still believe they were more knowledgeable than even people like, Caleb. I think Yoshi would have just slapped. Yeah, and he has, like, many times. I mean, some people don't know who Yoshi is. Orthodox Jewish kid, like, on speed. Yeah, he did. He converted to Islam. And I had these discussions with him. I was like, since you're Jew, but you're into philosophy and all that, and philosophy is like this pursuit of like knowledge and truth and reason. So you would commit to that, regardless of like the tradition. If it has to, if the ship is gonna scuttle, it's gonna scuttle, dude. Like that's it. Let's not lie to the people and tell them the Titanic isn't sinking. Like, let's tell them as soon as possible, so there isn't a freak out at the end. And unfortunately, Judaism is this, this wreck, this wreckage that is like floating in a sea that belonged to a ship, a great ship, and that ship is gone. It's over. There was a nation of Israel, a nation of believers that we celebrate, we hold as our idols and as our examples. But that nation is gone. The prophecies have come true. Jews just need to accept that like Jesus is the Messiah, and there's a lot of evidence for this, and within rabbinic Jewish tradition, and it's just like learning these things is what scares Jews, I believe. Yeah, so Jews don't like it when you learn their shit, because then you realize how fragile it all is, and it's I thought it was because it's some sort of cryptic Da Vinci Code, like it's hidden in there in Gemara and stuff. No. They don't want you reading it because it is that incoherent. It is that contradictory. It is that fluid. And, there's a logos that governs like rabbinic Judaism that people don't catch on to. And it's just that there is this group of people within even Israel, within every people, that think they're the wealthiest and the most intelligent and the most strategic, and they just got a chip on their shoulder. They're blue blood. They just see themselves that way. Why? Depends on the society, but they exist everywhere. They're just blue blood. Maybe even some of us at some points might end up expressing that. And rabbinic Judaism is this blue blood thing, but presented as a deed to God that, it's like somehow God, you need to like pay for this, it's just crazy. But that's pretty much kind of what Judaism is. And I just find that silly. Like you would even be like, I don't know. Like this, I don't think the ancients knew that this, billion, what even a billion looks like or sounds like, or it's just completely. We're on a different scale. Like, and I don't know how they would have seen it. But there's like, there's this elitism, this ego, which we believe rejected the Messiah, Jesus. Yeah, and we saw this ego. The Quran talks about it, like in Saul. So and so, when the Israelites, convened to like have a king, or they went to the prophet, we want a king. And he's like, all right, so if God chooses a king, you guys would all accept God's choice. And they're like, yeah, we'll accept God's choice. And when he chose Saul, they all, started bitching. So they all started complaining. And so that's the story in the front. Not the Hebrew Bible that tries to depict Saul as some, loser douchebag, fall from grace. I don't, which is a common theme in the Hebrew Bible. And it's just like this depiction of these revered figures, like these, divine act individuals, God touched by God individuals, and the way they're being described. I mean, clearly you have to see that there's an agenda. Like, this can't be. It's all part of testing. There we go. I don't know why, like, so weird when that bubble doesn't show up when you're talking, or that vibration or something. Where was yeah, there's just this notion, if you look at it, one could describe the Hebrew Bible as some sort of conspiracy of the kingdom of Judah, some sort of like state propaganda. Honestly, I think this is what the Hebrew Bible is. I think it's like state level, state-sponsored propaganda. Hellenized, definitely Hellenistic. I mean, I just don't believe the God of Abraham would, or our God would use terms like son of God or, this language. This is Greco language. This is Roman Greco, clearly. Like, this isn't just some coincidence. It's not coincidence that these Greco-Romans have sons of God and all that. That idolatry, that paganism. No descendant of Abraham, no one not following the tradition of Abraham would be ever fooled by something like that. But again, like, this is what makes a lot of Jews truly just goy. Like, you're just like, goy. It's just like, people don't have no spirit. No spirit breathed into you. There's no covenant binded in your blood. You're not adhering to no covenant standard. Like, it's like, just want to fool ourselves. And like, in a world where identity is fluid and one can just make shit up, I can make shit up, and as long as there's coherency to it, like, why not? And then let me compare myself to a bunch of other shitty, like, cults around the world. Proof. So stupid. I don't know why anybody would run with rabbinic Judaism. Straight up, I would not trust the blue blood of Kingdom of Judea and whatever cult that continues to like a weed, every time like the whole castle's about to fall. Something about rabbinic Judaism, it's just like a rat that continues to survive. It's Satan. It's the hops of Satan throughout like the human time continuum. That's what it is. It is. I'm a Muslim. You guys know it, right? Like, I'm straight up. I'm on team. One God. I'm with the Orthodox Jews on this one. Like, I completely accept their positions for the most part. I believe Islam should model itself after the halakha when it comes down to dealing with Christians. I mean, obviously with some no commitment to violence or demeaning, but an overall commitment to destructure idolatry. And I believe that's probably where this all went wrong, and that's why we're suffering the current negative slope, which hopefully on our bounce up we'll learn. And so it won't be a repetitive, we won't look insane in the history books. But I do that synagogue of Satan, like Jews who are not really Jews, but synagogue of Satan, I'm sorry, I would hate Jesus too. I mean, talk about a guy who is either been crucified for 2,000 years or, gone up to the heavens, whatever, or boiling in feces, whatever. This guy, who apparently is a Jew, gave the biggest FU, across centuries, 20 centuries, to, and you really believe there's a God at that point? I mean, I would disbelieve too, right? If I believed in that stuff, if you really think about it, Jesus, even if Jesus is false, he won at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. I mean, we could be cynical about it, but then what does that mean about your God? One of the biggest problems with Judaism is accounting for God failing at critical moments, even though the Jews are the only monotheists, as in they are what the nation of believers or representatives, or the Khalifa, or the Caliphate, would have been on earth, the Kingdom of Solomon. And God had no problem, bringing down, completely just, the Hebrew Bible just, God's not, either he's distracted or clearly callous or something, or just stingy, I don't know, man. Even gets beaten by a foreign god, God of Noah. It's clearly state propaganda. There's no way you would believe that this is divinely revealed. It's just absolute insanity. Hebrew Bible. The story of Jacob and Esau alone, if you had true belief in God, and I mean the belief of an innocent, I don't mean, I'm sorry, there are people who don't understand that there's a price you pay when you live life without faith in the true God. God is forgiving, but the past is the past. And the past can't be changed. And there are consequences, iniquities. And, you will never have the same frequency if someone as a human to God, or understands that there's a God, or acknowledges a God, or orbits with God as the supreme. That's a different frequency, man. That's a different mindset. That's a different human. It's not the same. That's the human. You see that mindset a lot in Gaza, places like that, but it's rare around the world, especially in Judeo-Christian communities. It's just no faith, no commitment, nothing even close to Islam. Muslims, the way they commit to faith. I'm objectively speaking, as someone who's seen both sides. I've gone to synagogue, I've gone to churches. I've been the fly on the wall I'm not gonna say I've been to a lot. Like 3. To Catholic church. I go. I try to. If I'm invited, if someone will go with me. I don't go alone. I don't go anywhere traveling or new alone. Just why? If that all doesn't make you second guess, at this point it would just be stubbornness. If you just because you're stubborn, that's all it is. Even though it's Zionism fundamentally changed what it means to be a Jew, and yet there's this commitment. Even if you don't believe in God, I'm still committed to this narrative. The narrative is their God, in a way. And that explains a lot, right? I believe that explains a lot. The Jews believe that the rabbinic Judaism believes they're the authors of what God actualizes, or what the book of destiny or fate, or whatever they call it, the book of life. They think they're the scribes. Unless their pens hit paper and the ink dries and they codifies, and that is when it is accepted. That's when it's divine. That's when it's godly. That's when it's taken into reverence. It's not gonna slide. I don't know why you would even revere the rabbis. What have the rabbis done for the Jewish people, quote unquote? What have they done? Seriously. If I'm just saying, because, this isn't an obsession, because it is the history of this region, just from that region. So I honestly believe this history relates way more to me. I'm actually, there's a part of me a long time ago, who's been baffled on why so many people around the world are interested in the place that I'm in, even though I hated the place I'm in, and I was willing to go back to the United States at any moment. It's weird how we grow up and perspectives change. But yeah, it was always weird looking at Palestine and just all these people care about this. There are better places in America. Shit, there's Nintendo in America. Y'all couldn't leave America alone, could you? Whenever humanism wants to make a leap, you see Jews sabotaging, dragging that foot 2 steps back. But maybe that is as the enforcement of the decree. Maybe he uses the Jews somehow. I mean, there's nothing inherent about Jews that makes them bad. Clearly, I mean, there's nothing genetic because they're genetically diverse, different lineages. You can't stereotype based on lineages. It's not publicly or popularly known. So what is it really? It's an association, right? It's a members only club. where it's like Freemasonry. That's pretty much what Judaism is at this point. And rabbinic Judaism, and you know what? They made different themes. They told them that's what Freemasons, Illuminati, the orders, like all this stuff. It's all replicas of like rabbinic Jewish bureaucracy or structures or laws. That's all it is. Just like the Kabbalah is just Platonism with Jewish painting, right? Jewish themes. Like this is, just happened before. It happens a lot, actually. But yeah. Maybe that's in the world and the presence of humanity on this earth to be a volatile with animosity. So it will have animosity. There will always be animosity. There will always be enemies. So that's just the rule. It's the name of the game. That's just the mechanics of the game. There has to be tribulation. That's the whole point. Tribulation brings a decision, facing a choice, some dichotomy, good, bad, dark, light. Yeah, if I was just completely, which they already paid the price for Chutzpah, like they all got killed anyways. Like honestly, why would you when you see rabbinic Judaism, it's like over glorification of like Akiva, Meir, Hanasi. It's like isn't this the crowd or the chain of transmission into the future that originates from the very shit show that brought or endorsed the Bar Kokhba revolt? I'm sorry. It seems like Jesus's way ended up being much more influential, and one could say maybe even fractured internally the Roman Empire, which left it susceptible or vulnerable to the rise of Islam. One could say or explain divine providence that way. Just rabbinic Judaism has like this collapse in divine providence. You don't know what God is doing. Hundreds of years, void, gaps, no prophets, and then nothing. Like, what's going on? What's God doing? Is God like dark matter? We just can't figure it out, or like quantum mechanics, some lineup of planets or galaxies that happen. What is it about God and rabbinic Judaism, the tradition? What is God doing? That's the question. Like, if Jews, if the narrative is true, like you have this like chosen people and they're chosen to hold, carry the burden of like the law and being a standard and light to the nations and humanity, Bani Adam, and all that. Like, and this is what it's supposed to be. This is the divine, interaction with humanity. This is a shit show. 4 exiles later, this is a shit show. Like, what is this? Like, you really gotta be sincerely asking yourself this question. Like, first time, it's on me. So, yeah, second time it's on, or what? Is it first time it's on you? Second time it's on, it's on me? Or Third time is the charm, or what are we doing here, man? 4 times is what? Oh, but there's a 5th time too. Like apparently there's like a 5th exile. Oh shit! Like, which might end up somehow in a weird branch of time, assuming this multiverse shit is real. It is very much possible that it could be the BHI in the future who see these products relating to them in some sort of like dystopian reality where, BHI now carry the mantle of who gets to identify as Jewish, which right now is the Ashkenaz, due to numbers and wealth and influence. But that's Israel, they got like a Mizrahi rabbi and they got an Ashkenazi rabbi. So you can see there's contention on this one. Like the Arab Jews are like, yeah, you guys are useful, but yeah, fuck no. If we're gonna give you the keys to the car of religion, you snow bunnies, we wouldn't trust you with the keys to the temple. You call yourself Jude, but we're not giving you the keys. So, I'm glad that's there. Obviously. It's kind of hard to see like a Semite, Hamite, like kind of unified identity. I guess. Arab world, right? That's it. I would not be following any of these rabbis, bro. I wouldn't follow this tradition of failures. Like, what are you keeping record of? Like, how many failures in a row? Like, how long is this streak supposed to be? Oh, did the streak end with the rise of the secular national state? The ethno, eugenic, injected false deity. Like that's when the streak ended. This can't be divine providence. You understand that Israel can't be divine providence. And the Orthodox logic, or this like, Hadim logic of testing. Testing. This testing. I don't know. I'm just gonna disconnecting. Test. There we go. I think that. No, not dead.
trust rabbinic Judaism. Like, I mean, especially like the lineages. Out of all the shit you could have set up a contingency for, like the goddamn Essenes were doing it. They had like these like doomsday libraries out there in the middle of nowhere. Clearly, they saw that there was going to be. How did it that these clowns prophesized that there was going to be a doomsday scenario? So, you know, the story of Judaism is not taught, shouldn't be seen from the rabbinic Jewish lens. It definitely should be within weight, but, you know, take that all the historic evidence we have, like, especially with the Essenes, what they believed, and then connect that with Christianity. I'm just saying, it seems like they saw that there was going to be this collapse, and they were preparing for a collapse. You see this records, and you see this notion of maintaining cleanliness. You know, at first it seems like maybe they're just being like hyper religious or something, but when you think about it in a scenario of like where there's like for example in Gaza, like civil collapse in civil society, like cleanliness, that level of cleanliness, which might have been something you scuffed at, becomes essential and necessary, and a necessary guideline. As long as that's kicked into memory and people practice it over and over again, they do it subconsciously, right? Yeah. The more you learn, the more you live life, the more, you know, what seems silly to you, maybe as a kid, seems, you know, you start understanding the wisdom of things. You know, God is preparing us for the worst and preparing us for the best. I think the Essenes the historic evidence is clear. They existed before Jesus. This can't be disputed. Did the Essenes prophecy, they just magically came true? Is it a coincidence? Like, how did they anticipate the fall of, like, you know, Jewish, like, I guess you could say, the kingdom, the fall of, like, a civil order, civil government, or central government, or I don't know, classes, I guess you could say, maybe classes. So that's a miracle on its own. That's a prophecy that came true. I don't know. Clearly, there has to be a connection. It's not a coincidence. Oh my God, this white thing. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Test. Tick. Tock. And now I'm alone. I need some. Okay. I think, nope. Still not working. This app has some sort of delay. I'm just gonna keep going. Maybe it'll just fix itself. Yeah, like if your government, any government in the world, you go to war several times and you're just losing every single time, the people are going to topple you. They're going to overthrow you, kick you to the side. I mean, that's what the West did with the Catholic Church, right? That's what they did. It's
So I mean, it would make sense if there is this so-called Jewish consciousness or Jewish people or national, community, which, come on, like, no way this could have existed, but you do you, boo. Whatever, believe in it. It would make sense to rebel against these guys. Honestly, what the Zionists did is just like should have happened like a long time ago. But it seems like only in the West was what Zionism is actually a creation of another body of government that isn't the rabbinate. So that's actually what happened. And so you can count on the rabbinate to be a failure because they're always failures. And so, the rats are, all the mice are going to jump ship anyways. So that is literally what happened. They all just jumped ship and they went to the Zionist ship. It's ironic. Yeah, a lot of people be saying Zionism and Judaism are two different things. Okay. So, and they don't learn either. So continues, and how they don't learn. The theme repeats itself. So false messiahs show up, and you see the theme, and you see Shabtai Tzvi, and you see Frank, and it's just like, and Kabbalism, it's like the infiltrations, and they don't learn. They don't learn, and I'm confused. It's weird. Why is it that if you believe in God, you genuinely believe in God, why the necessity of like this shadow dagger shit? What is this? And if this shadow dagger shit is valid, then what do you have against terrorism? You don't. Like, it's so. This is why I always roll my eyes, and I found it always, and I believe will be the best talking point, and should always be the only talking point, is, why the hell why are you Jews? Why are you calling yourself Jews? I honestly don't understand why all these people are calling themselves Jews. Like, just, you're a godless atheist. Even if your parents were pious Muslims, okay, you have special status now. You're an apostate, so, okay, cool. So because he has special status now under an Islamic framework or paradigm, or related to like a specific spectrum of ethnic people, like what? Like there must be some sort of universal Jewish identity that transcends like adhering to axiomatic truths that you don't really believe in. I don't know. It's a joke. It's seriously a joke. I don't know if it was an ego thing or God meant this to be some sort of reflection, or God saw this the best way or the most efficient, the least action. I don't know. It can't be just because Sarah threw a hissy fit, right? It can't be. It can't be that God meant for it, to be this way, a determined way. It can't be. It would be stupid to believe so. A moral disaster to believe so. I just think if anybody who's left surprised on why half the Jews are atheists, are people who are just ignorant of Rabbinic Judaism and the Hebrew Bible. I honestly don't like the cognitive dissonance of people like Rohan when they throw rocks and they literally living in not even a glass house, nylon homeless guys attempt to shelter from rain. It's nothing. You got nothing, bro. Why is this guy bringing a Nerf gun to a gunfight? Hopefully, I don't age to a point where my mind becomes that rigid and static. Hopefully not. But it's usually get the boomer vibe. It's they're just stuck. They're just a model. They're just they don't have that much processing power. All the processing power is dedicated to making bitcoins. The bitcoins that they have that make them feel like they got something, some pseudo identity. It doesn't matter. Ties it all back to the blacks, the blacks and the Jews and the ADOS or the Negro, or whatever you want to call it. I honestly don't see, just like with the Jew, you could say Jew, and the Jew is it's more sophisticated, and they have to be, it's because like I said, they're spectrum, and they hold themselves to high standards. But even with that, a Jew, you could say it in a specific tone, and that could be an insult, and an insult will be usually received and will be noticed. And the same thing is with black people. The N-word. The N-word is the same thing in a way. Just that correlation should show you there's there's some sort of symmetry in the pattern that these two demographics are following, the trajectory that they're in, or the graph, you could say, the symmetry. It's clearly the symptoms of a people who are remnants, gypsies in a way. It's a gypsy ideology on the move, ragtag, maintaining of some sort of traditional memory, kind of thing. Special privileges, secret handshakes, and we'll probably hire you over that German guy, stuff like that. it's so bad. It's so bad. This is what happens when tolerance is made. And again, another irony. Honestly, this stuff really, at the end of the day, you go crazy because it's so it's so stupid. If the example of Jews and even Christians is David and Solomon and the kingdom of Solomon. Solomon was literally a Nazi. Like he was Hitler. Like in the sense that he was an authoritarian iron fist of divine power. Like, at least in Islam, like that kingdom, there were those people. They're worshiping fire. Dude, ultimatum, just like Muslims in the 7th century with like Heraclius, like and Kisra, like of the Sassanids, like bro, like you tribute, you convert, or I send you to meet God. And if that is the ideal, and what? Like, if you guys all want the Messiah so bad, and you want the Messianic kingdom so bad, and the recipe is that the law of God will be, enforced in an iron fist, what the fuck is preventing you from doing it right now? Hey, this is when you realize that Christians and Jews, they got nothing. When the Quran says they are literally upon nothing, it's true. Literally upon nothing. Because the Jews have found a tradition. They have found the tradition in gaslighting themselves, or scholars, or nerds. I'm sorry. Or I mean, so many ways to look at it. Judaism as a body, with the rising of Christianity, because of Islam, created a dynamics, especially in that region of the world. And your religion, your affiliation with theology was necessary as a collective for you to survive in that jungle. So Judaism became a practical thing to keep around as a body that, collectives would use when they don't want to put themselves in a polar position or a bipolar position, aligned with one of two warring camps. That's where you see Judaism. It's usually adopted by, you see kingdoms like Hemyar, Khazar, for political reasons. So you see now, Judaism ended a long time ago. Rabbinic Judaism was just a stubborn man whoever Hagnasi is. I just don't believe one guy could revive a whole thing. Clearly, there was some other intelligentsia body or something. Which, I mean, Jews weren't wiped out of Palestine either, so I'm sure there were people, good people who had some, intuitive, honest, objective understanding of tradition that might have, been critical to the Pharisees. I mean, it could be. But the Mishnah is I don't really believe it's a one man effort, but whatever. Let's say it is that's it. What do you got to show for anything other than this one-man effort, like, that isn't much, apparently, like, leads to some sort of collective effort that culminates, I guess, in, the Babylonian temple. And then we see the Masoretic text. I mean, no thanks to Jews, right? Like, that would be, thank you, Muslims. It would be, thank you. I think Christianity is just a sabotage, anyways. Or Pauline Christianity, which, by the way, I've heard from rabbis. You can check it as well. It's not like binding or something. It's there though, but within, that Paul was this like infiltrator, like he was a spy, or Peter, actually it's Peter, So there are rabbis who tell you that they have a tradition where Peter is an infiltrating spy. This figure that Christians call Peter is actually a spy. And the whole purpose of this was to detach Christianity as a messianic Jewish movement from Judaism. That's what the objective was. And so Peter goes to like Rome, the seat of the empire, and coordinates at a state level, a way of like tackling this messianic movement as some sort of like common enemy. So it's always weird when you're like, how did it get out of hand to this point? There's still a lot of Jews, this whole narrative that they taught us from like maybe a decade ago. I don't know, some people are still in the dark. Still Plato's cave shit going on. Humans don't change. I believe Paul is also an infiltrator or I believe he's an agent of the state, Rome itself. So I believe he's an agent who, he's just like the guy in the government that he's a Zionist, like, and he's Jewish, so he's connected. But he's still a Fed, right? Like, same thing. That's what Paul was. Paul was a Fed. And, Paul did the whole investigation, snooping around. He like acted like someone who received like a vision of clarity and a radical transformation. So, he used his reputation as someone who was an agent of the state, as a trampoline to credibility. So very, very smart guy. Paul. If he's even real, honestly, if he's not just like these Romans were very sophisticated. They had the, if the Jews were running something like the Sicarii, these like assassins who run around just shagging people, kind of similar to how Palestinians are doing in Jerusalem, for example. It's weird, like when I tell when you look at things, it's just Palestinians look very similar to ancient Israelites. The very conditions, the geography even is very similar. It's literally makes you wonder. Personally, crazy. Maybe you could say it's crazy. Oh yeah, I think it seems like it's the setting up of the stage to look very similar to the times of Jesus. And as the moment that brought Jesus, like into presenting himself to the public, there was a reason. Yeah, Christians don't really know the reason. They just say like, well, that he was supposed to start his, predestined 3-year whatever nonsense. But whatever that factor is, most likely is a setting, and I think it's replicating itself. I think it's forming itself right now. I think if you look at it, isn't it ironic that the very West Bank, which is pretty much the main representation of any sort of like functioning Palestinian society at this point, is in Judea and Samaria, the very lands that the people, this mob who calls themselves, Israel now, is claiming, deeds to. It's very ironic, dude. It is very ironic. And you have Rome, and what does Rome do? They have like a vassal king, Herod, which is just Abu Mazen. That's pretty much it. Abu Mazen is literally our vassal king. He's the vassal king of Judea. It's fucking ridiculous, man. And guess what? We're facing the threat of incurring the ire of Rome, Israel, that might lead to the destruction of our temple mosque. Goodness, how times back then are very similar to times right now. So our Pharisees are practically the PA. Listen to what they say, but don't do what they do because they're hypocrites, right? Well, exactly. Exactly. I'd say the PA probably are closer to Jews than a lot of the people call themselves Jews. Definitely heading in the same trajectory, aren't they? I mean, what happens in the common era is eventually, and I've said this before, whoever is viewing, remember this very well. There will be a third intifada. It will be in the West Bank. It will happen. This war is not going to come to an end. This will escalate. It will go through changes and stages. It's a domino effect. That's it. Someone called Daesh and Sinwar lit the keg. They lit it up. So it's set to blow. Everybody knows it's gonna blow, dude. So at this point, I believe everybody is waking up. At least all the Arabs are waking up. So the Arabs are like, I guess the United States just let that shit happen against Qatar. So Israel just is doing shit unchecked. This means someone else could do shit unchecked against us. Doesn't necessarily warrant an American response. So why the fuck are we paying these people at this point? Did they just flip the whole petrodollar dynamic on us? Did this motherfucking Trump guy just European us? Is that what he just did? Because this is what he did to the Europeans, with NATO. He tried to flip the cost of NATO and the maintenance and the very stand-up of NATO on the Europeans. As now American presence becomes a privilege, not a conqueror or a victor of World War II that's holding territory. Anyways, I think there's going to be probably, because there was like 2 Jewish revolts. Yeah, right. First Jewish revolt, second Jewish revolt. I guess Bar Chokhmah, I mean, hey, technically, if God is being fair, Jesus should show up, and we should have the opportunity. I mean, our tradition says we're not going to have issues. No one's going to reject him. I mean, I think the Mahdi figure is supposed to guarantee that we accept him. Interesting. Might be explain. Side note. We Muslims won't have contentions with Jesus. I mean, his arrival will be just a divine act on its own. No one would be able to deny it anyways. So Jesus can't even be denied. Just his very presence, anything that is literally antagonistic towards him just ends up decomposing or dissolving. So Jesus is coming with like absolute authority. It's not, the guy's radiating divine, authority. Coming with angels, bro. It doesn't matter if hopefully before Palestinians get to a point, or maybe the Arab world, I believe Palestinians, because the more I've learned about like Jewish history and like teachings and eschatology and like Christianity and their teachings and the more I've like been connecting the dots and like blueprint, like see, the wave, the spectrum of like God's divine, providence, like how he's playing chess in the history of humanity. Like, where is it all? Because I think one of the things that prove that you're not connected with God, you're no sons of God, is that God doesn't even reveal anything to you, doesn't speak to you, nor are you on a trajectory that's already been set by a prophet. Jews are lost. They're mimicking that they have prophecies or that God is behind them. They're artificially creating it. And it's weird because like the Zohar definitely shows up after Islam, after Hadith. I believe the coincidences with the Zohar clearly have to mean that the Zohar is coming from our tradition at this point. Or it could be just a manipulation, which also could be good. It's just we don't really, the Arab world, the Muslim world, literally has no interest in studying up on rabbinic Judaism. I don't, which is extremely interesting on its own. Until I realized, like, rabbinic Judaism is just like hot air. They literally got nothing. Like, Maimonides, like, it's like they almost want to like scream them out of the grave. What the fuck did Maimonides do? Are you guys acting like Maimonides is Einstein? Guy didn't come up with no theory of relativity. He didn't change the equations of physics. Like, the fuck? Like, Maimonides is literally someone who took something that was trending in the Muslim world at the time, gave it a Jewish spin. And then you claim like he's literally like a reviver or some like head honcho authority. Like shit, like Moses almost. And you should always be careful when like rabbis call someone Moses. When you see rabbis run away from that guy, whoever they, you see some sort of consensus on a guy, they call like a second or a third Moses or whatever, just run. Like, if it puts things into perspective, and because they act like they actually cared about the lineages and the maternal and they actually were like very nuanced about it, even before like rabbinic Judaism. During the times of the Temple Judaism. I could explain Akiva. It's like this guy's a convert, and he's like the second Moses. Like, it's a convert. So it's just like a goy. It's not even a seed of Abraham. And rabbinic Jews like they're about to like circumcise him like for the second time, like if they could, orally. It's just the way they speak about the people. It's like almost like a giveaway. Like I mean, you can't prove anything absolutely, but like it's like, is it a coincidence that one of the most revered figures? Not only that, this convert leads to the trajectory of events. Yeah, Bar Kokhba, military leader, blah blah blah, but he must have had a religious consensus behind him. There's no way the people would have followed him in accordance to the numbers apparently that fucking Josephus talks about. It's fucking outrageous, grossly exaggerated. Well, whatever. I mean, the potential Josephus could have had if the motherfucker just stayed objective to the facts. Jews, bro. Can't. No integrity is there. It's just like zero integrity. I mean, fuck humanity. Like, at the end of the day, I don't blame you when you allow this ideology in your midst, or even if you don't believe it yourself, and you have your community orbiting this ideology. It's still an idol. It's still there. You still have this ideology that's built around like God sending a revelation to a select elect, an elect. and for some reason, only this group, the mighty cosmos creator, God. You understand God? Yeah, a billion years. You understand what a billion years is? Older than that. Something that makes that look like a millimeter on a ruler. Or a fraction of a millimeter. Dude, Jesus Christ, the more I realize, like, dude, we're playing, we're beyond. I think when it's really shown to us like reality, I think humanity is gonna suffer, two, psychologically catastrophic moments. It will come in the dunya where there will be some discovery, some revelation by nature, not necessarily angel or supernatural, that will literally, break everything. And so in this world, so we'll walk around like zombies practically, just from the realization. And then the second one is going to be Judgment Day. How horrific it's going to be. I think these two events are going to leave like an imprint in human consciousness, like in the forever from now. But this God, the one who is literally left us with this paradox universe, like he's trolling us. God literally is trolling us with this universe that he's got set up right now. That we're like poking and measuring and like surprise. This is what God is like. Here, it's black hole right here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, you thought you were you thought you were tripping. You thought it was you thought I was done here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, here's a black hole. Black holes are real. Yeah, but yeah. By the way, all this physics crap you guys spent like jerking yourselves off and like building these nukes and shit. Yeah, by the way, this shit ain't even fundamental. It's not even fundamental. It's it's actually information. it's oh my good God. What the other than that, we are experiencing change and temporality. Logically, it shouldn't exist. And honestly, this shouldn't exist. We are literally witnessing a miracle. I sometimes I thought like certain verses in the Quran might be obsolete, like in the sense like, this is a work of witchcraft, or we're under the effect of like sorcery, to imply like whatever this revelation that this prophet is preaching, the effect that you see in the masses clearly is induced. It's sorcery, it's trickery, it's an illusion. And even if they see the miracle itself, they're under an illusion, witchcraft, comico. So you would think that this is obsolete, like miracles, the age of miracles is over. In a way, the age of miracles has started. It started when we realized, like, maybe even since Newton, if you want to go, Buncher Einstein, theory of relativity, yeah, I'd say, at least based on mine, it seems like, but even Einstein got it wrong. Like, a lot of people, like, act like Einstein was this, like, slam dunk kind of guy. No, he wasn't. It was definitely a group effort, which I don't know why isn't highlighted enough. Might be, for side panel, someone put that in some sort of notes for when we have our anti-Jew bash kind of get-togethers. Maybe we can put that in the minutes somewhere. But it just started, and the physics and the way the which I don't think people it's dawned on me, or people just don't give a shit. Like, I mean, I don't know how other people live their lives. I don't know. I got like a tether considering God. I got a field. I'm connected. Some people live like they're a needle in a haystack. It's just fucking weird. Like no, depth. Like no global. They don't see themselves as a global citizen, some part of something divine. I don't know. Again, Plato's cave. But whenever a lot of the initial expectations of Einstein, they turned out to be wrong, and even right now, these fundamental these scientists, physicists thought was intuitive and should be the case actually is the opposite, and this continues to happen. So and quantum mechanics, and even with black holes now. So the physics seems to be pouring out a fountain of just error, smiley face, troll. This is what the universe is doing right now. So this is what physics is telling us about the universe. The universe is trolling us. God is trolling us. You got dark matter, you got black holes, you got quantum, you got awareness. It's inside out, outside in. Reality is this teteract. It wouldn't even be. I think it's definitely beyond that. But it's there, but it's not there. It's crazy. That's where physics is at. So I think we're gonna be the days of rapid discovery, those days of Einstein, 1920s are I think that era is ended. We're going into uncharted territories. I don't know. I believe there's going to be a long-term impact because of this. Just in academia, research and stuff. It might lead to a renaissance in a way, maybe for philosophy, or just a new way of approaching science, like logic and reason. Because just we're not going to have the technology or the energy to observe things with our senses. We're just not. It's all being done mainly by math. It's we're being trolled, dude, and the way with the time dilation works. What is death?
Time dilation.
What is time? Bro, you could be from the moment you're dying. If the scales, if we're looking at the quantum scale, if you truly understand, and I can't even wrap my head, but I've used some examples like as I've been looking into this stuff, like help me have some sort of mental image. The scale between you and that critical point, like quantum mechanics, that in scale is great, and just let that. I don't know what. I'm still processing that, but kind of a mind fuck. I mean, what would the difference for you be living on a planet like Earth, the size of Earth, that is hospitable, versus a planet like, if possible, physics, Saturn, something just bigger, where you would scale up in size? Like, what does it matter if you have what was that movie where they shrink everybody down and they live in like this ecosystem pod, and it's like a utopia because food supply is just like endless, because like a can of tuna can feed like a whole community because of the scale, right?
What movie was that?
What's that movie where they shrink people down? There's like,
it's not the superhero one, right? Or Little S too.
It's like they discover technology, and then there's like human migration into these like very small cities. Is it I Shrunk the Kids? No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. Shrink people.
What's that downsizing? Royal said downsizing.
I think that's what it is, downsizing. That rang a bell. See, what would the difference be, really? Like, does it really change your experience? Like, no one ever told you, like we didn't even know these scales existed anyways. I'm just recently become familiar with like a Planck scale and what this means. Still processing it, but I'm just saying, there's like, if what it is, it's all just geometry. What's really the difference between a triangle the size of Empire State and a triangle the size of an atom? There's really no difference. So it might not be the case. I don't know. Maybe there's something that prevents it from happening. But why couldn't God just put a universe right now between you and whatever, the closest thing, the wall, I guess? A whole universe, a civilization, a living thing, in like a quantum scale. Like, what would I'm just saying, at that point, it's just like, what is it to be the size of a galaxy versus to be the size of an electron? What is it? Nothing.
You mean like, what would it do for you?
The problem, this is, giving me something like an angst, because I can't, because I feel like my intuitive, which it's not something I was necessarily conscious of, but my intuitive understanding of like the seven heavens, something that would include scale and like an alignment and an above, it's kind of forcing me to like try to come up with a secondary theory on what like seven heavens actually means.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, seven heavens.
It's just like scale, like, why is it like in our way of thinking, like God has to be like the biggest man on the block? Why? Like, where does that come from? I mean, clearly it comes from like a history of paganism that shit like corrupted the way we think. But if we fundamentally think about God, the way at least the Christians kind of got to, but I don't know why, for some reason, awareness is like this word they tried to, I don't know. I mean,
I put it in the ChatGPT, and it said in ancient physiological thought, it says ancient Mesopotamian and Greek cosmologies also imagined 7 layers of heaven/sky, often linked to the 7 visible celestial bodies: the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because you see atheists or even academia obviously has to entertain the theory that, maybe it was the Greeks that started all this and we're simply copying their shit. That is plausible. I mean, might not be plausible because we're believers in a way. I'm not saying confirmation bias, but...
Or that maybe they've, they tapped into something that we didn't get to later, right? Like, we got this through revelation, but maybe they learned.
Exactly. That's the Islamic. So that's the internal explanation, how we, justify these things or these, similarities. We just say, well, it could be that there was a tradition or a revelation that came within that nation that is what led to these similarities. So, or they're just natural truths that they discovered, which resonate with the natural truths, revealed. Something like that.
Yeah, I meant to thumbs that up.
It is interesting. I do believe there's something more behind like the Greek gods. I think Zeus, and I think there's like, these are like somehow representative of real people or figures or something. Maybe angels even. I don't know. Just deified. And if according to the Quran, the angels would just absolutely despise even coming close to somewhere like that. So if I was an angel called Zeus, and I had an experience on Earth where people have worshipped me as God, I wouldn't even show my face around.
Why is that?
Just, even though they understand like free will and humans and God did this, like it's just, to them, it's like, still God, like this guy is insulting you in my name. And to them, it would be just like extremely like humbling, right? Like they would just, that's how they are. Like God is absolute to the angels. He's just like, he's present. And I mean, both in an awareness, a consciousness, but also in a fundamental, like, gravity kind of way. Like, it's just God is he's connected. He's plugged into the grid, and it's only him. He's got the codes to the grid. Honestly, like I do believe in the Quran and all that stuff, but even as a kid, like I've always like, again, because I'm like someone who just grew up believing in God, like believed that of course there's this, I don't know, as a child it didn't seem even something that deserved even a question back. Or like questioning. a line of questioning. Oh, God, yeah, that makes sense. Wasn't even, I don't know why. It's just like, yeah, of course. I remember like maybe like a few like trying to just think about it, but like I don't know. As a kid, for some reason, it clicked. Maybe influenced by movies or something, but I always felt, I don't know, as a kid when you like develop like consciously, you become like aware of yourself. I don't know. You start like staring in the mirror or something. Like I don't know if you had that experience as a kid, or you remember that.
Staring in the mirror, or
yeah,
like consciousness.
Yeah, that moment as a kid when you like finally look in the mirror and you're like, me. And you start like truly like kind of like analyzing the geometry that is your face and who you are.
Oh, and also even relatives. I actually remember the distinct moment I came to terms with as a child that my mom was my mother, and not just like this person that like has been nurturing for me and caring for me, right? But like they're my parent and I came at it. You know what I mean? Like that I remember that.
Oh, understanding like what is your mother or father? Like,
yeah, like even outside of myself, it was like it was crazy. I think I went up to my mom and I was just like looking at her like, wow, you know, like I don't know, it blew my mind.
I don't know, for some reason to me, like asking those questions was always done within like the inner consciousness, like inner dwelling, like within your mind or contemplation. It was never like professed out loud, like kind of thing. I don't know why. Is it like why? I don't know. Why did I see it as something too complex? I don't know. But yeah, you can remember. I don't know. A lot of people don't remember, but I do remember glimpses of recognizing myself or trying or contemplating, myself or my parent, or just like what is going on? What I've been told, kind of like registering. Like I don't know if you ever study for an exam, like maybe before you go to sleep, like you just like kind of run through the information. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
And it helps it stick. Like it's just like.
Yeah, it's like a refresh. You read like the outlines of it. But memory is another crazy concept. Like sometimes you really unlock memories.
Dude, I don't know what is. I thought I could make sense of it all. Like I thought if I could just like logic, reason, like physics. I'm the guy. I believe I can like awareness. I try to like theory of everything. This whole thing, and it's just like, nah, dude. We're so clueless. This is freaking. I don't think we'll ever figure this out. It's not. We're not gonna figure it out in this life. Definitely not.
Yeah, I think that's by design. I think too. Like
I think we're very clueless. I think we're so clueless that the ancients, when we all resurrected, and we might be talking. I don't know if we'll even have the time to like side chat. You guys were like all cavemen, Bronze Age bitch. We had like shit, the Lamborghinis.